BCTV. So I'd like to offer a few tips for any Dummerston residents attending this meeting to help us have a successful meeting. As always, we need to list everyone who is in attendance in the minutes. So I'll be assisting Maria Glayback, who's taking minutes, by asking for names. And so please keep yourself on mute to decrease any background noise. For those looking at a computer screen, the mute button is at the bottom on the far left. So if you have something to say, we'll invite you to share, as always, during the regular agenda item of recognition of visitors and public comments. And we'll ask you to identify yourself first. At other times during the meeting, those on a computer, you may use the chat feature at the bottom of the page. We'll be monitoring that, and anyone who has a question or comment that doesn't get responded to in this meeting, please email us at selectboard@dummerston.org, and we will be sure to respond to you. I'm imagining that we'll get better at managing all of this as time goes on. So with that, I'd like to start our meeting. I do see that Lynn Levine and Cliff Adler have joined. So I'm mentioning that for Maria's sake so that she can include Cliff and Lynn in the list of people who are in attendance. Welcome, Lynn and Cliff. All right, Zeke, so let's start with the agenda.
All right, so the additions we have to the agenda under correspondence for discussion and or action, we have a nuisance dog complaint on Cemetery Road, the Cemetery Road area. We have a request from NEMRIC for computer access to the lister's computer. And we have a letter from the listers that we'll put under correspondence for discussion. Just giving us an update on, or clarification on the reappraisal process. And so with those additions, we'll go straight to our meeting, and we have the minutes from March 11th and March 18th.
This is Terry. I make a motion to approve the minutes of March 11th and March 18th.
And I'll second
And
that.
I second it.
Oh, let David second it.
We have
That's
a
fine.
second
Great.
and third. All right. Any discussion?
No.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Moving on, we have warrants 20 and the payroll 20P.
This is Terry. I'll make a motion to approve bills for payment warrants 20 and 20P.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussion? Under warrant 20, the total is $13,010.43. And that money is mostly going to payroll transfers, the monthly sheriff bill, fuel, diesel fuel for the town garage, and salt for the roads. Oh, there's also printing the town report. So that's how, those were the top items in that warrant. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And Zeke, I have a question about that. So do we need to do anything about signing it? How did we made a motion?
I think Charlotte is just going to go ahead and use this as that we've approved it, and we have a record of approving it. She's going to use the minutes essentially to,
Okay.
Rather than have us sign, go in there and sign it.
Okay.
That's
Great.
how we're going to do this for the time being.
Okay, great. And before we move on, I'd just like to acknowledge some other people that have joined. So there's someone that's joined at an 802-254-9525 number. and I've unmuted you. Can you just state your name? Two five four four nine. I'm sorry, 254-9525. Whose number is that?
Jean Newell?
Oh, thank you, Jean. We just needed your name. Okay, Jean Newell. And then there's someone HJN. So who is that?
I think that's Judy Fink, and no, that's someone else.
So could the person with the initials HJN let us know who they are?
We should explain to them that this is just for the minutes. We need to have a record of everyone who attends.
Maybe they're having trouble. Let me see if I can go out, remove, rename. Okay, well, maybe during the other time, during the recognition of visitors, they'll be able to figure out how to say their name.
Okay, now, so moving on, this is the part of the show where we have visitors or public comments. So if anyone has anything to say that's not on the agenda later on, this is your opportunity to have the stage.
Yeah, so you can unmute yourself and then speak, but do say your name first.
Okay. Well, we'll move on then if we don't have anyone. Apparently, there's nothing for the road foreman's report.
No, there's nothing to report.
Okay.
Everything's going along.
Okay. Sometimes no news is good news.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd
Now,
agree.
yeah, under correspondence for information, is there anything anyone wants to discuss under that? We do have the letter from the listers, just clarifying the reappraisal process. And it's not that the whole process has stopped, but the visits to people's homes is not going to go on right now. But there's apparently work that they can do remotely that they're still going to try to keep going with.
Do you want to, ask Jean to say more about that?
Jean can give us the real scoop. Jean, you there?
Zeke?
Yes.
Michael was just clarifying that they will be doing work remotely or from the computer. They will not be going into people's houses, and that there was a miscommunication or whatever in regard to that before. So we're just trying to clear it up because that's actually the way the listers will be working also.
Right. Okay. Good. Anyone have any questions?
I have a question. Yeah, I have a question. Does that mean that on this reappraisal, there will be they won't be going into anybody's houses at all, or will that come later?
It will be just for the time being for what we're going through right now in our country. This is one of the precautions.
And so I think what David's asking, Jean, is so the appraisal won't get completed until houses have been visited. Is that correct?
That's correct. What they're going to do, they'll be working on like a land chart and things that they can do in the office and not go into people's homes until after this crisis is complete. And then the reappraisal does go on because it has to be done under the contract by next year for 2021 grand list.
Right. And so visits will resume when they're allowed to.
Correct.
Great. Does that answer your question, David?
Yes.
Okay.
Great. Okay. Anything else under correspondence for information that you want to discuss?
Well, I don't know, Terry, you might have something to say. So email from the sheriff. It was really interesting to learn that they have about 70% less calls, but they're staying alert. The calls were less because there are a lot less people on the road, right?
Exactly, yes. Yeah, less of that, but noting that there's more cyber issues.
Yes, with people's computers and yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Hmm.
So I assume as time goes on, he'll give us another update too as to how things are going.
Yeah, it's great that you're our point person and keeping in touch with him. He's great at that.
Okay. Moving on to correspondence for discussion and or action. We have a request from NEMRIC, and they're the ones that maintain the computers for the town office, and they're also doing the reappraisal, as I understand it. And they would like to have, as part of that reappraisal process, they'd like to have remote access to the lister's computer.
Right, right.
So, and apparently Lori, who forwarded this request to us, didn't have a problem with it. So what do you think?
Well, I'd like to hear from Jean again.
I think that they already have access to our computers per se anyway, so I don't think that this should be a problem, as Lori feels that way too. I know they're already doing this with 2 other towns that they are doing reappraisals for.
Okay. Anyone have any other thoughts?
Well, I'm fine with it then.
It's perfectly fine. If they're
Yeah.
comfortable with it, good.
Yeah.
Do you need a motion, Zeke?
Let's see. Let's go ahead and do it. Not sure if we do, but let's go ahead and have a vote, and
Okay.
so it's in the record.
And what is it that you want a motion for again?
This would be to allow NEMRIC to have remote access to the lister's computer.
So I would like to move that we allow NEMREC to have access to the lister's computers.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, any opposed? I guess we'll let them know. Next, we had a letter from a resident on Fisk Road about a nuisance dog in the Cemetery Road area that is aggressive and wanders off the owner's property. And there have been times when this dog has been fairly aggressive. And as we have no designated animal control agents in town now, the responsibility falls to the select board. And probably what, let's see, from my understanding of this, I'd say that a dog that wanders off its owner's property is considered to be at large. And although the Dummerston dog ordinance is a little fuzzy on that, the state statutes are very clear that dogs running at large are simply not allowed. And going into the public's right of way is also, and being a problem is also a violation of state statute and to some extent the town's ordinance. So a phone call to the owners of this dog would be asking them to keep the dog on their property and keep a better eye on it would be a first good step. And if they don't comply with that, then the select board could issue a order that the dog, be either tethered, kenneled, or under the owner's control whenever it's outside. So a friendly phone call is probably the first step to take. So.
And Zeke, has this particular dog owner been called before by an animal control officer?
No, this is the first time I've heard of this particular dog.
Hmm.
So, so usually, you know, over the last 10 years, we've sort of taken complaints sort of step by step, unless there's a real vicious dog issue, you know, where a dog has actually attacked someone.
So, Terry, how would you feel about giving these people a call?
I can do that if you'd like.
You'd be my vote.
Zeke, just clarifying, Zeke, have you talked to the owners of this dog?
I haven't yet. We just got the letter
Okay.
this week.
Okay.
So I could speak with you later and give you some animal control officer
tips,
pointers. Yeah, I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, that sounds great.
Great. And then we'll give them a warning, and then we'll hope for some cooperation from your part. And we'll hear if they don't. So.
Yeah, and what? So, yeah, I guess I'd like to understand what the next, what the steps are in this. As a person who is, as a group, responsible for this, I don't know quite what the sequence of things is. So you call first with a warning, and then what happens?
Yes, the Dummerston dog ordinance doesn't have much in the way of teeth to it. So sort of friendly persuasion is usually the first step to take. And then we can cite state statute to write an order that would put more, we can write up a violation. And there are some monetary penalties that aren't much, but so there's, and we can write an order that just flatly states that the dog has to be controlled, with a leash or kennel or tether, and it can't leave the owner's property unless it is under the direct control of the owners. So we can do that. And usually that's the second step in the process.
And then if it does leave, if it, goes against that order, what's the next step?
Usually, we haven't had to do much more than that. We've never had to seize anyone's dog, or actually we did maybe 10 years ago. But if the dog attacks someone off the property, then the process is the people who are attacked file a complaint with the select board. We hold a public hearing within 7 days, and we can take whatever action is necessary to mitigate this danger to the public.
Okay, good. Well, that's helpful. That sort of gives me a framework for what we're responsible for. Thanks.
Yeah. And so the dog ordinance for Dummerston is on the town website under the file cabinet. And it was written in 1995 and probably needs to be updated. But, updating an ordinance sometimes is a process.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
thank you.
It's something we should consider if, we're quarantined for a long time. We have time in our hands. We might want to consider. And VLCT has a mod, as they do with most things, has a model dog ordinance that we could make updating our ordinance pretty simple.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. anything more on that? All right, thank you, Terry, and I'll talk to you.
Okay.
Under new business, we have the local emergency management updates.
So
Terry has worked on, and we need to approve so they can become official.
there's not a whole lot of changes on this. Mostly it's clerical. It's name changes and stuff like that. So we added some farms on one of the lists per the recommendation of the Wyndham Regional, but other than that, it's just basically name changes.
Sure. Okay. Can we have a motion to approve the local emergency management? Is it
Oh, yeah. I move that we approve the local emergency management plan
plan?
as written.
I'll second that.
All right. Any discussion? Okay. Thank you, Terry, for working on that.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Great. Okay, that's done until next year again. So next on the list, Lori Frechette, the town clerk, closed the town office. Was it the beginning of last week or? But then she learned that she can't close the entire building without the select board's approval. And where it seemed to be a time-sensitive issue, I said we should just close this, given the governor's state of emergency and the advice we were getting from state agencies. We should go ahead and close it, and that we could ratify that at this meeting. So I guess a motion to ratify closing the town office would be what I'd like to have.
I'll move that we ratify the decision of the select board to close the town office. Yeah.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Right.
Aye.
Okay, great.
And I just want to make a statement that I think Lori has been doing a great job protecting herself and at the same time keeping business going, town business going, supporting Charlotte, supporting the zoning administrator, and being really helpful to us. So I'm pretty proud of the town office, and Lori's a big part of that.
Right.
Great.
Yes, yes, it's done a good job. People are still able to get information and
Yep.
they need. So Lori also recommended that we waive late penalties for dog licensing until she suggests June 1st, and we can revisit this, of course.
Well, it says July 1st.
Oh, July 1st, right.
Yeah.
Okay, July 1st, that's 7. Okay. So what would you like to do?
I'll make a
Let's see.
motion to waive the late penalties for dog licensing until July 1st, 2020.
Well, I'll second that motion.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, great. All right, so now we come to appointments, reappointments and new appointments to town committees, offices, and boards and commissions. So,
I'll go ahead and make a motion. This is Maria. I'll make a motion that we make the appointments as presented, and hopefully you all reviewed them. And then I will put the complete list in the minutes.
okay, great. So people can see.
I'll second that.
Great. Okay, any discussion? It seemed like there were a lot of reappointments. There weren't a lot of new appointments. We have Joshua Pacheco going from an alternate member of the DRB to a regular member of the DRB. A couple people are dropping off the DRB as their terms have expired. Jen Sargent and Dennis Muse, both of them have been very good members of that board for a number of years. Lewis White is moving up to become the first constable. And fire wardens, Ted Glayback is going to become one of our fire wardens, and the assistant fire warden will be Alan Pike. And those terms will be until 2022. So those were the new appointments. So we have some empty seats on some of the boards, but we can start working on those and get the word as we get a list of what openings we still have. But we have a motion and a second to approve these appointments and reappointments. Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, great. Okay. Do we have any unfinished business? Anything? Okay. Well, I guess our first Zoom has gone pretty well, I think.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
I'll second that.
Okay.
All right.
Great. Thanks very much.
All right. Thank you
Thank
for everyone
Yep.
who joined, and
Thank-
we'll look forward to April 8th at 6 o'clock.
Yes, and thank you very much, Geraldine, for getting us up.
And thank you to Brian.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Great. All right.
Bye.
Ciao.
Bye.
See you later.
Bye.
Okay. Members of the public, did you have anything from public?
I already addressed with you guys prior.
Well, it wasn't official, so,
Oh,
so just real quick, if you'd like to, so you can get your time on the TV.
oh, well, appreciate it. Mark
That's what
Fornell,
you came here for, right?
Dover resident. I came here to learn, this is honestly.
That was
But-
a joke.
No, I know. I just came up with one discrepancy, which was a line item under principal's office for other professional services. It had account listing 5343, and I believe it should have been 5341 for other professional services, which I spoke to Mr. Martin earlier today about when we went over the budget together, and thanked him for his time and helping me understand what the certain line numbers represent and how they apply to our budget.
Okay, and then Matt, you're gonna get an answer for us.
Yeah.
If it's a typo or if it's,
Yeah,
because Mark just looked it up online, there aren't any, or I think Tammy, I'm sorry.
Tammy did.
Yeah,
New account that Lori just
Might be a
developed
new
for the
account.
upcoming budget.
Yeah, so we'll find out, and Matt will send a note home with your kids or something.
Okay.
Okay, Matt, so you just let him know, and, okay, thank you. Hey, Andrew.
Hey, Andy.
Review and approve the minutes of the February 17th and March 4th meetings. So for some reason, we also got a copy of the February 11th meeting, which is actually the school district annual meeting. And I noticed, Andy, and I forgot, nobody ever really approves them, right? They just kind of, the annual meeting minutes, you just kind of file them away, right?
Well, no, I have Bob Backus sign them.
Okay, has that been done?
Yeah, for last year, not for this year.
Okay, so you just deal with that. We don't have to do anything with the.
No.
Okay, so if anybody wants a copy, I have a copy of it, if you wanna look at it. I mean, I glanced through it, and it made everything as clear as mud. What was that one article that we had?
Changing the date.
Yeah, change the date.
That one.
I think it captured it pretty well.
Nice.
Yeah, there's like 3 votes there, so that
Yeah.
definitely, that was fun, huh?
Yeah.
So I have the February 17th meeting, and then the March 4th meeting. So is there any, I think, Mark, you had some names that were,
Yeah, the February 17th, there was no administration at that particular meeting. So Bill, Tammy, and Matt to be taken off. Other than that, it seemed accurate.
okay, so let's do that one separately then. So can somebody make a motion to approve the February 17th meeting minutes without?
Sure.
Okay, so Rick moved
With the changes?
with the changes.
Okay, I second.
Mark seconds it. Is there any more discussion?
Nope.
Yes, Matt?
I just noticed under next meeting, it says March 4th at 6:30. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Oh, that was the one that was on a Wednesday night.
yeah,
Got
that
it.
was the one,
Yeah.
the reorganizational meeting.
Okay.
That's when we met.
Got it, thanks.
It does, never mind, I'll bring that up in a second.
Okay, so if there's no other discussion, all those in favor of the February 17th minutes, please signify so by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Appears to pass unanimously. I have the Wednesday, March 4th minutes. Would somebody like to make a motion to approve them?
I make a motion that we approve the March 4th minutes.
Okay, do we have a motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
Mark seconds it, so there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those are
One question.
approved.
Speaking of minutes, is there anyone taking tonight's minutes?
Yes,
The cameras.
The camera.
and then Peter's gonna write it off the camera.
Gotcha.
Okay.
And Matt, you're just gonna take some notes, or, no? Okay,
I'm not taking notes.
Okay.
okay, cool.
You want me to take some notes?
Nope, that's fine.
One,
Okay.
one thing of note, our The agenda is saying our next meeting is at 6:30 in Wardsboro.
Yeah, we'll fix that.
Six, so.
We always warn the meetings, and our meetings say 6, so that was just a typo. So under correspondence, I have one letter from Matt. Dear members of the River Valley Unified School District Board, I would like to take the opportunity to respond to Mrs. Kraft's letter to the school board dated January 30th, 2020. I met with Mr. and Mrs. Crafts during the week of February 24th, where we discussed some of their more specific concerns, including the role of actions and how we can improve communication in that area. As you may know, the IB program places a strong emphasis on taking action as compared to just researching or creating materials on a particular topic. Students are asked to take action, to do something rather than just talk about it. We certainly do not want students to shy away from the complex topics, but rather to dig into them and work through them. Regarding students being graded on who they are, the Crafts were referring to our analysis of student progress towards demonstrating the characteristics associated with the IB attributes. As part of the IB program, we use a group of behavior attributes that guide our daily work, help clarify behavioral expectations in public spaces, habits of mind, and habits of work. These attributes are rated on a slightly different scale than other academic standards in an effort to distinguish them from those skills. A 3-point scale for this indication how often a student demonstrates the behaviors associated with the attribute. Never, sometimes, most of the time, for example. This system is meant to help identify the behaviors that represent the attributes or values we hold highly and encourage students to strive for most of the time. In her letter, Ms. Crafts questioned the strength and priority of the team of teachers here at the Dover School as compared to past staff members. In terms of the strength of the Dover staff team, certainly the team remains strong and dedicated, placing children at the top of our priority list every day. They prove this through their dedication to children, long hours, and high-quality lesson preparation and delivery. Ms. Crafts and her family, along with all other Dover School families, enjoy that benefit every day. Ms. Crafts mentioned that some traditions had ended when Mr. Davis retired. Of course, we all miss Mr. Davis, but when veteran teachers leave, often the richness they take with them was a result of their personal investment in individual skills. Unfortunately, there are times when beloved traditions must be replaced by other activities. New staff members bring new ideas and new traditions. This is a natural part of the growth and change of any organization. It is true that the Dover School has a long tradition of strong core values and broad general knowledge of the global village, as Ms. Crafts noted. While I was not present during the decision-making period, my understanding of at least one reason the community chose to pursue the IB program was to further develop those traditions and to define the academic program within the structure of the international accreditation offered by the IB program. The expenses associated with the authorization were justified on the basis of the community's ability to offer world-class education and to play a role in marketing the wonderful work being done at the Dover School on behalf of the local economic development. This, in addition to the ability to attract families in support of developing the local workforce and overall economic development. Finally, to provide the next level of challenge to a school community doing well as measured by the basic usual measures schools are typically measured by. Much of the staff turnover during the past 4 years has been on account of added staff, as in the case of the added 5th grade teacher, expected retirements, and unexpected moves. Most of the changes were anticipated when I was hired, as noted by the hiring committee. Every new hire during my tenure has been enthusiastic about assimilating the IB instructional style because they understand the value of and the opportunity presented by teaching within a program that is considered the gold standard globally. In terms of enrollment, with the exception of last year to this year, enrollment has been relatively steady over the past several years. In terms of test scores, there have been many factors that may have influenced this change. Due to the small class sizes, changes in assessment and staff turnover will be very difficult to attribute declining test scores to any one thing, including the addition of a formal structure to the academic program. As a school, we responded to the trend in SBAC scores in the following ways. There's 5 bullet points. We implemented a math achievement plan which yielded a 15% increase in math proficiency on SBAC scores in the first year of implementation, 2018-2019. We added a benchmark assessment system that gives us a significant amount of skill level data for each student. In 2018-2019, our fall to winter benchmark performance was excellent. This year's results are even better, indicating that in January, 87% of our students are in the low risk category for achieving grade level expectation in math skills by the end of the year. And math has never been one of our strong subjects, has it? Our staff participated in significant professional development in math instructional practices over the past 2 years. We are seeing the results of that investment now. We have made significant changes to the unified art schedule as well as daily classroom schedules, ensuring there is dedicated time daily for core math and ELA instruction as well as WIN time, which stands for What I Need, in every classroom K through 6. This time allows teachers to work with small groups of students on specific gaps and basic skills. We're in the process of implementing the supervisory union's academic support team model of targeted intervention. Regarding Ms. Kraft's comments about teacher burnout, I must disagree. I believe our teachers are stronger and more reflective now than at any point during my tenure. Admittedly, during the final years of IB candidacy phase, the staff was working extremely hard to meet authorization requirements and the workload was formidable. Since the formal authorization in the spring of 2018, most of that tension has been released. The following steps have been taken to manage the institutional stress we face at school. 1, the WCSU has provided trauma-informed schools training for all employees over the past 2 years, which has allowed us to gain a better understanding of the challenges faced by staff members and systems to address those challenges. Second point, we have 2 delegates representing Dover in the WCSU Trauma Catalyst Group to address specific institutional stress facing our employees. Third point is the Catalyst members and I meet regularly to ensure this work reaches our staff effectively. Our delegation has regular staff meeting time on a monthly basis. And lastly, the staff members participate in regular wellness activities as directed by our health PE teacher and spend a significant amount of time collaborating, working together on various school and community projects, leveling out the tremendous load teachers face. Frankly, I don't know that we've ever dedicated more resources to stress management than we do now. This Dover School faculty is fiercely committed to the well-being and education of all students. Teachers regularly work 9 to 10-hour days, often spending weekends, holidays, and vacations preparing their lessons, not because they feel pressure to do so, but because they are driven to provide the best education possible, and they have a very high expectation of themselves and their work. In terms of the school website, there are some areas of the website that are out of date. Most, if not all, of the pieces that are out of date have been remedied. This is more due to a lack of administrative systems than teacher overload. Teachers and tech support staff have been engaged to help remedy this problem. While I was not present when the program was initially described to parents, I can assure the board that I observe classroom instruction almost every day, and the IB program is being implemented with fidelity as required by the International Baccalaureate Organization. The IB program remains generally the same. However, the concept of student agency, fostering more independent choice and input into their inquiries, has been added recently. The change in Think Like Planners is purely teachers' changes in the name, approaches to learning. The skills have not changed. However, it may be that what Mrs. Kraft sees as different than originally explained. Reflection and change are a required part of the action cycle and certainly are required for improvement. The designated core instruction times I mentioned earlier are dedicated to teaching basic skills. There's also time dedicated to IB projects within the school day. Teachers do an excellent job of balancing student needs with time. It is best practice to provide students with some sort of schedule so they can anticipate and be prepared for what is coming during the day. The fact that we may label inquiry time certainly means all the reading, writing, math, science, history that may go into a given unit. We also use win time, what I need, because it allows us to dedicate even more time to gaps and basic skills as needed. This year, spring of 2020, marks the end of our second full year of implementing the program as a fully authorized school. Parental and community understanding the IB program is a regular topic of discussion among the IB coordinators and principals. The IB program is complex and requires a significant and ongoing informational campaign to help community members fully understand the language and concepts. This is something we've tried to establish, but certainly could use more time and resources to implement. We feel the students are doing an excellent job of assimilating the language and concepts of the IP program. They may not always be able to communicate their knowledge with their families, but we continue to try new ways to improve home-school communications. Mrs. Kraft noted it is commendable to try new things, a position I fully support. The school community should feel proud that they decided to take on implementing a world-class academic program in a small school with small resources. We believe in the power of reflection. The program will undergo a 2-year review this spring, at which time we'll have more data about how parents, students, and staff feel the implementation is progressing. As always, please let me know if you have any further questions, and thank you for your time and continued support. Matt Martin. So we do have it on the schedule to discuss this, and you were waiting for, you were going to do a survey. So,
Yeah.
and that goes out soon?
We expect that to go out next week.
I think we're on the schedule of the first meeting in May.
It's originally the second meeting in May, but there was a
Right, because we wanted to do it in Dover.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would
Is
it, well, I was just gonna, would it be possible for you to email that letter to the whole board? There was a lot there.
Yeah.
I'd just like to be able to read it.
I didn't read it very well.
You read it extremely well, but you read it a lot faster than my mind can process every
I
word.
only stumbled over every other word. Okay, thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Everybody good? Anybody? Okay, old business, equity, calendar for discussion. So you should have a thing that looks like this, and it shows goals for the year. And one of the things was, Laura had asked us to look at local equity definition, and we also talked about unity. So that's supposed to be in April. So Matt, just make sure that between you, Tammy, and Bill, we have that for one of our next meetings so that we can discuss that.
Got it.
The other thing we wanted to talk about was working on our web and communications presence. So I think, so we have website design, we have web and communication presence as a goal for April. And we just asked that this stay on the calendar. We have all that stuff from last year. When Mark wasn't on the board, he was helping us. So can we just get that back, and maybe for our next meeting, we can do those two things, just at least start on those. Now, isn't Wyndham Central working on some new web stuff too? Because I'd asked about email addresses, I think, and you guys.
Tammy, have you heard any? I haven't heard any news on that project, but I can ask Bill. We can ask Bill about it.
Yeah, if you let me know what he says also, because I'm starting to put a mock-up together. I had planned on having ready for today, but my dog ate my homework.
Okay. The other, okay, B22A complaint policy, discussion and possible action. So we had at the meeting on we did public complaints about personnel, policy D10. So that's been moved to warn.
You know what?
On the 17th.
I have to apologize. That was a typo in the minutes that I forgot to bring up. That policy is actually B22.
Okay. So it wasn't policy B.
It wasn't D10. D10, I don't think, my book at home, but the small folder right in front of you is all the policies. I don't think there is a D10.
Okay, so it was B22.
Yeah. And that was warned.
So that was warned, so that hasn't been voted, approved yet.
Can I make a motion
Yes,
to approve that?
yeah.
Then I do.
So does everybody remember policy B22, which was complaint?
Public complaints.
So we have a motion to approve policy B22. It's been warned, since February 17th, so it's been over a month. Matt or Tammy, did you guys get any comments from anybody? No? Okay, so we have a motion. Do I have a second to his motion?
Second, sure.
Okay, so Rick seconds a motion, and it's to approve policy B22.
22.
So if there's no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so it's unanimous. B22 is now a policy. It's been approved by the board. Matt, will you just get one that, I don't seem to have one. So could we just have one so we can you can just write that it was approved on this date?
Is this public complaints?
Yes.
And I have it as B22A. Is
No,
that-
no, that's the other one. There was one specific to staff.
I just have 22 copies of 22A in my
Okay,
packet.
we just need to,
That's on the-
right, it's not in the packet, so it got missed.
You just need a
Okay,
blank copy of it?
I need a blank copy of it.
Okay.
It was personnel complaints.
Personnel. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's see if I can find it.
Okay. Auditor appointments, Andrew.
Yeah.
Well, we can address B22A.
Oh, I'm sorry, B22A, complaint
Sorry,
policy.
Andy.
So, complaint policy, so we asked that, there wasn't a general complaint policy because it used to be a little bit less specific, but now it's specific to staff members. So we wanted a complaint policy if somebody had a complaint other than a staff complaint, like they thought the color of the school building was not proper, or, you know, that the school bus shouldn't be yellow, whatever. So we have, so they took B22 and just added a little A after it, so now that's our complaint policy for public complaints. So everybody should have a copy of that,
Yeah.
and should have had a copy for a while. We are we're practicing social distancing, so you're on it? Cool. So B22A, is there, so we have to warn this to be posted, and then we get to vote after it's been posted for a couple weeks.
I'd like to move that we post it with one change.
Okay, well, why don't we discuss your change first?
Under resolving complaints,
Yeah,
the last word of that sentence should be complaint, not complainant.
yeah, and I thought that was
I
why
thought that
we,
was fixed.
I thought it was supposed to be fixed.
okay, I'm gonna do it on this one and give this one to Matt. Okay, Matt?
Yeah.
Wait, so what, the word should be what?
The complaint should be in writing, stating the issue and supporting facts, not the complainant should be in writing. It's
Yeah.
the,
Okay.
It's the last word of the first sentence under
Under resolving.
resolving
complaint.
complaints.
oh, well, there's two.
The complaint should be in writing.
The complaint should be,
Yes.
the complaint should be encouraged first to bring a complaint to the principal.
Which is
Right.
correct.
That's
The
correct.
complaint should be in writing, stating the issues and supporting facts.
And that
so-
should be, the complaint should be in writing.
Right.
The last word of the sentence only should be changed to complaint from complainant.
Well, it's not the last word,
It's
it's
not
the
the last word of the
second.
sentence.
It's the second word.
Last word of the line. I
Yes.
apologize.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
the
yes.
last word.
All right,
Okay.
that's what
Line.
confused me. Yep, gotcha.
Okay, is everybody good with that?
Somebody have a dictionary for me?
Okay, so Mark, with that change, are you willing to make a motion to approve, to warn this?
To warn, I am, yes.
Okay,
I
so
made that one.
Mark moves to warn it. Will somebody second that?
Second.
Laura seconds it. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so unanimously that carries. Matt, I'm gonna leave that here for you.
Thanks.
Okay, auditor appointments. So we asked at our annual meeting, we talked about auditors and whether we needed them or not. So we asked Bill to look into it. And it's interesting.
Yes, Bill or Andy?
Well, we asked both of them, I think, right?
I think you did.
So Bill came up with it, because we're a union school district, we need auditors But if we were a town school district, we didn't. Is that what you got, or
I
what did
don't
you
know
get?
what Bill got.
Okay. What did you get?
Here's what I got. I got that, and this is me playing lawyer here. Now, you folks have an auditing firm come in once a year, do you? Right?
Yes.
Takes care of all the SU's books, including yours, including everything you do?
Yes.
All right. So basically, you know, the statute says you gotta elect 3 auditors. There's also a statute, so school law is newer than town law. A lot more town laws, right? So when they decided to make all these laws pertaining to schools, they adopted this little law here that says, when in doubt, look at the town laws. If we didn't cover it under school laws, the same laws that apply to towns apply to schools. And the town law says that at an annual meeting, you can vote to eliminate the office of auditor. So basically, you know, if you ask 2 different lawyers, they'll give you 2 different opinions. If you want to be sure that you can eliminate the office of auditor, or you want to be on firmer ground, I would ask an attorney whom you pay for an opinion on that. It's still going to be an opinion. The bottom line is that the people's interests are taken care of by the auditing firm whom you hire. And if you were to decide to vote to eliminate auditors, worst case scenario, somebody challenges you on it, and either you go to court or you say, okay, we'll appoint auditors and move forward.
Which it seems like it's gonna happen anyways, because nobody seems to come forward.
Right. So it's kind of, unfortunately, there's no case law. Nobody's ever taken a school district to court for eliminating the office of auditor, but, you know, there's something to hang your hat on if you wanted to try it.
Okay, so do you know a person by the name of do you know a person by the name of J.P. Isabel at Vermont.gov?
Yeah, JP, yeah.
Okay, so Bill sent this to JP also.
Yeah, right.
And JP, so you did really good, because he mentions via 16 VSA 706J.
Yeah.
And says it says a town school district does not elect auditors. However, for a union school district, it seems that 3 auditors are required to be elected.
Right.
Because I think he says for that shall.
Right.
So if nobody runs, it's just like anything else, I think. So we should just probably appoint 3 auditors and maybe put this on for next year to discuss about voting it down, referencing.
Yeah, I would say you have a lot of latitude here, okay? I would say JP's gonna give you a very conservative opinion, as he should, right? I'm sort of telling you, you can do this, and under your circumstances, I feel comfortable telling you that you're looking out for everybody's interests by hiring that auditing firm to come in once a year and take care of the books, right? JP's not gonna tell you that. If you decide not to appoint anybody and leave those positions vacant, still no harm that I can see to the people's interests or to the fiscal responsibility. But that's up to you. You want to appoint auditors, go ahead. You know, the downside of either not appointing auditors or eliminating them is that somebody challenges you on that. And what are the consequences of that? Well, you then appoint auditors, or, you know, or not, whatever. But the books are taken care of is the bottom line.
Right.
And it's your decision.
And we can comfortably go before the voters of both towns, I think, and say that we're comfortable that our money's being looked after. Nobody went to Bermuda for a 2-week winter vacation.
How about Bahamas?
They may have gone to the
They were
Bahamas.
pretty comfortable with that this year, right, when we voted.
Right.
So, and
Yeah.
they also voted not to elect.
It was
Well, it's not that
their
they didn't
vote.
vote, but
They didn't vote
nobody,
not to. They, yeah.
nobody came forward, and Bob went through.
Well,
I
they
thought there was more
actually,
to it than
they
that,
voted
though,
to
wasn't it?
bypass the article.
They voted to bypass the article, not just to not elect someone.
Actually, you know what?
Is that correct?
God, Got it right here, guys.
You got the minutes right here.
Dr. Backus explained the allowable methods of appointing. Dr. Backus knows voters could choose to not to nominate anyone. It was suggested to pass over the nominations. Mr. Captain noted there had been nothing due this year. So Ms. Rand moved to pass over Article 4. So they just passed over.
They passed it over, so it wasn't that anyone came forward. So you're saying we can not appoint someone this year, and then next year we could put on to no longer have auditors? If we put that on the warning next year?
Yeah, so basically it's your decision. I don't think it's a big deal if you leave the positions open and don't appoint anybody. Technically, you should probably, within a reasonable time frame, appoint auditors because they weren't elected. But in this particular situation, I don't think it's that big of a deal. You have an auditing firm who's going to come in and do the books better than any elected auditors you could elect at town meeting.
Right.
So if you leave them open, in my opinion, though you might not be following the letter of the law.
Yeah, well, I think because the voters determined to pass it over, but it wasn't just someone stepping forward, they basically gave us the okay, that it's okay not to, for us to appoint. That's the way I see it, but.
For us to appoint.
Well, I am.
To appoint.
I'm sorry. He's
Yes.
been raising his hand. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So since the auditor position is a paid position, I believe it's on the board, right? Would that then become a surplus for the school system, or would that then, those funds just be allocated for the professional who are hiring to come in to do the books?
No, it would just be, we wouldn't spend the money in that line item.
Okay, so then
Not
would that
every-
be a
not every
surplus?
line- Just because there's money in a line item, doesn't mean it's always gotta get spent. So
Okay.
you know, if I could predict what's gonna happen a year and a half out, I would not be here.
Well, no, I understand.
We would
No
miss
one
you.
has a crystal ball.
Right, so.
And
so-
last year, the auditors didn't do anything.
Right,
Even though
as
we had them.
Randy Capitani said at the
Yeah.
meeting.
Right.
I think it's, yeah.
Yeah, so the questions to the board, is the board comfortable without appointing auditors, or do we want to ask the three auditors we had before if they'd like to be appointed again and do nothing again for the year?
I'm pretty comfortable. I
With
would say
nominating?
I'd like to at least attempt to appoint, if people have an interest, and put on the warning next year, asking the people whether they want to eliminate that position.
Okay, Dwight?
I feel comfortable not having them because the people kind of told us this year that they were willing to pass over it because they didn't do anything.
Okay, and you agreed with Dwight. Where did you come down? Did you agree with
Yes.
them? Okay, so we're not gonna appoint anybody this year, and if somebody makes some, like
Mm-hmm.
Andy said, if somebody holds our feet to the fire, then we'll do what we have to do.
Worst case scenario is we have to appoint someone.
If someone
That's the worst
challenges
case
us
scenario.
in the court.
Right.
Why would they do that if it wasn't any purpose? Is there any?
Okay.
Some people just like to bring things up.
I think you made a good point at the meeting, you know, what was it, fence watcher?
Yeah.
Where of
Where
cold,
of
I mean,
cold,
these are
yeah.
all
Where of cold.
on town meeting day as positions that are still
Oh,
having
we
to
can-
fill, but yet nobody weighs coal anymore.
And those are all money, you know what I'm saying? You cut, if they let you guys get away from those things, right? You get
Well,
money.
we had three auditors last year, but they didn't do anything, so they didn't collect any
They
money.
don't meet, they don't get paid, so.
Right, it's only when they meet. It's like the moderator doesn't get money every month. He just, if he wants to put in to get paid when he has a meeting.
But we do budget for it, that's the question.
Yeah, but that just carries over in a surplus, or if it makes us less of a deficit. Andrew, thank you. It's really good when we
Thank you,
can
Andy.
get together and discuss. So to get Andy out of here, I'm gonna skip around a little bit. One of the, well, just because I asked him to stop in and we're running a little late. One of the things that Andy had brought up at a couple meetings, I think the meeting in Wardsboro, was about the advisory committee. So Randy referenced, which he brought us a copy of, our articles of agreement in Article 17. We'll take appropriate steps to include residents from all member towns in policy and budget development. So it says the board may establish for each school a building-based school advisory committee. So I think Andrew felt that could have addressed some issues that had gotten brought up, or I don't want to put words in your mouth. Why don't I let you?
That's page 2 of the thing I just handed you. And basically, you know, it occurred to me during the informational meetings, given some of the questions, that this might be a way to involve parents and members of the community in the budget process so during the year, so that the questions didn't come up right at the end of the budget process when you're not prepared to deal with them. But other than just having read the articles of agreement and it popping into my mind, that's all I really know about this. So I figured I'd copy the article for you and let you folks and the principals do what you will with it.
So one of the things is, this was originally put in when there was 3 schools and we were spread out a little further, you know, when Marlboro was still considering. And some of the things is, we have allowed a lot of public opportunities for participation in policy and budget development because we don't do anything behind closed doors. So every time we discuss the budget, starting in September, you know, we were on TV, and it is in open board meetings. We do really work hard to make sure we hold meetings in different towns, and you know, that was one of the things we kind of faced when we were a 3-town community, because then it would be even longer before we get back into towns. We do we try to share information on the website, even though I know the website's been a little tough, and videos. So I'm not against a school-based advisory group. I just wonder if we would get any more participation or if everybody would wait till the end. So I'm not sure what other people's thoughts are, but it's definitely something we can either ask about, we can see if there is interest from people to do that, and or not. Well, no, my thought was, how do we get people to understand when we're, you know, it's, I think it may be more of a reaching out to get more people interested before the budget's finalized, while we're actually talking about budgets. And maybe we need to hold some specific meetings in September when we give instruction to the superintendent's office and the administration about what the budget wants to look like, and make a point of making sure that we advertise that. I don't know if that may not be better, a better solution, but then, you know, everybody can always say, I couldn't make that. You know, you never get a chance for everybody to make meetings. So we in Dover, and I don't know if you guys ever did in Wardsboro, we did actually have a budget committee at one time, and it was basically the same people. It didn't bring any new people in, but again, that was a long time ago, and I think we should retry things, and it is something that we are allowed to do. So Andy, I appreciate you bringing it up. I think it's a really good point. I'd like to hear, if you have nothing else to add, I'd like to just hear from our administrators and see. I know, like, we used to do coffee with the board after, you know, morning sing on Fridays, and then that kind of, you know, people stopped coming. Is there other times that we
tried that too, coffee conversation. We tried to offer it after our all-school meeting, and they were well attended, maybe 2 or 3 parents in the beginning, and then as time went on, it was me waiting for parents.
Right. Having a conversation with yourself.
Sure. I think maybe because a lot of parents work, I know my wife wanted to meet, go to the other board meetings after school sing, or the coffee meetings, to discuss and understand more of not the politics, but more what's going on in our community here at school. If we did have a different time, and maybe if it was announced, one thing that's really great about this school, and I believe Wardsboro too, is that not only do we get an email, but we get a text that says, hey, look at your email. This is what's going on. I wish that more boards in our community, especially the Water Abatement Board, also did that.
Yeah, just be specific to us, because we have no say or control over any other board.
If maybe those meetings were advertised, or if we were getting the text for maybe later in the evening on different dates, we might have a better turnout because of different parents' work schedules and some parents being single parents, having to work. I think maybe it's just the time that doesn't work for a lot of parents, where we might have a better turnout. And if we could try that, and then we were texted and given the emails like we are most of the meetings here, that it might be more advantageous.
Matt, do you send out a text if there's gonna be a school board meeting?
We don't announce the board meetings by text. It is on the calendar on the school website.
How hard would that be for us to do? Would that add an
Pretty
additional
easy.
burden to you folks, or would that be pretty?
It's pretty fast and pretty easy.
Can we send that out and then just let people know where the agenda is?
Sure.
And maybe, maybe that kind of answers a little bit of what you're saying. The other thing is, oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Just a follow-up question. So you're thinking, I mean, as you're talking, I'm thinking during budget development, say in the fall when we're, starting to think about the programs. Is that what you're thinking in terms of time?
That's, yeah.
No, I'm thinking all board meetings.
Just all of them across the board?
Right, because again, there may be something that somebody's thinking about, it may not have to do with budget, and, they may say, God, I wanna go, and it just gives them a little extra reminder.
Yeah.
I think he makes a good point about not everybody, I don't think we're gonna be able to have 6 different meetings so we can have, 6 different time periods for everybody, but I think we can definitely get it out there more to the staff or more to the public, and if that's a way that, some parents get it, I'm all for reaching out to parents.
So, a question for Matt. That texting service system that you use, can non-parents be included on that if they wanted to?
They can be.
Okay. Just come to you or Tammy?
Yeah, we can make custom lists that we include in that or not include.
I like the idea of that, obviously getting the agendas out, but I think if we can have, if there's a certain theme that we're hitting on at that meeting.
Well, yeah.
That was just, you were getting at before, whether it be transportation or the, development of the budget. So just kind of hit that one theme home, like this is your chance to talk about this topic. I know that happened to me in the past. I'm just go to a meeting hoping, and the agenda's there, I get it, but sometimes it's hard to know. If a parent's told, we're gonna be talking about transportation today, that we're gonna be talking about the budget today, we're gonna be talking about development of school programs, you might get people to show up for that.
Then we have to pick which
Well,
items on an agenda.
it's the agenda in addition to this part.
I think we can ask our administration to just kind of they're gonna have a feel for what people think are important in their schools. So we'll just, they can just say, hey, look, one of the things that's gonna be discussed is something,
Right.
but please check the agenda for a full
Yeah, exactly.
list.
Yeah.
Is
That's a
that
good
too
idea.
hard? That's not putting too much pressure on you guys, is
We
it?
just need to coordinate because we don't work off of the same exact system. We just
Yeah.
need to
Right.
coordinate times so that we're all sending it out at the same time, so everyone's getting the same information at the same time.
And that kind of fits what you were saying, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
The other thing I would like to, just because Andy has brought it up a couple times, I think he got brought up at our annual meeting, is let's just see if we can weigh out, is there any interest in the building, in residents and parents? I don't know if it include residents. Yeah, it says residents and members. Is there any interest in meeting with the administration and or a group to talk about what's going on in the schools, and just we'll gauge the interest? I know sometimes we send something out and ask for volunteers for something, we get no response, but this would be a good chance just to gauge how many people would be interested and would maybe participate.
So can you say that again from the top, just so I can do?
Just that, the board is thinking about a school advisory committee, that could meet maybe with the administrators in each building to, Andy's got a copy of it. Is that what you just gave him?
I'm giving them a copy of that article from the Articles of Agreement that it talks about school advisory committees, so just for their information.
Matt, it specifically says a building-based school advisory committee.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would just suggest that with surveys going out, that might be a nice place to put that, if we could
Okay.
put that information in
Well,
the
you guys
survey. And
do
then
surveys, so,
we could put that
yeah,
information
I
in
just
that.
think, let's gauge what interest there is,
We were wondering a little bit about that work being redundant to the board. Were there any concerns about that?
Well, let's see how it goes.
See what the interest is first.
I mean, I guess if you get no interest, then
Yeah.
it's a moot point. And then I just think it's the charge of what the committee does, the advisory group is. And I know there's some, West River has those, so we can maybe, instead of reinventing the wheel, maybe we'll, if there is any interest, then we can look into what West River does and see how that fits for us. Is everybody okay with that?
What's in the articles is pretty specific. I mean, it's open meeting laws. It even includes making videos, making them available online. So that would be an expense that we would incur. So I just think
Well, we do, all those 4 things, that's what we do. We've been doing that from day one.
Right, but we're talking about separate meetings now.
No, the advisory committee would meet separately for that building, but we wouldn't meet separately with each advisory committee. The advisory committees would talk to the principal, and the principal can bring whatever that advisory group is to us.
Right, but this is what the advisory committee has to follow, based on the articles. That's what I'm saying.
No, we can adjust
We have to
that.
amend it.
Right.
Yeah.
So we can do whatever, because I'm sure the West River group did the same exact thing, had the same exact article, but they just put some guidelines to help guide the group more than this, or more specific. So let's just see what the West River group did, because they had the same exact article. And I know they are doing advisory groups, but they're also 5 buildings, and they're in a little different situation than us.
Different towns.
Yeah. Andy, you good?
I didn't read it that those meetings necessarily had to be televised.
No, I
I
don't
thought they
either.
were talking about,
It has a colon at the end of that paragraph.
yeah, but if you read that sentence, it's not referring to those meetings.
Right, it's the Unified District Board will provide public opportunities for participation in policy and budget development by practices including holding meetings in different member towns, we do that. Holding several budget information sessions, we do that. Sharing information on the board and school website, we hope we're doing that as best we can. And making videos of board meetings available online.
It's a poorly written paragraph.
It's poorly written.
If those are separate, I think it's written I think the way it's written, that those are meant to be included in the paragraph above it.
No,
I don't agree. But it's poorly written, I agree with that. I think it's just kind of listing a list of items that the board needs to.
So that whole last sentence could be a new paragraph.
Right.
And, I don't know why it wasn't, and if the whole thing was kind of a blur. I mean, I think that's what I'm saying, is I think we're doing everything that we said, it's just there's not a committee that is meeting with the principal to advise on the building, specific building.
Yeah.
And we've never told anybody they couldn't come to us and give us advice or their thoughts or.
I was only referring to if we have this committee.
Yeah.
Unless we change this article, they need to follow this.
No, I disagree totally. But let's have it it may be a moot point, there may be nobody that comes along. Hard to tell, hard telling, not knowing. The other thing Andy did for us is, Andy at the end of the last meeting, I think it was somewhat talking with also, can't think of her name, in Wards, Jackie, the town clerk, was that they were, there was some concern about the election of a person from Wardsboro for the school board, and then, could we vote both school board members at the school district annual meeting instead of in Dover at the town meeting, by ballot in Wardsboro, by floor vote at the town meeting. Because they used to, even though they used to vote from the floor, it was at the school district meeting the night before.
So basically, when we were warning the town meetings and your annual meeting, the process was real clunky, and didn't work awesome, you know? Everybody had to sign everybody else's warning. You know, questions about whether, you know, if the moderator for the school district was not also the moderator for Wardsboro, how would they open a separate school meeting to then elect their director at their town meeting? You know, like, and in there's a lot of clunkiness to the way we elect our school district directors. In Dover, you know, if I wasn't your clerk and you needed to run an election separate from town elections, you know, as long as I'm your clerk, that's not going to be a problem. As long as I'm the clerk in Dover, even if you elect somebody else for your clerk, it's not going to be a problem. I'll take care of that. But there's a lot of clunkiness to the system, the way it works, and I was thinking, gosh, it would be so easy and simple if you just elected your directors all at your annual meeting from the floor. Simple, no problems. And I wanted to talk to you about that, and that's why I'm here. And I've kind of decided it should be clunky in the way it is, because I don't think that's a great idea. Wardsboro didn't come up with a director this year and from the floor.
Usual too, they have to stop the meeting and then enter into a new meeting.
Yeah.
What was the term they used? To suspend the meeting and then enter into our meeting and then go back into.
Yeah.
It's interesting, but clunky is a good word.
It's clunky. I don't, and how do you improve that? I don't know. I in Dover, I love to have people petition to be on an Australian ballot because they need to be invested at least enough to get signatures on a page. You know, whereas if you just show up to a floor vote and nobody, you don't feel like standing up in front of everybody and putting yourself forward in that way. Nobody knows you're there. Nobody knows to vote for. I like doing it the way we do it in Dover. I don't know what would improve Wardsboro, and I don't personally think it should be changed, as clunky as it is. But I put that on here for you guys to talk about because you can change these things. And what I gave you on page 3 and 4 is what you need to know in order to change these
And
things.
this is the stuff you gave us when we were discussing the original change.
I gave you this stuff already. I just cut it all down to specifically voting for your directors. If you want to change something there, you can change something, and you don't need a vote at a town meeting. You guys can change it as the board, and I wanted you to be aware of that, know how to do it, and discuss amongst yourselves what you want to do.
So historically, you know, remember when we formed this district, the state required us to make the first election had to be by ballot. And there was 3 of us because we were electing the whole new board. And then because Wardsboro had always voted from the floor, there was some discussion. We talked about it for almost 2 years, I think. You know, because the first year wasn't because we didn't have to elect the first year. It was 2, 3, and 4 year positions. Yeah. So but we felt that, you know, Dover and Wardsboro could be separate. We would respect each other's town's uniqueness. And that's why we went back to the floor vote in Wardsboro, but according to what Andy's saying, we can change it back to a ballot vote. That may make town meeting in Wardsboro less funky, I guess, or less clunky.
So going to a ballot vote in Wardsboro at their town meeting might be problematic, and you want to talk to their town clerk about that because they don't currently do that.
They don't vote anybody.
They vote from the floor for everything in Wardsboro. So for me, it's simple to put another race on the town meeting ballot. It's nothing to me. But in Wardsboro, it would be then they'd have to be open from 7 a.m. or 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. and get their BCA together to hand count votes, and it would be a big production for them, whereas for me, it's no big deal.
And if they had a special, if we had a special school district meeting just for Wardsboro voters the night before like they used to, because there's nothing other than just voting that position, there may be nobody shows up.
Sure.
If we try to go, I mean, so yeah, it's what's the,
So can we vote from the floor at our annual meeting for Wardsboro?
I believe you could do that, yeah.
I would think that would be the best approach if it's
Yeah.
for us.
well, so I had one question about that though, because one of the things Andy had mentioned was, we can give, if you're from Wardsboro, we have to identify who the voters are.
Right.
And one of the things that, remember in the first vote, when we voted the ballot for the budget, they had to be commingled, so you couldn't tell who was
Yeah.
voting for the budget and who wasn't. So I just want to, if we were to do something like that, I would want to make sure that we can protect, because it isn't, we don't want to know who voted up and down a budget, and so we don't want to say, okay, all the Wardsboro people sit here and all the Dover people sit here, so we can vote that one article. But then when we vote on the budget, we can say, oh, everybody that went aye is over there, and everybody that went nay is there.
When people come into the room and you're checking them off the checklist, you can have slips of paper, red for Dover, blue for Wardsboro. Jackie hands out blue slips of paper to voters. I hand out red slips. When it's time to vote for your director in Wardsboro, blue slips are in the air.
And you still identifying what town people are from.
Yeah, it's
Just,
But just for that one article, because that's the only time. we
Why
would ever-
wouldn't you want to identify what town people are from?
Well, I just thought, because of when we voted the budget, remember, one of the things is when we commingled the ballots
I got you.
on the budget vote,
I got
we
you.
didn't want to be able to say, hey, Wardsboro
I got
or
you.
Dover voted the budget down. We didn't want to pit.
So you only do pieces of paper when you elect your officer, you do voice vote for the budget.
Right. So it
Or
could be
a
very
call for a
simple
paper
that,
ballot.
Jackie gives a piece of paper to the people from Wardsboro, and we have that article be, elected from the floor, the Wardsboro school director, and just the people with the orange or whatever colored paper are the only ones that get to vote.
Yeah.
And we keep the Dover vote as a ballot like we have, because like you said, it's not a big deal.
Right.
And
I think an easier approach is we only really need to vote if more than one person is nominated.
That's right.
So if two people are nominated, then we can do it by paper ballot. And when you go up to vote, they can check your name off the registry list,
That's
knowing
right.
you're a Wardsboro
That's
resident.
right.
so, well, let me ask this before we go any further. We've got 3 people here from Wardsboro. So are you folks interested in changing the way we vote again in Wardsboro?
I think we've been having a tough time to get anybody. I mean, I don't know as if going back to a ballot to be
I would
voted
want
on.
back to a ballot.
But would you think at the annual school district meeting?
I don't know if you're gonna get anybody to come forward there either.
Well, I think you would. Because historically we've met the night before, and there was there was hardly anyone from let's say parent age at this meeting, at the town meeting. So we certainly would have more people who are invested in school at the annual
It
meeting.
seemed like historically, we voted it from the floor, and historically, we appointed somebody, almost every single time.
Huh. You didn't?
We appointed somebody.
Well, I went to
that was the night
yeah,
before.
the night before meeting.
Right.
Because I went to the last couple, and I remember going,
Yeah.
you were in there, and you refused one time, and Rick refused.
Yeah, but we've had better luck.
Yeah, because
So-
you guys agreed. Thank you.
But I mean, it's definitely a concern, not having someone and seeing the clunkiness in the process. It's almost like it's got to be a setup. Like, someone's got to show up that meeting knowing they want to be on the board. Whereas you'll have more people at the annual meeting. I'm not saying it's perfect, but I think it would be better.
Saying that's why if you go around and you have to collect the signatures,
Oh, it's usually
you're
just
making a commitment
Yeah.
to run for that seat.
Yeah, but like Andy said, then that creates a whole new, because then the town
Yeah.
clerk has to have the
You would
board's
need
vote.
your town clerk on board. If she's
Yeah.
on board, that's cool. You can go that way.
Yeah, I would agree with you too on that point. If you go by ballot, then you know for sure going in.
We got 3 people for this
Right.
board.
Oh, I see
because
what you're
3 people had to go around and collect signatures.
Tammy, do you want, as a Wardsboro resident?
I kind of agree with Dwight. I think the audience for the possibility of a school board member would more likely attend the annual school board meeting versus the town meeting, and just the history that I've gone to the town meetings and the school meetings,
Yeah.
it seems like we have more parents that go to an annual meeting, or someone that might be interested in becoming a school board member.
Andrew, I hate to do this to you, buddy. Would you be willing to talk to the Wardsboro Town Clerk?
I would.
And see if they would have any, if she would have any interest, if we could maybe make like the last article just for Wardsboro, however we need to do it, but see if that is an option to vote from the floor at the school district meeting for just the Wardsboro person.
So what do you want me to ask her?
Would she be willing, is that something she'd be willing to work with? That
The Wardsboro director is voted from the floor at your
district
meeting.
annual meeting?
Ask her opinion.
Yeah.
She's not gonna,
You won't mind that.
yeah, I'll ask her that, for
Well,
sure.
just to make sure,
Yep,
we're
absolutely.
assuming.
Good
What about-
idea,
no, what about
yes.
the ballot? Can you
And
ask
no,
her?
well, hang on.
Oh,
So that's
sorry.
question number one. And then the second question is, you know, would she be willing to, if they were to be elected by ballot on some day, because it doesn't have to be town meeting day. She could do a ballot any day, couldn't they?
Well, at that point, right, it might not be your town clerk that does it. If it's on town meeting day, it makes sense for your town clerk to do it, right? If it's not on town meeting day though, wouldn't it be me as your clerk running an election for you?
Oh, you don't have access to to the voters list, do you? Can you look into that too? How would that work? Could we do a different day?
Could you do an Australian ballot on a different day?
Could you do it?
Could I do an Australian ballot on a different day?
Right, and how would you do that? You'd have to find a place in Wardsboro.
Why do you want
set
to
up.
do this now? Just out of
Oh,
curiosity?
because one of the comments Rick just made was that, you know, if somebody has to go get 10 or 12 signatures, you're more invested, and you may get some people that are interested in running.
Why wouldn't you want to do it on town meeting day? Dover does it on town meeting day.
Because I thought we just said that Jackie didn't want to do that in Wardsboro because she would have to be
I
there
didn't
at
say she
7.
didn't want to do it. I would say I
Okay.
said she had to be on board.
Can you ask her if she would be on board for that?
I will.
Yeah, so there's two options we're looking at.
Thank you, Andy.
And we've got a long time. I mean, it's nothing.
You can ask for a raise.
Maybe.
Well, that's why I feel bad, because we told him we wouldn't overburden.
Yeah.
You probably
If he
told me
agreed
to be
to-
here 5 minutes tonight too, right?
No, I told him an hour.
No, I'm more than happy to do this stuff for you. All right, so in the event that Jackie, or I think Jackie's retiring, it would be Michelle, was averse to running an Australian ballot at their town meeting, you want to know what would be involved for me to run an Australian ballot on a different day?
Right.
Maybe for both towns on a different day, or Dover, at Dover's town meeting in Wardsboro at a different day?
Well,
or
so my only thought, though, again, too, is I'm not gonna drive to Wardsboro to vote,
Yeah,
you know,
Right.
but I'll drive to Dover to
Yeah.
vote. And I don't, you know, maybe Tammy doesn't work in Dover, and she lives in Wardsboro and,
Yeah.
and works here, so for her to drive to Dover to vote doesn't make a lot of sense.
right.
So I guess it's kind of up in the air. So
Right.
we're interested in,
All right.
A, how does a
All right.
floor vote work the night of
Okay.
the annual meeting, because it's in
All
a
right.
different town?
All right.
And then number two, how can we do an Australian ballot for
For
Wardsboro?
Wardsboro.
Because
All right.
Dover, like you said, is pretty easy.
All right. All right, I will figure that out and get back to you.
Now, the only other thing too, Andy, and I don't know, and maybe it's something that we can, and I'm just throwing it out there, is maybe we have, maybe we vote from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. for the school director the day of the annual meeting.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
My only
10
question,
10 a.m. maybe to 7 p.m.?
okay, I didn't
Maybe
know if you
more
had to be
workable.
at 7, or that's
It's
just,
gonna be
a-
like 9 hours, has to start at least by 10 and by 7.
my only other question though is, would we then have to also though, because does that mean before we start the annual meeting, we have to count the votes so you can swear the new members in to sit at the board? Or would it be that they take office?
No, yeah, it would be dependent upon the term of your,
Right. So we-
typically you serve through that annual meeting.
Right, but that's usually because your annual meeting's before the vote's done. So what I was always told is that I was on the school board through till 7 o'clock until the voting stopped. And then I no longer had a position until I got enough votes to win my spot back.
Jeez, I wasn't aware of that.
So,
Because you have
but-
to fulfill your duties as a member of the Board of Civil Authority counting votes.
Yeah, so I don't know, that was a Mary Lou thing.
All right.
But that's all too, maybe that
I'll ask
changed.
Mary Lou, see what she says.
You won't.
All right, I'll figure that out too.
Yeah, just,
All right.
that's, but again, if
Yeah.
we set the term, to be the day after, whatever.
All right.
So just, I mean, it's a lot of
All right.
odds and ends there, but I think, you know what, we thought we had it nailed down, and I guess we didn't, so
Right.
we'll keep going until we
Okay.
get it right, or the
All
state
right.
changes their mind and makes us combine with Massachusetts and New Hampshire.
Okay.
Not New York.
No.
Oh, shucks.
Are you good with that, Andy? Are you
I am.
as clear as
Yeah.
mine?
Yeah.
Does anybody else have anything to try to screw Andy up with? Okay, we really appreciate this, so Andy, this
Thank
is
you,
really
Andy.
helpful.
Thank you, Andy.
You're welcome. Good.
So we'll talk, when you get the information, just let me know, we'll schedule you again at a time that's convenient.
You got it.
Okay, thank you, buddy.
Yep, thank you.
So we got principals' reports. I think we had some written reports from you folks, didn't we?
Yep.
So other than what's on the written report, does anybody have any questions about what's in the written report?
Several of the items have changed since this was written.
Okay, well,
It's
go ahead.
amazing what happens in a week, I guess.
I'm sorry, what?
Several of the items on the principal's report have changed since it was written.
Okay. So you guys wrote it together, the report?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So who wants to tell us about the changes?
Parent conferences will not be held Thursday, March 19th. They will be done via video conferencing or such remote services for teachers.
Just under that, the third grade students from Woodsboro will not be attending STAR-based classes.
So is that program put off, or?
It is supposed to run through March and into part of April, and as of now, school is dismissed, so that will not take place.
So if they have school in May and June, though, that probably won't.
Probably not.
What about like the training?
The NSTA
Yeah.
The conference was canceled.
canceled.
Not surprised. Not a surprise.
Okay. So other than that, does anybody have any questions on the principal's written report before we move forward? You want a copy of it?
No, I have.
Okay. Okay, if there's nothing on that, do you have anything to add?
I would just love to draw your attention to the incredible progress that Wardsboro and Dover students have made this year so far. We're super psyched about it, and I hope you are too. If anybody has any questions about that page that didn't print very well but came through in your email in color.
Oh, I have it, it's really pretty.
Oh, you got the color version,
Very
yeah.
colorful. Yeah, no, I actually thought, I was impressed with the numbers.
We would love to answer any questions you might have about
I didn't have any questions, but.
I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward.
that. Yeah.
I mean, that's why I said, is there anything in your written report? So everybody was good with your written report. So is there anything besides your written report we need to know from the administration?
I think maybe later on the agenda, some things might come up.
Yeah, so I was thinking, we got this COVID-19 update. So I think we'll deal with the response you gave to the press and stuff then. Okay. Principal Superintendent's report, Bill gave us his cabinet report. Which is, again, was before all these changes.
Yeah.
And Bill's not here, but he talked about the current bill in the Senate. So the Senate did pass out a 4-page bill. Do you want to speak to that, or?
Go right ahead.
So I read it, and unless I read it wrong, it does nothing for this year. It just says that there needs to be a report done. I thought we had the report, and that it needs to, and that for next year that they need to act on this. And there's nothing even about the cap, having something done with the cap. But what it does do is it gets a bill to go between the two chambers, the House and the Senate, so that somebody
It gets it to go to the full Senate.
full Senate.
First.
Oh, so this hasn't been voted by the Senate.
It came out of the Senate Education Committee.
So Senate Ed. So what's going to happen is if this gets passed in some form, though, it at least then gets a bill to the House that the House gets to look at, and can also be amended by the full House. So it's important for, even though it doesn't have everything we would like to have seen, it does have a possibility that we can add stuff to it, correct?
Yeah.
Not we, those, them.
Representatives of ours.
Right.
I have two things. One, is that bill changed from a week ago? What they actually passed out of committee, it's the same?
It's the same thing we passed out. I believe it is the same thing that they passed out of committee. It was handed to me.
No, I mean, what they passed out of committee, I haven't seen it since, for a week now.
I don't know if it's posted on the site. I think I sent it to you, Rich, as a copy, right? And
Yeah.
Senator Bruce actually handed me a copy of it.
Yeah, it seems a little bit. The other thing is, last Wednesday, I was appointed to the VSBA's Wyndham rep. And this was a big topic of our meeting. We did, what was passed, what got off the floor is a recommendation to the legislature to work fast but thoughtfully, and not too fast. The two Wyndham reps, Dan MacArthur and myself, were the only ones to vote for something that said get it done for the next budget year. Everyone else said no.
Are you good with that?
I'm good, yeah. So that's where we are with them. They will be testifying.
Everybody good?
It's a constitutional issue,
I
so.
said that,
Yeah,
and
that's fine. I
it
mean-
was kind of dismissed.
Well, it's easier. It lets a whole lot of people off the hook and buys a lot of time if kids who are being hurt have to sue for this to be fixed.
And it takes us a lot longer to get something done.
That's right.
Could probably hold a whole meeting on it.
Okay, everybody good? Any more discussion on that? Laura, thank you for keeping us up to speed on that, too. I really appreciate it.
Rich came up and
Had some Kool-Aid.
had some Kool-Aid.
It's good Kool-Aid.
We are on,
I haven't heard anything today either. I'll let y'all know. Okay, pardon?
I'm sure everybody's very busy.
We have two, I meant to these other principals, but they fit under superintendents too. The IB coordinators gave a February and March update. Did everybody get those? Is there any questions on that? Cool. Budget development presentation debrief. So we have, we talked about it a little bit, but I asked Lori to send us along with this also a financial review. So we know that we got to work on the budget, and Mark said he would work with Anita a little bit when we do the new budget for next year. I think we're all in agreement to add the 4 pages to the book to expand on this a little bit and make it a little bit more user friendly. So I think we're all good with that.
One recommendation I will have is we take the account numbers out and put line numbers in.
Yeah, because the account numbers really don't mean anything to anybody but us.
Right.
And then that moves everything over to, I think.
Yeah, good point.
Matt, could you send an email to Lori just stating that, to kind of keep in the back of her mind for us?
What would you like that email to say?
Just that we want to take the account numbers right out of the budget.
Got it.
That we use, that we print. I mean,
Add
not,
line.
for her, I know it's important, but for us,
And add line numbers, you said?
the account numbers.
But add line numbers?
No, but that allows you to shift it over
Oh, okay.
so that things can spread out a little bit, so it's not feeling so jammed up.
Got it.
In what we printed in the brochure, the report did not have line numbers in it. Because Anita had to take account for space, so she left the account numbers in.
So that level can actually have a number, just so we can, like, people can say,
Yes.
hey, on page 3,
line X.
35, what is that? And it's easier for us, because I struggled a lot, a couple times, trying to find numbers, and especially because our books were different, but again, it's, really, it's a new experience for all of us, it's different.
Rich.
Yeah, hang on one sec.
Yeah, thank you.
What was, lost my train of thought, sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, it wasn't you.
If I just backtrack, we said something about children being hurt in a report. Was that the superintendent's report? I'm sorry?
I missed your question.
No, we were talking about, so we were talking about the state's education financing system. And that has been in place for 2 decades. And a new report came out and highlighted that there is a piece that is really unjust. And so we are working with other districts to try and get that changed, because it's not allowing enough resources to go to poor kids and rural kids. So that was me that was saying that, and that's what's happening, and we are working on it.
Can I get a copy of that, or can I look up that?
A copy of what?
So there is legislation,
So I have to go to
it would be on the Senate,
the Senate.
yep, that just came out of the Senate Education Committee.
The report itself is available on
Yep.
multiple locations, including Laura's website.
Yep, you can find, it's called the Pupil Waiting Report. And that is available on my website.
And it's only 150 pages.
Ha.
That's all right. Article or, what is it, 4,600? That's a few hundred pages.
Act 46.
I had to study that,
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't mind.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Are you all set?
Yeah, no, it caught me and I just kind of missed
Yeah.
it.
Can I make just one more comment?
Sure.
If you're looking up that, there are, in the back of it are the actual numbers that they ran. They are for the 2018 budget year. There are new numbers that are going to be coming out very soon for the 2020 numbers. So comparing apples to apples, you want the 2020 numbers. The 2018 was before some of the Act 46 mergers, so it's hard to compare apples to apples.
Okay. I know the AOE did a lot of revising also, the website.
They're
4,600 as well.
yeah, they're both available on the AOE's website.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, update work plan. So we kind of glanced at that earlier in the meeting, but this plan of action for 2020. So this is what I think we want to look for. So in April, we want to measure progress. District advisory councils, we're going to have some discussions on that. Matt, you're going to send that email out. Matt and Tammy. Web communication presence, we have that to work on. That's a board and administrative things, so we'll work together on that. Matt, you said you took care of a lot of that in your letter. or some of the stuff was taken care of, and I know Mark has put some links together.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And then local equity definition unity, so make sure that Bill has something. You got, yeah, in April. That's Laura, what you had requested. Transportation is a real, we got to start talking about transportation now, and we have that in April too, but we need Chris to work on that with us, Matt, too.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get, Chris isn't going to be starting to work on the RFP with West River until May.
But we need to have a discussion before that, because if he's gonna put an RFP together for West River, we may want to do something together, so we need to. So before he does that RFP, I mean, I guess I can call.
He was going to put in, he was gonna give me a call before he puts that together.
Okay.
And we can either convene the whole transportation committee, or I can bring it to the board.
But make sure
he will
before
line
that
up.
goes out, because that's what's been our problem every year, is that they put it out and then it's too late.
Yeah, I've talked to him a couple times about it already.
Okay. Matt, make sure he understands that we need to.
So my question is, you said before he puts that out, ... Before he puts it out, what would you like him to do? Run it by you?
We'd like
bring it
to
the
know,
board?
we'd like to know what the whole transportation for the entire district's gonna look like.
So the RVUSD board would like to know the big picture before the
Right,
RFP
so that,
goes out.
are there any chances for us to get involved? So between you and Mark, will you make sure that happens, Tammy? Because you're part of the West River thing too, so. Okay. And then budget development, just I think we need to just get Lori here to talk about how you put the budget together and let people know ahead of time to look at the budget. May, we're talking about equity definition to begin the discussion. And the goal is to create local equity definition. In June, we'll do equity definition and work for June, July. Goals and measures in August for the principals report. And then identifying budget priorities and formats in November. State of the school from the principals in December. And then in March, we have 2 budget informational sessions. So you got this as a worksheet, so if there's any other things we want to see in there, make sure we get that in there. Lead water update, I think from both of you in your principals' reports, you had that we're all set. We're just waiting to retest, but everything that tested high has been replaced, so you don't have to worry about lead, but now you gotta worry about this other stuff. Yes, sir.
I just had a suggestion.
About lead?
No, it's about water. And for my family at home, we put aerators in our faucets, 0.38 gallons per minute, to save costs for our water use. And I don't know what the schools are doing, but I'm hoping to like we're doing solar panels for renewable energy, to save on water and maybe to help teach our children about saving our natural resource, possibly installing, and it's a nominal fee. It's only like $3 to $5 a piece.
Hang on a second. I'm going to shut you right down.
Okay.
So it's a good point. We're a public water system, so we can't just do whatever we want to do. The state of Vermont tells us what we can and can't do. And it's through regulations from the federal government comes down, and that's why we tested for lead and copper. And we're required, when we went on the fire district, when we went to sewer too, that we had to do everything we could to use as little water as possible.
So measures have already been put in place.
Yeah, so a lot of that's already been done, and we can't just do something that we think is good without getting approval from the state, because we are both schools are public water systems. So we have to have a public water system operator. They have to file certain reports, and the state mandates what we do and don't do. So.
Right, so that would be Bart.
No, that's
He's
Bart.
the chief operator. No,
Sewer is different than water. Bart has nothing to do with the water systems in town. There is no public, there is no community, there is no town of Dover water system like there's the North Branch Fire District.
So this school system's not on North Branch Fire District?
The sewage is, but not the water. The
right,
water.
So this is I'm talking about water leaving, not the water coming in.
So the way the fire district judges water is by what comes in, because they don't measure it as it goes out. They measure the water as it comes in. But the state has required us to be on low flow or whatever we've had to do in the past. It's because the state regulates our water coming in. Okay? The state also regulates the water going out through the fire district. Not Bart. Bart has rules he has to follow.
Right, I didn't know if there were any measures like I'm taking at home that we could use here in the school.
We had to do those when we hooked up to the sewer.
2 years ago, or
we hooked up to
whenever
the
it
sewer
was.
many years ago. It was like 25 years ago. It was before I was on the board.
Okay.
They ran a separate sewer line up just for us. The town voted to put money away for reserves. And then the water system was updated, but that has nothing to do with the fire district. That is a separate organization that oversees the fresh water. And it's through the state.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, thank you.
Cool. You got contracts for us?
Then I have that other policy.
Yeah, I've got that down here somewhere.
This is from earlier in the meeting, 22 regular.
Oh,
You asked for it, so we could put the,
So we adopted it on 3/16/2020, right? Okay, perfect, thank you. Well, are these in executive session or are these in?
Contractual? I think those would be executive session.
executive.
Okay, I don't know why they had staff contracts actually. So we'll move that into executive session because it's contractual and personnel. COVID-19 update, so we got from Bill before things closed up. Oh, I'm sorry, one other quick thing. So the PFSAs that we were supposed to test for, what is it, PFASs.
You don't want lead testing?
No, lead is different. This was the other stuff that we tested for. Didn't all the schools have to test for PFSAs, which is like the stuff that they had in Pownell in the water system?
Yes.
And we were all okay, right? Both buildings?
As far as now, yes.
I haven't heard otherwise, I'll have to dig in.
Okay. Just so I get this magazine, Vermont Rural Water Operators. And the Mount Holly School, the small rural public elementary school, less than 100 students, has cumulative levels for 5 of the PFASs at 323 parts PPT. I forget what that stands for. Its assumed source is FFF. It is financially strapped due to consolidation issues and is looking at cutting bus services because of lack of funding available for the PFAS response. The school also has no funding available to hire an engineer to go through the 8 response action alternatives mandated by the state drinking water program. And the school has asked Vermont Rural Water Association to step in and be their advocate. See news coverage of the school. So it's interesting that this, a school can just say, oh, well, we can't do anything because we don't have the funding, but yet, when we try to do that with our water system, they didn't really care. So if we ever have an issue with that, we should probably follow what Mount Holly's doing.
Yeah, I think more schools should do what they're doing.
Yeah, no, they should.
Yeah.
Because they keep throwing us rules, like with the lead, they did put money aside to fix the lead issues.
Yeah.
But this PSFA stuff, they haven't done anything, and it's getting to be a pain for other people. COVID-19, so Bill sent out a few things for this COVID-19. Did everybody see the school closure information about during a novel coronavirus outbreak, which was revised on March 10th? So I guess this is what you guys used, Matt, when you met today?
Well, we didn't use that today because the agency and the Department of Health have released new updates since then.
Okay, so this is no good now.
I wouldn't throw it away, but.
Well, I don't need it because I'm not closing the school.
Yeah, they've been updates.
So on Saturday, Bill wrote that at 3:15 on Saturday, Governor Scott said, basically, to close all the schools. So as part of that, you guys met with Bill today. So all the administrators met with the superintendent, and tell us what you guys are doing. Either one.
Sure. So we met today to discuss the current state of affairs, given the governor's announcement about school closures. We clarified the fact that we're taking the route of school dismissal, which means that we can still provide some services while children are not in the building. In particular, we're looking at consistency of learning, dealing with meals and specialized services for students receiving specialized instruction. I think it's a wonderfully coordinated supervisory union effort. The team is strong and is working together, sharing ideas, working on consistent notices and notifications of our families, trying to have a consistent program of supports for all of our students, district-wide, supervisory union-wide. They're essentially using tomorrow and the rest of the days this week to prepare for longer-term materials.
Who is that?
Teachers, sorry, thank you, Rebecca. Teachers will be using, well, actually, they've been working since we got that notice on Thursday. So they were informed on Thursday that there would be closures and that we would have to prepare kind of a short-term reaction, what to do this week, and then a longer-term reaction for what to do in the coming weeks. Again, I'm very impressed with all the principals report that staff has been, you know, for lack of a better word, enthusiastically embracing new ideas about how to deliver materials, using new technology platforms, utilizing the high-speed internet at school, utilizing the many free resources that have emerged in the last week that companies are giving away to teachers and families to help make that transition more seamless. I think we found we have pretty good resources between our two schools to supply families with what they need in terms of technology, printouts. We're making plans now for dealing with food and getting the meals out there and figuring out who needs food and how they're going to get it. And then the last step that actually is kind of coming together, I don't know your experience, but we had a meeting via video conference today with a family for an IEP, and we had people coming from all over the place in that meeting, so we're trying to observe the recommendations of the Department of Health in terms of, you know, not bringing people together in groups. Did I miss anything?
No, I think Matt really covered everything. I would echo what you said about, you know, teachers really sort of embracing the moment and really, you know, doing their best in a last-minute effort to get materials ready for students so that their learning continues during the dismissal. Teachers, again, are, like Matt said, they're going to be trying some new things, maybe some online learning, maybe some Google Hangouts and chats. Google Classroom will be utilized, so they're really being creative and open to new ideas.
So, I have questions. Questions. And I know this is emerging, so I'll just tell you.
Evolving.
Yep. Yes. One of the things that I am most concerned about is I think there's a great opportunity with online learning. I'm most concerned about our kids being able to access that. I think I heard you talk about maybe equipment, making sure that's available, but it's the infrastructure piece that I'm most concerned about, and particularly in Pittsburgh. And so, is there anything more about that you're able to share right now, or is that something that you're trying to get your arms around?
At this time, we're gathering information. Matt and I developed a survey that asked questions regarding families' internet as well as their access to devices. And we are, again, still collecting that information, but when we would be able to report out on that once all of that information is collected by us.
Please keep me posted on that.
You'll use that, you follow up on
Yeah.
that? Yeah, go ahead.
Follow up on that. We have roughly half of the responses have been received to that from our Dover group. And the connectivity was a little surprising to me, and I know you'll be interested in this number. At this point, I'm reporting about around 55% of our families reporting adequate internet connectivity, which is lower than I thought. And by adequate, we're saying 50 megabits or more.
50?
50.
50?
Yeah.
What was the choice below
That's
that?
available in Dover.
What was your question?
What was the choice below that?
Just inadequate, less than 50.
50 is not available in
So
Dover.
I know you all are dealing with a lot of things. It seems like one of the things that might be helpful is if we can figure out some, so it's DSL, that probably a lot of, anybody that's got it in Wardsboro, in Eastover, that's what we have. I know when Mark, when the 50, I was like, what are you talking
50 sound
about?
high to you?
Yes.
50 is really high.
50
I
is
can't do
really
it.
high.
If you have
That
fiber,
does not
you
sound
can
weird to me.
get up to a gigabit.
So if you were to ask 10,
100.
or 5,
Yes.
5,
Five.
then I would be surprised. Okay, so a lot of people have DSL. And that's fiber, what you just said. 50 is fiber,
It's also could be
Over
cable.
the telephone line.
could be cable, but it's not DSL.
So maybe it's important for us to kind of retool that question.
I know you're doing a
And
lot
try to
around
gather
this. If there's something that we can do to be helpful or that can be done at the supervisory union to push that out.
Yeah, more so than speed, you want to know if they are comfortable and if it works, what you're trying to do is working.
Right, the overall group feels, our group feels confident that things with text or internet sites, web pages will be fine. They're worried about video, streaming video.
That's, and I think that would be
Conferencing.
appropriate
Things like
at
that.
with DSL in some of the rural areas to be worried about streaming.
Right.
But kids will be able to access.
Yeah, and I'm happy to report that 100% of our families did check that they do have internet access. So all of our families do have access to it at least. Whether or not it's adequate is a whole nother
That's not
ballgame.
question.
What about, Matt, was that a separate question then?
Well, we decided to send the surveys out independently so that we could get a sense from each community what the needs were.
So it'd just be interesting, so you don't know how many of our families actually have access to internet?
So we have results that say, I think I have one report of the 46 responses that said, I do not have internet.
Okay, that's good.
But we don't know if that's availability or they just have chosen not to have
It could be that they've just chosen not to do it. And we don't know that. We'll have
Or
to follow up
financial
on
reasons.
this.
Just for your information, the two primary internet service providers in Dover are Duncan Cable, which is 12.
25. Isn't it? Cable's 25.3.
No, coax. Coax. DSL maxes out at 25.2 around us, and Duncan maxes out at 12 down, 3 up.
Really?
Yes.
I think consolidated, if we get 7 down.
Yeah.
And 1 up.
Right.
That's what I get.
It depends on where you are,
Right.
but it maxes out at 25.2 for consolidated. And then obviously it has to do with distance from their central offices, but what you can get. But you're not gonna get 50. Rich thinks he's on fiber, but.
I am on fiber.
Oh,
I know
your
I'm on
your office.
No, I'm
Yeah,
in your
my
office.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's different. Fiber runs down 100, but it's not available residential.
Oh, well, it's home.
Which is fine. It's just, you're gonna
I
want
get left
something
alone.
Are you
lower
inviting all the kids over to your office?
No,
Yeah.
because
If you need
we have a
help,
sign
let
that says
me
do
know.
not
I
come
know you've
in.
got a bunch of other stuff.
There's
that
a
you're
dog
dealing
there
with, but if you need help,
yesterday,
thank you.
this morning, not letting dogs.
No, not today. He didn't come to work. Hang on a second, folks, because we're gonna start losing it.
Do the teachers, are they still coming to the schools so you guys can collaborate on how this is working, or are they going to be working from home?
Teachers, yes, teachers will be coming into the schools.
They're still
and
coming
They
into
are making themselves available to families as well.
I think that's great, because they can kind of work together and working on plans for each other.
Go ahead.
Really,
Finish up.
I'm really happy to hear about the meals and some of these socialization you were talking about, the interaction, because I think that's going to be a big issue. The kids aren't socializing and working together, so that's really great to hear.
Well, while you're on that though, so one of my understandings is, and correct me if I'm wrong, because we're still serving the meals, and because we've given homework or given work out to them, or we're working with them, although school isn't in session in the building, we can count these days as school days, correct?
That's why it's considered a dismissal versus a closure.
Okay, so everybody understands that? Okay, because that doesn't mean we're going to school till August.
No.
Yeah, okay,
No,
go ahead.
That's only, hey, what about, is there like a plan for physical education, like to the kids?
There is actually,
Yeah.
our PE teacher at Wardsboro was able to send something out last week that our teachers got a hold of. So some of our teachers have put that on their Google Classrooms, and then we've also put that hard copy within packets for students to do as well.
That's great.
With a log and
This is fantastic. You guys have done all this work so quickly. Really.
it's really come together quickly.
Yes.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
On a positive note, homework is already being handed in, so this is great.
Why did you bring homework?
Working out well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your story about your daughter is a good one. How she's got her room set up.
Oh, yeah.
A classroom now.
She does her
She's got a desk
in
and
a classroom.
Well, those are things you can probably share on social, like what kids are doing in their own rooms and things like this.
Well, but we also have to be careful what we share too.
Yeah, that's right. That's true
Yeah,
too.
we wouldn't.
So just so everybody knows, Lauren, who's usually here with us from the Valley News, couldn't make it, but she did send a letter to Matt that Matt responded to, and I think it's a really good. I just want to read some of the responses. So although attendance was generally low, we did have school today at WCSU, except for Marlboro. The leadership team met today and decided not to have school tomorrow and begin preparations for the dismissal period as described in Bill's letter. And my understanding was like 38% of the kids were here, so a lot of students chose not to.
Yeah, less than that.
So that's why they chose not to extend it tomorrow too. Since there were so few students in attendance today, we couldn't send much work home. Beginning Wednesday, we'll be implementing a pickup and drop-off system for schoolwork over the coming weeks. Most families will receive clarity on this by tomorrow if they haven't already, so I think that's really a good move. At this point, we will hold our River Valley Union School District meeting as planned at 6 p.m. tonight in Dover. While the public can still access recorded versions of the meeting through BCTV, I expect we'll begin experimenting with live streaming, other stuff. So one of the things they said, so I was on Friday, I did check in to see if we should have the meeting. Everything, and even if you review the governor's press conference on Friday, it was a lot different, yeah. So I did again today. Mark actually emailed me and somebody else, and I said, well, hang on, or Lauren did. And I said, I'm not sure I'm waiting to get hold of Bill, but you guys were meeting. I never got hold of him till lunchtime. He felt that we were okay because we're a small group. We could spread out enough, except for you guys. And then, and we should be in pretty good shape. We may want to reconsider other meetings. Matt had a possibility of doing some stuff, and Laura said she can call in, but because we didn't warn it, and because if we allow one person, we have to allow everybody, I said no to it this time. I think what we should do is, before we have our next meeting for April, is, maybe like next week, let's just see what's going on and what the recommendations are and what we're doing, and figure out if we do need to meet in April, the beginning of April, and how we do that. But I know we can do it. We're allowed to, but we have to give a number. We have to allow a number for anybody to call in, not just the board members.
So I would hope that the superintendent is working on that at a supervisory union level for all of the boards. And if not, I hope you guys could convey that, although I'm sure he's watching.
No, it's not live.
No, I mean, he'll watch it at some point.
And then Wardsboro students will be able to access meals through, this was the meal question, through the West River School District.
So I can explain how that's going to work a little bit. There'll be 3 locations where students or families can pick up meals. That will be Jamaica Village School, Newbrook Elementary School, as well as Leland and Gray, and that is from 11 until 1, Monday through Friday. And it will contain either a bag lunch or some sort of a meal for lunch, as well as the next day's breakfast. Then they would come back the next day and get those other 2 meals.
How far is Jamaica?
Jamaica from Wardsboro, or from
like
here?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not for the
okay.
students in Dover, okay? Hang on a second. Matt says, you want me to just read it? Yeah. Okay, so what's happening with the Dover students is they need to call the school by 9 a.m. on the day they would like a meal. And between 11:30 and 12:30, there'll be a bag lunch available at the school for them to pick up. If they can't pick it up, if there's an issue with picking stuff up, they need to just at 9 a.m. Let Matt know or let somebody here know, and they'll make alternate arrangements. So just so everybody knows, for Dover, I'm having an emergency management meeting tomorrow to discuss what we're going to do in Dover, because it's not only just students, but there's people that may be self-quarantining that we need to take care of, or seniors that don't want to go out to keep from getting exposed. So we're working on a couple different things. So Matt, I've been asked to come to the meeting tomorrow. So if he can come too, so we can work that out, and then if we can help you out a little bit too, if it's not too far out of the Dover area. I'm not sure who I'm going to get for volunteers and whatnot, but
I will.
Okay, well, so we may have some possibilities, if students can't get, or families can't get somewhere, so.
I know one of the concerns that Chef Chris Parker, who's the chef at West River, had was that immediately he doesn't think the need is going to be great, but as time goes on, the need might be greater.
More.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Got a couple of questions. One, looking backwards. Is Dover going to be offering breakfasts okay, so it won't just be lunches that they'll be picking up?
So I think it's the same as West River. The plan is to put breakfast food in the lunch bag, so that they can have breakfast for the next day when they pick up their lunch on that day.
Great.
And it'll be cereal, it'll be, things that we can transport and store.
But something like that.
It'll be something, yeah.
Another question. If students don't have internet or adequate internet at home, can arrangements be made in the school facilities, especially with teachers being there, for them to come either use computers there or interact?
At this point, the answer is yes, unless they declare something different.
Okay.
That's the plan for families that might need internet access. Families can also drive up if they want to be quarantined and access the internet from the parking lot.
That's fantastic.
Which is an option, yeah. And if we need to make that more available, we can as well.
Thank you.
My bag.
You all set, Mark?
I'm good, yeah.
Have we beat this virus into the ground, guys?
Not yet.
Not enough.
Okay. So part of this too, this Blizzard bags thing was, there's a link to it if you got it electronically. So Ken McFadden requested for Wyndham Central that we discuss this. So I guess what this is some schools have done it where they have it set up so that students have a pile of material, or the staff has material preset, so that if there was to be a blizzard and school would be closed for a couple weeks, the children can take it home and they don't count all the snow days.
For a blizzard?
Well, in the old days, we used to get that. I mean, it seems like I remember power being out for 2 or 3 weeks in Townsend, and so we had no school just because there's no power. So anyways, that's something that they were talking about that Ken wants to bring up a policy about. So I think that's going to come through central office, through Wyndham Central, and I don't know. I guess that's kind of what you're trying to do now, right, Matt?
Yeah, that is essentially what we're doing, is planning for instruction without attendance.
He's a member. He's a member of the West River Board. He used to be chair of the Newbrook Board, and he's been on for quite a while too. So in part of this is we have a new policy to consider, and Bill sent this to everybody, F31, emergency closings. The school board, through its superintendent, may order the closing of any and all schools whose operation on a short-term basis would pose a serious threat to students or staff. Implementation. Such emergencies may be caused by weather conditions, equipment breakdown, bomb threats, or health problems. The superintendent will also have the authority to delay school opening, dismiss early due to inclement weather or other emergencies. In all cases, notification will be given to staff and the public according to a predetermined plan developed by the superintendent. The board chair will be notified as soon as practical by the superintendent when school is closed for emergencies. Days lost due to emergency closings will be rescheduled so that the school will be in session as required by state law. So did anybody actually read this or look at this beforehand?
I didn't get it till, no.
You didn't get it?
I don't think
It's part of the packet.
Was it?
Yeah.
The last
We're
packet.
sitting here.
Okay.
So my one comment is during Irene, a lot of schools were closed, but because we felt in Dover it was important for some normalcy, you know, we opened school just when it was supposed to be. And I think it made a lot of difference because parents could bring their children to school and then go do whatever they need to do to take care of stuff at home. So I'm okay with this, but I think we need to, some schools are different. I mean, we don't get affected by flooding as much, you know, up here on the hill. I don't know, Tammy, what the Wardsboro building, if during Irene, I don't know how
It was
close.
just access. We
You couldn't get there.
Access
Yeah.
to school.
But you could get here from Dover, you just couldn't get here from out of town.
Yeah, some of the back roads.
We had every road within a day open that you could at least transverse, and believe me, they were all out there because that was one comment that was brought up during those meetings was, can't we keep people off the road for a couple days? So anyways, my only concern would be that we need the ability, because we may decide it's more important to be open than it is closed, just to be able to feed kids and do some stuff. So I don't think it's a bad policy, but I would like to maybe modify it a little for the river valleys. So since people didn't really get to see it, why don't we just look at it and we'll discuss it at the next meeting? So we can all be on the same page. Is that okay with
Well,
everybody?
This is not anything he's gonna need at this point, right?
No.
So
No.
I think the governor trumped him, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and the last sentence is, it doesn't apply now because we're not closing, we're dismissing. So this policy wouldn't apply anyway.
Right. So is everybody good with that, or anybody?
Yeah, good with it.
Rick, you also?
Yeah.
Okay. So I had this thing called Come Together Now. It was, I don't know if anybody remembers the John Lennon song, so, Matt does, yeah. And if you know the history of it, there was a politician running for office in California, and he asked Lennon to write him a song for his campaign, so
He has the right person.
he didn't use it, so, then he actually tried to sue the Beatles for it. But one of the things I just wanted to ask about, and it's nothing that we're going to put together right now, but just to get on kind of our radar, is, I asked about like graduation. So in Dover, historically, we've always had the school board attend the Dover graduation. I think Rick told me that Wardsboro was similar. And, so if we do graduation on the same night, does the board from Dover attend the Dover side? How do we do that? Do we have a graduation, maybe up at the Grand Summit that we do both schools? And then there was things like, we heard during budget time about the ski program, that there was nothing to do if you didn't ski, but yet Tammy does something in Wardsboro with snowshoeing. So could we bring Dover students over to go snowshoeing and then take the Wardsboro students to Mount Snow in our transportation, and then in the bus that the River Valley owns, and then, bring them back and drop them off and pick up our Dover students to give them something to do. I was just, are there other things where we can start doing some more stuff together as one unit versus two totally separate schools in totally separate parts of the state? So it's nothing that I want to make any decisions, but I do think for graduation is definitely something we should start thinking about. And I'd like to get, recommendations from our administrators and also, from parents, 6th grade parents, what they think. Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Along those lines, in your principal's report, Tammy, you talked about 2 programs that your kids were going to be going to. I'm guessing that's not going to happen. Is that something that could be expanded to both schools?
Well, Starbase is really far. It's in Rutland, and it's a 5 individual, it's an amazing program. It's 5 day trips to Rutland From here, it's nearly 2 hours. It's on the north side of Rutland.
Okay.
So it's really not feasible. Wardsboro's an extra half an hour closer, so it's much more feasible. So I would love to go to Starbase, but it's just, I think it's too far for us to do. The other program that was canceled was a teacher training program in STEM. Right? That was the other. I don't think there was another
Programs
student
that the students were going to be going to.
program.
I read this stuff last week and
Yeah.
I don't remember.
No, I think it was only the one, wasn't it?
It's just been the one. Okay.
Anyway, Starbase is awesome if you ever get a chance. It's an amazing program.
Take the board.
It's super cool.
Are they doing
Yeah.
QA this year? Is that gonna happen?
Well, scheduled still. It's still on the
It
schedule.
may be closed.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think it's great. I think those two are good examples. The ski program, I'd be very much in favor of combining those two, having ski and ski together would be great.
And
graduation
again,
makes
it's,
sense too.
it's not an end-all be-all, it's just to start us
Yeah.
thinking.
Yeah.
You know, again, I was told, I'm still a little upset that it says Dover School District on the buses and not River Valley's Unified School District, but I was told that's gonna get fixed this year.
I mentioned to someone, they were talking about going to Brattleboro, and I said, for secondary school, I said, you just pick up the bus in Dover, and they didn't realize they could do that.
Yeah.
I said, yeah, it's your bus. Yeah. So maybe
So,
it's
yeah, I think, you know, again, we're still in some growing, you know, we're learning, we're growing, and we're figuring things out.
Yeah.
So, okay, so just we'll work on that and we'll get that on. Matt, can you just to make a note, make sure that gets on the calendar so it doesn't get forgotten?
The graduation. And
Well,
sharing
no,
the
just the combine, you know, more commingling of the schools, I guess.
Joint activities.
Come together now, and then you can sing it for us
Be
next
all
time.
together now. All together.
That's a whole
That's another
difference.
Beatles song.
Yeah. And then the financial review, I just thought that we're close enough in the year. Lori did the financial review. Since we're running late, I don't want to go through line item by line item. But if you look at the last page, we're on target for a flat or possible small deficit revenue expense if we use the full $200,000. So
I like that Boston accent.
yeah, wasn't that good?
Pretty good.
It's because I couldn't get to go to the St. Patrick's Day parade yesterday in South Beach. But anyways, you know, I like, she does really good with the available balance and, you know, kind of encumbered, because a lot of times we would look at things, especially when we used to have the teachers' contracts that they would get paid at the end of the year for like the last 2 months. So you're like, wow, we're doing really, really good. And then all of a sudden, you know, $200,000 goes out like that.
Or tuition bills came out late.
Yeah, so then that happens a lot. I think the tuition bills look pretty good, if I remember, when I looked at them.
Where are we, that's in,
Total secondary expenses.
Yeah, somebody hasn't, we haven't been billed by a couple, it looks like. So, but anyways, she's projected out that we should be pretty close, and, you know, I think in one of the emails I saw that there's gonna be pretty shortly no more purchasing anything by staff. You know, if it's not essential, we're gonna hold off buying it, just because the budget's, you know, gonna get close. But that's a lot better than being told we're $500,000 over budget right now, so.
That's, so in light of that, Matt, that seems like that could be somewhat problematic, given,
What?
don't buy anything, given that we're asking our,
Anything non-essential.
not, so, right. So are we are we likely to see any savings with the shutdown? So I know we're paying people to work, which we should. We're feeding kids, which we should. Can you think of anything that we might be saving?
No fuel and
Save some
transportation.
fuel,
Oh, the bus, okay.
And instead of the janitor, the custodial staff having, at least in this building, work on the drive the buses, they'll have more time to do some other projects that have been sitting, so we should get
Okay.
some
Well, I'm
stuff
just,
caught
I
up.
mean, because we're gonna need to probably expend some unanticipated dollars if this goes on.
We should see some savings in our custodial.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, it's again,
Are
it's.
you worried about that at all? Or do you feel like you have enough? Well, it's so new.
Yeah, I'm not worried about resources.
No.
Okay.
I think we have what we need.
I mean, I'd be
To
more
innovate.
concerned about things like, do you have enough cleaning stuff? Because can you not get,
Those aren't here.
you know, did every month, did you order disinfectants? Now we can't get them.
We do have enough cleaning stuff.
I think
We have
probably
enough.
leave that right there.
We could help if you're low.
No, don't.
Okay.
That's a call.
Okay. So,
And Lori did say if there's any questions, please email her your questions and she'll answer them.
we're gonna have her at a meeting in the future, or we'll have her on, however we do, we'll have her on my flip phone or something. And, you know, we can ask questions then too, but I think I wanted to just get a feel for where we were with the budget to make sure we weren't like really looking at some bad stuff going on. Now, the other question that's gonna come up too, though, is a lot of people I know are coming up that have second homes because they don't wanna be in the cities that have been quarantined. Are they gonna want services for their students?
I haven't had any inquiries about that so far.
And again, you know, big change. Tomorrow we may all wake up and everything may be right as rain.
It's all a dream.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Again, we wake up and it's Stephen King there behind the camera.
That's right.
Okay, so I got a couple executive session items. We have a contractual, we have personnel, we have contracts.
So moved.
Okay, so I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion, and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. We're in executive session. You don't want to stick around. Okay, so by unanimous consent, we're out of executive session at I've got 8:55?
8:53.
8:53. Okay,
That's what I
so
already wrote down,
Rick and Rich will keep the board informed about the contractual issue. And then I got two other items that we can deal with.
You need a motion for the
Yep.
handbook? Move to adopt the support personnel handbook in its current form.
As submitted.
As submitted.
There we go. Okay, so we have a motion to adopt the second handbook and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, it's unanimous.
Then-
And then the second item is,
Since I've already been told that I made the motion, move to approve the contracts coming out of central office as submitted with one change from, on one contract from .35 to .2 time.
okay,
Second.
we have a motion and we have a second to approve all the contracts as submitted for the professional staff in both buildings for next year, with one change, which is the one person is at a .35 on the contract and is only supposed to be a .2. So the administration will check into that. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. So we are in good shape. So I'll give you these back, Matt, for Tammy, who's taking these.
Either one.
Okay.
We'll see. I may not drive down on Wednesday. Are you driving over to Townsend?
Yeah.
Do you want to take them? You think we should separate them out by building?
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
we have to-
So I'm gonna turn the one that needs to be fixed right like that, and then
Perfect.
the list is in the front.
Yeah, we'll split.
Okay, and then the last thing, we want to just do two resignations. So Lauren Quimby is asking, she's going to resign effective the end of the 2021 school year. From the Dover School for the 2021 school year. She will complete her current contract as she's relocating. And then this is To the River Valley Board, please accept this letter as my formal notice of retirement as a Dover sixth grade classroom teacher. It's the end of the 1920 school year. And Dover School's been an important part of her life, and grateful for having had the opportunity to teach here for all these years. So with regret, we accept both resignations at this time. And Matt, we've talked about a hiring process, Matt and Tammy, so we've got 3 or 4 positions, so we should be good to move forward.
Ready to go.
Okay, so the last thing I need is a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Dwight moves to adjourn. Rick seconds it.
Yes, absolutely.
And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're out of here.
Good meeting.
Excellent meeting, guys.
Good morning. I'm Attorney General T.J. Donovan. Joined with me today is my Chief of Staff, Charity Clark, Chief of my Public Protection Division, Chris Curtis, Assistant Attorney Generals, Jill Abrams, Ryan Krieger, and Justin Colbert. We are here today because the state of Vermont just filed a lawsuit to protect Vermonters' privacy. We filed a lawsuit against Clearview AI. Clearview AI is a company that has collected billions of photos off the internet by screen scraping, applying artificial intelligence technology, biometric data to these photos and selling them, including photos of Vermonters and their children without Vermonters' consent. We believe this is a violation of Vermonters' privacy. We've sued today. We've also filed a motion for preliminary injunction asking the court to enjoin Clearview from stop collecting Vermonters' photos, applying this technology, essentially mapping their faces, including Vermont's children's, and stop selling it without Vermonters' consent. We have a proud tradition of protecting Vermonters' privacy in this state. It is a value since the founding of this state. And the right to privacy, the right to be free, the right to be anonymous, the right to walk our streets, the right to walk down Church Street, the right to assemble. These fundamental freedoms that we hold true as Americans are put in jeopardy by this technology without people's consent that has created a constant state of surveillance by this company, by collecting this information, by probing Vermonters, by taking their photos off the internet, by mapping their faces, including children's, and selling it without Vermonters' consent. We say today that's against Vermont's law. That violates the Vermont's Consumer Protection Statute. It's a violation of our data broker registry, and we say no more. And I want to be clear, as a parent, and I think I speak for all parents in this state of Vermont, you want to take something from our kids, you better ask us, or you're going to hear from us. And today, this company has heard from us through the Attorney General's office to stop violating Vermont's children's rights. We're asking the court to put an end to this practice. Now, I want to be clear about what biometric data is. It's a unique identifier to ascertain somebody's identity. Think about somebody's fingerprint. Think about DNA. That's biometric data. You have to get a court order to get somebody's fingerprint or DNA. And this company is using this technology to map people's faces, to apply that biometric data, and then to sell it to companies to make a profit without Vermonters' consent. When you talk about surveillance, we think about law enforcement, and I understand that, but we have guardrails and safeguards, namely the Fourth Amendment, when we talk about surveillance. What this company has done, what this technology does without those safeguards, without those guardrails, is to create a surveillance economy. Vermonters have rights, we need protections, we need guardrails, we need to protect people's privacy. So with that, let me turn it over to my Chief of my Public Protection Division, Chris Curtis. Again, I want to thank his team, Ryan Krieger, Justin Colbert, and Jill Abrams, for their great work to talk more about this lawsuit and our motion for a preliminary injunction, which has been filed earlier today. Chris.
Thank you, Attorney General Donovan. Again, my name is Christopher Curtis. I'm the Chief of the Public Protection Division at the Office of the Attorney General. And I want to thank the General for assigning us this task to be stewards of Vermonters' privacy interests in the context of our Consumer Protection Act. That act protects us against unfair or deceptive acts or practices in commerce. This company has gone out, violating terms of service, and taken photographs, unbeknownst to the general public, amassed a multi-billion photograph database without anyone's consent, and is now using that to sell it to the highest bidder. That's just wrong, as the Attorney General made clear. And I couldn't be more proud of our team our Consumer Protection Unit Director, Jill Abrams, Assistant Attorneys General, Ryan Krieger, and Justin Kolber, for pulling together this complaint and a request to the court to stop this practice. Imagine, just imagine, photographs from all walks of life, your home, your workplace, out in the community, that you had no expectation, not only that somebody would have access to and compile and be putting out there for sale, unbeknownst to you, but that actually pulls them all together to create a unique dossier of all of your activities from all walks of life. It's not just wrong, it's frankly offensive. Particularly when you think about children that may be swept into this database with unique biometric data that can follow them for the rest of their lives. It's wrong. We're calling for this practice to end. And with that, I want to turn it over to Assistant Attorney General Krieger, who can talk a little bit more about the specifics of the complaint and the request for preliminary injunction.
I'm Ryan Krieger, Assistant Attorney General. So this case is about privacy. It is about how you cannot have privacy without a certain degree of anonymity, the ability to go about your day without people automatically being able to identify you. Now, you may think when you walk down the street, well, you might be identified, and that's fine. When you walk around your own neighborhood, then people who know you might know who you are. But if you go to Montreal or New York City, no one's going to know who you are. Ask any celebrity, and they will tell you there is a big difference between being able to go out to lunch and not being identified and being able to be identified anywhere that you go. I think that this lawsuit is going to confront a lot of myths that have arisen around privacy, like the notion that privacy is dead, that our data is already out there everywhere, and so what does it matter? That's a myth. Our information isn't all out there. The folks who want to take all of our data want us to think that there's no sense in trying to protect our privacy anymore. A myth that once you put a photo out on the internet, you lose all rights to anything that happens with that photo. If you post a photo on Facebook and you say it's public, you are consenting to make that photo public. You can remove consent. That's a fundamental aspect of privacy. You can remove consent and say, no, I want that to be private again. Just because you put a photo on Facebook does not mean that anyone can come and download it and apply facial recognition to it and share it with anybody, or collect all of your photos together from across the internet. So in our complaint, we allege that that is basically what Clearview has done. Clearview has used screen scraping technology, which is a technology where you basically go on a website and you just collect all of the information. You download it all at once. Many websites like Facebook, Google, YouTube, LinkedIn, they have clear policies saying you're not allowed to do that. And when you upload your photo to these websites, you expect other people to interact with those websites in that way. Not that they'll just come in and download all of the information all at once, which is what this company has done. You certainly don't expect that they are going to download all the information at once and then apply facial recognition technology to them and share that information with anybody who wants it, or sell that information with anybody who wants it. The critical aspect of biometrics, which is creating an identifier about you from your physical being or from your behavioral traits, like the way you walk or the way you write or the way you look. The thing about biometrics is you can't change that about yourself. If you lose your password or your ID, you can get a new one issued. You haven't just given up your privacy forever. But once someone has mapped your face, it's in a database forever. Once someone has mapped a child's face, that child is in that database forever and can't be removed from it. So it's this permanent aspect. You can't change your genes, you can't change your fingerprints, you can't change your facial recognition absent, what, putting on a mask every time you go out in public, something like that. So in our preliminary injunction motion, what we have asked the court to do is to force or demand that Clearview AI remove all Vermonters from its database, and especially the children, and to stop collecting Vermonters and Vermont children using screen scraping from the internet. And that's all we want. We said you did not consent to have us put in this database, and so we want you to remove us from this database. That is the relief that we are requesting from the court, and we are expressing to the court that this is urgent because they are continuing to share our information. And in addition, by putting all this information in one place, you are creating a threat that someone will come along and try to steal that information, that there will be a data breach. And there has already been a data breach with Clearview AI. There was a data breach 2 weeks ago in which their entire client list was stolen. So clearly this is not a company that has the best data security available. And we see all the time, Equifax was a major data breach in which we got more complaints in our office than in a shorter time than we had ever received before. Over 700 complaints. Vermonters care when companies collect their data and then lose their data. And we want to make sure that that does not happen in this case, which is why we are moving so quickly and with such urgency. Thank you.
And I just want to say one last thing, that this is truly about consent. Vermonters have rights. Vermonters have a right to know that this type of information, particularly about their kids, is being collected and sold. Vermonters have a right to know, and Vermonters have a right to privacy and to say no if they choose. That's why we're asking the court to stop this. And I want to say one last thing about this type of technology and biometric data. You can't see folks or recognize them by the naked eye, but this technology allows you to be identified where you seek to be anonymous, where you seek to be private. That's a fundamental freedom of this state, of this country. And we are in a brave new world and involved in a digital economy. I understand that. But the right to privacy is timeless, and it's not going away. And we need to draw the line and hold the line here in Vermont to say that privacy matters in the online world. That's what we've asked the court to do today, to simply say that privacy still matters and people still have a right to privacy, particularly to their children, particularly to the essence of who they are. That's why we filed this lawsuit. That's why we filed a preliminary injunction today asking the court to stop and enjoin this company from collecting Vermonters' information and selling it. Happy to answer questions.
When did you learn of this company in the first place?
About a month ago, I think. I know there's some articles, obviously, in the New York Times, and I should have said this earlier. You know, we passed this data broker law 2 years ago, which are third-party data brokers that you got to register with the state of Vermont. Third-party data brokers, you don't have a direct relationship with a consumer. You're buying and selling people's data. It's big business. Vermonters have a right to know about that too, in my opinion. That's why we said you got to have a registry. And in that, you got to disclose. Are you collecting information about kids? They registered, albeit a little bit late if I have that right, and disclosed that they were collecting this information about kids. So these are the protections. It was a sequence of events to answer your question. Certainly, I think the New York Times had some articles. We got some questions. The data broker registry, the disclosure about children. And this first started really from a law enforcement perspective, whether or not Vermont law enforcement was utilizing this type of technology. I can tell you that, to the best of my knowledge, Vermont law enforcement is not using this technology. I can tell you specifically the Vermont State Police is not using this technology. And I think there's issues with that in law enforcement. But as Mr. Krieger said, this isn't just law enforcement. We know from the data breach that this is going everywhere. This product is being sold to businesses, to universities. And the fact of the matter is, Vermonters can't just be swept up in this without their consent. People have a right to know. That's why we've sued.
When you talk about the scraping,
screen scraping, yeah.
Screen scraping. How do they do that? I mean, where do they go to get the info? Are they going to like?
That's a tech question, Pat. So let me get Ryan Krieger to answer that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious. Are they going to Facebook pages? Are they going to newspaper pages? I mean, where do they collect all this from?
As far as we understand right now, the collection is fairly indiscriminate. They've collected from many, it's been reported, millions of websites. We have a strong belief that YouTube, Google, Venmo, LinkedIn, Facebook were scraped, partly because they've sent cease and desist letters to Clearview saying stop violating our terms of service. And basically screen scraping is when you create a computer program, a script, an automated process to just go out, access the website, and then just download everything on the website, which these companies have terms of service that explicitly say you may not use bots to do what you are doing. And they violated those terms of service.
So is Vermont's new law, the data law that went into effect, the data broker law, is this the only law across the country that holds a chance of being able to bring these guys to court to stop them?
So the data broker law had two key elements for this case. One is it created this registry which required these third-party data brokers who otherwise you would have no idea who they are or that they're collecting your data to register in Vermont, so that they have to come into the sunlight. And California actually, in January of this year, passed its own data broker registry modeled on ours. It has another aspect of it which has a specific prohibition against fraudulent acquisition of data. It prohibits fraudulent acquisition of data and acquiring data in order to engage in stalking, harassing, discrimination, other acts like that. We have alleged in our complaint that their screen scraping constitutes fraudulent acquisition of data. As far as I know, I don't think any other states have that specific law. That's not the law we're entirely basing our complaint on. We're also saying they're engaging in unfair acts, which all 50 states have laws that prohibit unfair and deceptive acts. But we are the only state that has asserted this particular claim, and I think it's in part because we have this history with the data broker registry, with this fraudulent acquisition law, and we've been kind of laying the groundwork for being able to protect consumers' privacy for quite some time in this area.
Now, I think TJ mentioned that they had registered. They are an out-of-state company though, right?
Correct. Okay.
TJ, you mentioned you don't think any law enforcement in Vermont are using this. I mean, do you think it's a tool that law enforcement should be using?
I think there's got to be safeguards, and I think the New Jersey Attorney General essentially put out a memo directing all New Jersey law enforcement to stop using this type of technology until there's protections and guardrails in place. And you talk about it in the criminal justice realm. The Fourth Amendment is the guardrail. In the consumer protection realm, we don't have those guardrails. We have the consumer protection law, but if you don't know about it, how are you getting? This has been going on. So I think right now I've had a conversation with Colonel Birmingham of Vermont State Police. Unequivocally, they are not using it. To the best of my knowledge, no other law enforcement agency in the state of Vermont is using it. If they are, I think I'd have concerns about that.
Do you think that my understanding from what I've read about Clearview's technology is that what the state is asking for in terms of removing Vermonters from their database, that even opting out is not really maybe even possible with the way their software is built. Do you believe that's even a possibility that they could do that? And if not, what is the remedy then?
That's not our problem that they don't have the technology. That's the harm to Vermonters, that they've collected it, they've mapped people, and now they're selling these images of Vermont kids without parents' consent. And then they're going to say, well, we don't have the technology, too bad. That's why we're going to court saying stop this. That's their burden. That's a question for the court to answer. But I've heard the same thing, and that's a question that's going to be answered here in the state of Vermont, in this courthouse.
Do you think there's a possibility other states might join your lawsuit? Because you said it's not entirely involving the Vermont's data broker law.
Look, I can't speculate what other states are going to do. I think Vermont is unique in our history and tradition of privacy, that is a value that I think we hold dear in this state. It is in our Constitution. We are a state that is, I think, we believe in letting people live their lives and respecting people's privacy and letting people make their own decisions. And in this new online world that we are fully engaged in, we have to set a marker saying privacy still matters. And there's got to be some guardrails put in place. There's got to be protections. And the fundamental question that we're going to be confronted with, not just on this case, but in many cases going forward, is this: has technology outpaced the law? That is a legitimate question. And are our laws written, in some cases, hundreds of years ago, in some cases 2 years ago, going to be flexible enough to confront this challenge? Because the future of consumer protection is online, because we are engaged in a digital global economy. And this is a commodity that they're using, people's data. Well, it's exactly that. It is people's data. People own it, in my opinion. Particularly our kids. People have a right to say, no, you can't do this. People have a right to be informed, and people have a right to say, you can't do this. You can't take this information from my kids and sell it to a third party without my consent.
My understanding is that Clearview was not registered in Vermont's data broker registry when the New York Times brought them to public attention. Is that correct? And if so, do you know when they registered and why?
So I believe that they registered on January 14th. The article came out the 18th, so I think just ahead of the article they did register. And we said late because we believe they were doing business last year as well, and they did not apply last year. They did not register last year.
So it was not a result of any outreach from this office to...
That is correct. Yeah.
So your complaints against
Clearview. And it's public with the court.
If they've already got a lot of this data, is there any way of stopping where that goes, the proliferation of that data, and what companies already have bought data from them, and to sort of pull that back?
That's a great question, and I mean those are the questions that need to be answered here, and will be addressed in the court. Is what is the technology available to stop this practice, to stop the collection, to stop the selling, and if it has been sold, what recourse exists to protect Vermonters? Those are all good questions. Those are all questions that need to be answered in the court. And here's the bottom line. The court is the appropriate place for this. Because if you're going to engage in the marketplace absent these protections, you're going to hear from folks like me saying, wait a minute, as a parent, I didn't know about this. I didn't give you permission, and I don't agree with it. And now you have to answer my questions, not only as a consumer, but in this case as the Attorney General for the state of Vermont.
Are there other companies that collect biometric data like this that are registered?
I'm sure there are other companies that collect biometric data. We know that. I mean, think about your thumbprint to get into your phone.
Sure. I mean,
but the issue is consent and selling it without consent.
But is the data broker law doing kind of its job? I mean, if there are other companies operating that you don't know about, or there are ones operating that are registered that are doing this and you're not able to enforce it, it sort of sounds like Clearview AI came more to your attention after the New York Times wrote about it, less because they registered with the state.
Well, if you don't register, we don't know about it.
Right. So, I mean, is the law adequate enough? Is it providing adequate protection?
It's a great question. I mean, it's a hard question to answer. You know, if it comes to our attention in whatever form, it's going to come to our attention. I'll say this. I am sure there are companies that should be registering with our data broker registry have not registered.
Well,
and if it comes to our attention, we'll deal with it.
Along those lines, though, is this case going to motivate your office to investigate to see if other companies, registered or not, are screen scraping in Vermont?
Well, we're focused on this. And as Mr. Krieger said, the violation of the data broker registry is one count. The two other counts are the consumer protection, unfair and deceptive acts. And so that is, again, collecting the mapping and the selling. And so this isn't just about our data broker registry, but this is, we have always stood up for privacy in this state. This data broker law was championed by my office. Ryan Krieger was a champion of it over in the legislature. We're grateful the legislature passed it. But look, you don't, and you guys know this better than I do, you don't read a story in the paper, you don't read something that's going on in this world without talking about privacy, without talking about data, without talking about the selling of data. Now, and how we define privacy rights in this context is going to be an emerging practice. And I think we're on the front lines here in the state of Vermont because it's a value of Vermont. The right to privacy, the right to be left alone. And when you're walking down the street and you're being surveilled by an individual, by a company that knows where you are, can sell to you, knows where your kids are, can be used by a predator, this thing, you know, I don't want to put on a tinfoil hat, but, you know, the consequences of this is pretty disturbing in my opinion. And we have to define people's privacy rights in an online world.
Do you have any information about whether this data is being used in Williston at ICE's
I don't have that information.
Would you have concerns if they were using it?
I would be concerned if federal law enforcement is using this for, I think, Fourth Amendment issues. Obviously, that would be the federal government. I don't have information that they're using it, but I think there are real concerns about Fourth Amendment protections on this. And I think, you know, when you look in the Fourth Amendment jurisprudence, you're really looking at two different cases that have said, wait a minute, privacy matters here. That in the Carpenter case, which said you didn't need a warrant to get cell phone records, and cell phone records can tell you where you were. In the Supreme Court, the United States Supreme Court, John Roberts said, the fact that we can figure out with technology, cell phone records in particular, and tell where you were for the last 5 years is a violation of people's right to privacy. Law enforcement, you need a warrant. And you look at that case, you look at this Jones case, which was GPS tracking for, I think, 24/7 for 30 days. You're walking, that car goes up the street and you want law enforcement to follow up the street, you don't need a warrant for that. But if it turns into a process that's so invasive, following somebody for 24 hours a day, for 7 days a week, for 30 days, the court has said that's too invasive. People have privacy rights. So you're starting to see the court say, wait a minute, privacy matters in this online world, particularly the Carpenter case, this Jones case, the Riley case would say, it said, you need a warrant, not just to grab somebody's cell phone, but you need a warrant to get the data from people's cell phones. Those are all cases in the last, I think, 5 to 6 to 7 years. This is going to be another one. And so we look forward to being on the front lines of this fight. This is something that is in the tradition of the state of Vermont, of Vermonters' right to privacy, the right to be left alone. I know Vermonters stand for that. It's something that I grew up with. It's something that I hope my kids get to grow up with in an online world, and we need to draw the line.
There's nothing that Vermonters or parents can do to protect people from this technology?
Not if you don't know about it. That was the problem. And so that's why we're going to court saying you got to stop this. Vermonters have a right to know.
The company does have an opt-out function on its website, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna let Krieger answer that one.
So the company has stated that you have the right to opt out in jurisdictions where we will honor the right to opt out in jurisdictions which require that right. And there are a very small number of jurisdictions in the United States that have an express right to opt out, California being one of them. There is not an explicit law in Vermont that says you have the right to demand deletion in a situation like this. We are going to argue that the Consumer Protection Act, under its unfairness ambit, does convey those rights. Whether or not Clearview would respect that and honor the opt-out, we don't know at this point.
If I can, let me just make a quick analogy on this, because my understanding is that the opt-out policy that Clearview offers, they would require somebody to submit their own photograph or perhaps a government-issued ID to confirm the person's identity, and then use that to match in their database and then scrub their database of that individual. To draw a parallel, when consumers found out after the Equifax breach that in order to confirm or verify whether or not their information might have been exposed, that one of the first things that the company did was say, give us your social security number. And a lot of people were outraged, saying, I didn't even know you had my information to begin with, and now you're asking me for more information that you just lost. I'm very skeptical of giving you additional information about myself. So to ask consumers to say, in order to exercise their rights to get out of something they never wanted to be a part of in the first place, to provide this company with more information about themselves, I think you would say there would be a very skeptical public.
You know, the last thing I want to say when we talk about what's going on in the Supreme Court, whether it was the Crawford case, that Jones case, or the Riley case, you know, they talked about the history of the Fourth Amendment, and they talked about, you know, going into somebody's house, and maybe you'd search a room and you'd look for their checkbook or their financial ledger, and maybe a diary, and maybe you'd find a photo album. And again, that word of particularity drawn throughout the Fourth Amendment, that it's got to be specific, and searching rooms and for all that information. All that information is now here. You can learn everything about anybody by what is on people's phone. And now with this technology, when you're walking around with it, people can find everything about you walking down the street, unbeknownst to you. So that right to privacy, which has been defined as eloquently as anywhere in the history of the law, the right to be left alone is at risk in this case. That's why we filed this lawsuit. Thanks for coming.
right, we are picking up on the Homeless Bill of Rights, H492. Luke has provided us with a draft that incorporates many, if not all, of the requests that we made last week. Luke, could you join us? Sure.
Is that the draft that gave you earlier? Can I look at that really quickly?
You can work off it if you'd like.
I don't need to. I just want to check on something. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Good morning, everyone. Luke Marland, Chief Counsel of General Assembly. I'm here on 492. What I tried to put together is a working document, so it's not the polished or final potential strike law amendment. And it shows highlighted in yellow, I'm sorry, the changes that I think you had agreed to. And it also contains stricken language, which normally wouldn't be in an amendment. And that's just to show you what's being taken out. So it's a way to work through the changes I believe you had agreed to, and then of course we can discuss. So starting on page 3, line 18, there's discussion about adding in perceived. And so I did it here, and you'll see later that I do it in other sections. And I think it might be easier to bypass section 2 for right now, section 2 and 3, and jump to later parts of the bill. And I'll just show you the changes that were made. And this is now in the subsequent sections that are dealing with existing anti-discrimination law. So it's not talking about the Homeless Bill of Rights section, it's talking about the later sections of the bill. For example, on page 9, at the very top, this is the definition of housing status, so it's still cross-referencing the federal law as you decided, but it added in actual or perceived. And I don't think we need to, I did that in the subsequent definitions also. So every time we have a definition of housing status that you are adding as a protected category to existing anti-discrimination law, we're still cross-referencing the federal definition, but I added in actual or perceived. And that language is consistent every time we have that definition. Any questions about that? Okay, so now let's go to section 2, which was the section in Title I, the Homeless Bill of Rights. And if you go to page 4, you'll see there's a new F added. It starts on line 5. So there's discussion about a couple terms. One was housing status, and one was public place or public space, and you decided to always use the phrase public space. You'll see F, as in Frank, starting on line 5. You see 1, housing status. Now, these definitions are in this section. They're at the end. You could have put them in the beginning. There's no difference in their impact. I merely put them at the end because it might be easier to read. But this is just really a formatting issue. But housing status means the actual or perceived status of being homeless, etc., and then it cross-references the federal statute. So this is exactly word for word the same definition that would be in Title IX. The same definitions that you're now including in the existing anti-discrimination laws. So exactly the same.
Did you combine the two, Luke? Is that what you're saying?
No. I repeated the same definition more than once and added in the words actual or perceived each time.
Okay.
But so before housing, homelessness and housing status wasn't really defined in this section, the so-called Homeless Bill of Rights. Now it is defined and defined exactly the same way as it's later defined in Title IX, etc.
So it's at Title IX. Yes. Thank you.
Is that clear?
Yes.
Now then there's a definition of public space. And let's walk through this because this is all new. This is meant to incorporate my understanding of your decisions from last time. This wasn't defined earlier, so now we're defining this term.
And so I believe what we asked you to do was to make this definition, and then we put it back on the table side by side with the concept of public accommodation. Public accommodation is a common definition in our statutes already, so that we had asked Luke to come come up with this, and then we will have that discussion and we can change that or delete it or rely on public accommodation. We'll have that conversation.
And so let's walk through this. Public space, and once again, every time I said public place, I change it to public space so there's consistency. Public space means any space or location that is customarily open to, accessible to, or used by the general public and includes, so these are examples now, but they're not exhaustive. So these are examples, but it doesn't mean it's a whole universe. Outdoor spaces, including sidewalks, streets, village greens, and public parks and beaches. And indoor spaces, including shopping malls, libraries, town halls, community centers, and government buildings. So now we defined public space and given some examples of what are public spaces. And then B, this is sort of a carve-out. Does not mean restaurants, stores, schools, religious establishments, or indoor spaces that are not customarily open to the general public or that require the payment of a fee or membership to enter. This is only an attempt to put into statutory language your discussion. So of course you can change and modify, and maybe it didn't hit all the points that you want to include. But you see what I was trying to do is have a general, broad understanding of public space and then pull things out of it like the inside of a store or a restaurant.
Does letter B reflect the definition of public accommodation?
To some extent, because remember, public accommodation includes the restaurant and the store. And my understanding of where you were headed or potentially headed was to exclude those. So I was trying to pull them out. So it's narrower than public accommodation in that regard.
Should we think about a term that would include access gained with a key? So a store owner possibly going into their establishment and unlocking the door in the morning, or I can't think of any other examples.
What's a public restaurant that requires accommodation?
Yeah.
And you're thinking you want to allow
that's what I'm
homeless people or deny them access to that?
Well, add to the bottom of this definition where you're carving out where require payment of a fee or membership to enter, or someone who has access to a key to whatever.
So good question. And I don't think that space that's locked, nor a secure part of a building, government building, you can have rooms that are not customarily open to the general public.
Okay.
So you could absolutely list more examples. You could do that. But I thought things that are secure location, the general public cannot customarily enter, that's not included in the definitions. That would be a locked space.
Yeah.
That would be a part of the General Assembly, the police office. We can't all walk in there.
That's true.
Therefore, a homeless person can walk in either.
Yeah.
Examples like that.
Yeah.
So.
Representative Zoff.
I thought, or at least my preference was, I don't know if it was the committees or what, I didn't think shopping malls were, I thought we had a discussion that shopping malls were not public spaces. Like the idea again of setting up some kind of food distribution in the middle of the shopping mall. I thought we had heard something.
Well, that's your decision to make. The sense I got was the general areas of the shopping mall you did want to allow homeless people access to, but the individual stores or restaurants you did not. But that's a policy decision.
Well, it wasn't so much about, in the context of the discussion, it wasn't so much about access for homeless people. It was about, there was, in some other section of the bill, there's a talk about being able to distribute food and it should not be prohibited. And so, again, if like Food Not Bombs, an organization that distributes food to the homeless, wanted to set up inside a shopping mall, I wouldn't support a law that said they could set up inside the shopping mall. If they wanted to set up outside the shopping mall, yeah, but inside, no. It's not a public space. It's a private space, privately owned, privately operated, the whole thing. So.
Or they would ask permission.
Right, of course.
They would have to ask permission.
Of course, yeah.
I think maybe we continue this discussion at a point when you might not have been here, and that's where this might have come from.
you want me to walk through the rest of the changes? I think there'll be more discussion about this key definitional term, but do you want me to walk through the rest of them? Or do you want to?
Yeah, let's do that, and then we can.
So let's now go to section 2, and let's go to page 2, please. And on page 2 and 3, there's highlighted changes. I just want to go through them with you. First one is on page 2, lines 2 and 3. Because housing status is now a defined term, you don't need to say homeless or because of their housing status. So the change you see there in lines 2 and 3 is just removing the language that's no longer necessary. And you'll see I do that repeatedly on the rest of the page. So you don't need to say homelessness, for example, each time. Now, you could condense this whole section. There's some repetitious language. I did not do that because I was only trying to make the changes you'd agree to. But if you wish, you could, there's other language you could take out that may not be necessary. I don't think it's harmful. I don't think it's negative, but you could condense it a little bit. Going over to page 3. Now this language on 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 that I struck out. This, I didn't know if it was necessary. You did not reach an explicit decision to remove it, so this is something that you hadn't really discussed or decided, but it struck me that it may not be necessary in light of the other changes in housing status now being a defined term. That's something you should look at and decide whether you want that language in or out.
And do you say that in the sense that the way it's otherwise defined is more global, so that this can be? I mean, I look at this language and I say, okay, we singled out victims of domestic and sexual violence in this particular case because we felt it wasn't covered in other sections.
Well, if that's so, then maybe you want to keep it in. And once again, it wasn't something you discussed. Just want to be clear with that. It struck me 4 and 5, what does that language actually do? So it's almost a statement of your intent and your opinion. But it doesn't, you say they have the right, but it doesn't actually do anything specific. So that's time for you to discuss. Okay. You could certainly have the language there. The other language, it was unclear to me whether it changed anything legally. And that's also something if you discuss and maybe hear testimony from other stakeholders concerning. So I'm not sure about this, but I was wondering whether it was necessary or if you're really just saying that confidentiality as mandated by other laws should be followed. If that's so, it may not be necessary to repeat it here. The other changes that you see on page 3 are just referencing the term of housing status or striking out without housing, which is no longer necessary, or traditional for a public fora was stricken out at the very bottom of the page, and public spaces was used instead. So it's just changes in language to be consistent. And those are all the changes that were made in this draft.
Okay. So, committee first, I guess, let's put aside the conversation of public space versus public accommodation for a minute and just concentrate on the other changes that were made. Does it reflect everything that we were talking about last week, in your opinion? And then we'll come back to the domestic violence language in a second. But the other changes seem to be making it consistent, making the changes that we requested and making them consistent through there. Do we achieve that here? Yes, Lisa.
I think for the majority of the committee, it probably does. Myself, I'm still, I'm concerned with the actual or perceived language, so that's a stumbling block for me. But I think the rest of the committee is pretty, it captures what we were talking about, minus the public space issue, which you asked us to remove from our minds.
For the time being.
Yeah.
And there's, then let's move over to the domestic violence language. Do we think that is, Luke, if you needed to look at that, would you need to look at that one more time in terms of research to determine whether or not it's completely duplicative, or is it just our choice?
Well, I think that's something you may want to hear from other stakeholders, either informally or formally. It's not my subject area. I can't give you an opinion. That's absolutely not necessary. I think I explained my reasoning in striking it out, but I would circle back to some of the other folks who've testified, perhaps. Okay. I think the language on 4 and 5, I don't see what that adds. The other language on 6, 7, and 8, that's what I'm not certain about. And of course, you could just keep it all in and have these issues talked about in the next committee and those two. So.
All right.
Does the reference to the Federal Violence Against Women's Act, are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not familiar with that law specifically. No, I'm not.
Because on the face of it, given the other, on the face of it, it would seem that the
Where do you see
language on page 3, line 2.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at strict language. I'm sorry. Gotcha.
Because on the face of it, it would seem that the additional language might just be duplicative.
Well, that's what I was wondering, but I'm not entirely sure,
So
and I cannot answer that question.
We need to know what that language
Sure.
says.
And no, and I hear you when you say that this sentence starting with "in particular" is more of a statement that if we were to include that language anywhere in the bill, it would be in the findings, more than within the statute itself. Any other thoughts on that language right now on page 3 about this no identifying information, etc.? All right, so that's still a touch point to go back to. Now, public spaces versus public accommodations. I believe that if we, in the testimony we had last week, also mentioned that public accommodation does include most of these things. Is that right?
Yes, it does include, I'm sorry, it does include things like stores, and let me read that definition to you again. I think you might have been emailed it. I think Ron might have emailed it to you. Or was it, we went through it a few times.
I think he may have posted it.
Yeah.
Set out.
Yeah.
Oh, here I have it. Thank you for looking. It's defined in Title IX, and it says, place of public accommodation means any school, restaurant, store, establishment, or other facility at which services, facilities, goods, privileges, advantages, benefits, or accommodations are offered to the general public. And so it's quite broad, but it would include a restaurant, a store, that's specific, and many other places. So public accommodation does include the things that I excluded in that definition.
And all of our other protected classes that we're bringing the homeless population into, its public accommodation is what is guaranteed.
Well,
anti-discrimination.
Yes.
Yes.
But you do that in this bill also. Remember, in this bill, you have changes to Title IX, public accommodation.
Right.
You're adding housing status as a new protected category, so they get the full panoply of protections like race, gender, sexual orientation, etc. We're talking now about Section 2, which is the Homeless Bill of Rights, which is different than Title IX, and which has different types of language. That's what we're talking about right now.
So I'm a little, if I'm understanding, I'm a little uncomfortable because I feel like we're creating an apartheid system that all our protected classes can take advantage of all of this, but now suddenly restaurants, we're saying, it can be like whites only. But it's like excluding homeless people.
So you're not doing that. I'm sorry if I was unclear. Under this bill, you're giving homeless people access to places of public accommodation like everyone else. That's in Section 4. Okay?
The B part.
Section 4A, 4502.
No, I'm sorry. I'm stuck.
No, he's
let me back up. Sorry if I was unclear. The bill's different parts.
Okay.
There's aspects of the bill that adds housing status to the existing law about public accommodations. So how homeless people under those sections of this bill, same rights, same privileges, treated the same way as other protected classes, such as race, gender, etc. Okay. Section 2 is different than Title IX. Section 2 is a Homeless Bill of Rights and talks about distributing services in parks and things like that. That's what we're talking about right now. And there's no comparable bill, no comparable law for race, gender, sexual orientation like the Homeless Bill of Rights. Is that clear?
So what is page 4?
Yep.
B 16, 17, 18. What does that exclude? What aspects of this are?
It means as to the Homeless Bill of Rights, which is Section 2.
Okay.
Forget, totally different than the other Title IX changes, okay?
Right.
So it's saying for what you have in Section 2 doesn't apply to restaurants, stores, schools, religious establishments, etc. And this includes, if you look at the prior pages on Section 2, it's talking about using and moving freely in public spaces, etc. This doesn't limit what you're changing in Title IX. Some of it may be a little bit redundant, but it also goes further than what you're changing in Title IX. It's talking about use and move freely in public spaces. It has a language about you can't have sanctions or being in public spaces, etc.
I don't see why that B is necessary at all. And I would think the broader public accommodation covers it for me.
Well, as I recall the discussion, there was a concern about the, on page 3, item C, the ability to offer food. It's just a little vague, and there was some concern that that language would authorize or allow someone to be exempt from criminal or civil sanctions if they set up a soup kitchen in a restaurant. And we thought that's probably not a reasonable interpretation of things, and we were specifying that it's public spaces, not public accommodations, so that we wouldn't be in a situation where that would happen. I think that was the whole reason I thought we were delineating the difference between public space and public accommodation.
That's correct. I agree.
Right. That was what, I'm not saying whether that's right or not. I'm just saying that's what engendered the discussion, was that language as it reads seems to allow for that possibility.
And so I wonder if we can, without creating a new definition that can cause confusion in that line in that section C, reiterate other language around interfering with, so no person shall be subject to civil or criminal sanctions for da 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 da, as long as it does not interfere with the normal operation of the business or normal conduct, because we've been very clear along the way that a business that we want to maintain that a business has a right to refuse service for someone who is interfering with the business practices that are going on.
Or like disruptive to staff, threatening the customer.
Yeah, exactly.
Mitigating, right, yeah.
And so that's been the conversation all along. We want to maintain that, right? And so, Randall, the example that you're offering of what we were trying to avoid, I wonder if we can have, now I'm just repeating myself, but in this section, as long as it does not interfere with the normal business, and then we can use the public accommodations language and not have dual definitions. I'm seeing some head nods. So
Yeah, I just like walking through that. Yeah, it makes sense to me.
So what you're suggesting is that, again, we have 3 different sections, right? So again, we're not talking about the discrimination sections. This is just in the Bill of Rights, right? So what you're suggesting is that if I heard you correctly, what you're suggesting is to not use this definition of a public space, but to allow public accommodation be the same definition in both sections, but to put a proviso in here that then says that whether it's our intent or it's our interpretation or whatever it is, that to your exclusionary language, if you will.
Yeah.
Well, that leads me to ask, what is in current statute, for example, in a restaurant, with other protected classes? Is there any kind of language at all?
Again, I think that yes, there is. There's the whole. I think that's the point that Luke was making, is that under the discrimination law that we have, we're adding housing status to this, where public accommodation is a part of the definition, and that. But again, this section of the bill, which goes into a different section of law.
Right, I understand.
You know, again, we may be using the proposal would be to say use the same definition with an exclusion to it.
Well, that's what I'm kind of looking for. Is there existing language, for example, you know, if you refuse to serve somebody in a restaurant because of perceived religion?
I think we took testimony that was part of the reason for adding perceived to the homeless, is that the legal tradition is racial discrimination can be perceived. You know, if you misperceive someone as, there was an example of Muslim versus Hindu versus, you know, and so.
I think what you're getting to is how you prove the case. And it's always fact specific. And it's hard to control really clear lines.
But I'm just wondering if there's not existing language we can just adapt.
Not that I'm aware of, but so if you go into a restaurant and I'm not going to serve you because you're a person of color or because you're gender non-conforming, pretty easy case to prove.
Yeah.
But if you go into a restaurant and they just don't serve you and they don't tell you why, then you would have to establish what seems to be the reason, and that has to do with the burden of proof. So I'm not aware of any language in statute that really helps make that easier or that we could use. You could try to develop it if you want, but it's always going to be case specific and fact dependent.
Which was also testified by the Human Rights Commission. Lisa?
So this is probably a very elementary question that I should have asked a long time ago, but with the clarity between the anti-discrimination and the Bill of Rights, why are we pursuing writing a Bill of Rights when presumably the housing status would be covered if we just included it in the anti-discrimination Title IX?
Well, we're writing a Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights is not about, it's different from the discrimination law. This is us making a statement that people who are experiencing homelessness are doing X.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I just guess I don't really see it. necessary, maybe? If a person's rights are going to be covered under Title IX if we add another protected class, which is housing status. And you don't have to answer that. I think I have my answer.
Two summers ago, on Church Street, I walked into Starbucks, and Philip Bratt was there, and he had his signed up, to his petition to run for Senate. He was just standing there quietly and doing that, and I said, "Hey, how are you, Senator Bratt? Nice to see you." And I signed his petition and stuff. And so, if he was unkempt and homeless, according to what we're talking about now, he would not be able to be there. But because he was looking good and quiet, he could be there because he wasn't actively soliciting, but he had his signatures things here. And, oh, do you live in Chittenden County? Oh, I do. I'm gathering signatures for my petition to run. And so that's my discomfort here, is that we're not asking restaurants. People should be served. If they come and sit down and they have money, they should be served, no matter who they are.
Yeah. But if he was harassing people, if he was aggressively asking for signatures, that's the point of difference there.
Well,
so if he's standing
the perception
there,
of how he looked.
No, I'm not speaking to that at all. I'm talking about the method of engagement with the public as an operator. Has absolutely nothing to do with one's physical appearance and demeanor. Well, a little bit on the demeanor side, but physical appearance, how they come up. If he was standing there calmly having conversations with people like yourself, asking for petitions, have at it. So democracy.
I take sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear that all of these discussions, it comes down to how do you prove your case.
Yeah.
So you put it on paper, the shop owner does whatever they wish, it matters whether the case is brought, and that gets to prove the case. So even if you add language that can interfere with normal operations of the business, shop owner could still exclude you if you're unkempt and smelly if they think that's, arguably, they think that's interfering with normal operation of business. So no matter what you're trying to get to, there's always going to be some wiggle room. There's always going to be some gray area. It's always going to come down to, does someone bring a case? How do they prove it? Can they meet the burden of proof? I just want to make that clear.
So where does that put us? Where does that put us right this second with public accommodation versus public spaces?
Well, I'm the only outlier on this, and I don't really know where other people stand. I'm willing to go with the group, but I'm still uncomfortable with it. But if I'm outvoted, we're done. But there's a consensus is, but
Yeah, I mean, I think that public accommodation language is clearer because it's in precedent and it we're doing a new thing, and so having fewer new things is always helpful as we make changes. So that's my preference, and it seems like with that additional language to make sure to acknowledge the intent of this bill and to reiterate the businesses being able to operate functionally is the intent, and so that's I'm going to stand behind that.
Well, I mean, this is like sort of like the new uncharted territory of creating one of these, doing one of these constructs where it's not necessarily looking at someone for race, gender, religion, and it's more of a social construct as opposed to how somebody's born or a point of faith. So I think that's where we're running into this. You get what I'm saying? Like, this has never been defined before for this type of individual. So I think that's why we're hitting some.
So correct me if I'm wrong, Luke. If it appears to me that we're defining public spaces,
yes,
and we're backing out public accommodations out of that definition. Is that safe?
Some part of public accommodation.
Right.
Yes, you are.
That's safe to say.
Yes.
I don't think we have a problem with that. I think it's fairly clear.
I think just to be super pedantic about this item C, when it says no person shall be subject to similar criminal sanctions for soliciting, sharing, accepting, or offering food, right? As you said, in the normal operation of business, yes, but in John's example, we're at Starbucks. I'm an upstart coffee company, and I decide to go to Starbucks and offer coffee samples to people of a competing brand.
Yeah.
This seems to say that I'm exempt from any consequence of that, right? I'm not subject to any criminal or civil sanction for setting up a coffee sample distribution within Starbucks.
But could you be asked to leave under present law? I mean,
well, I think that's the problem that we're trying to figure out here. I mean, it's just that simple.
So what's that got to do with homelessness? I guess is my question.
Your example.
I think that's the point he's trying to make.
Right.
It doesn't.
That's what
it has nothing to do with the fact that the person is perceived homeless.
I don't think that's accurate under the language in the bill now. C doesn't specifically have the words housing status, but the whole section talks about housing status as a characteristic you're trying to prevent discrimination on. So if Luke Marland's Coffee went to Starbucks and started handing out samples, I don't think I'd be within C. But we could make that clear if you want to. We could absolutely make that clear.
Well, I mean, then who's offering the food in that situation?
It could be Randall's Coffee Company offering coffee to
Right, but I'm saying. Oh, you're offering it to homeless people? I thought you were handing it out to.
You could be offering it to anybody.
No. I'm saying the wording in there is offering food.
Yeah.
If it was accepting and you left out offering, then.
Oh, I see what you're getting.
You see what I'm saying? The offering implies that you're the person who has the resources that you're then allocating to someone else. If you just left out offering, you just said sharing or accepting. I mean, sharing's a little, but anyway, it's just
now we understand.
Right. Yeah, that's why.
Yes, that's clear.
And then the point that I made earlier when we talked about this is that at the U.S.-Mexico border, that municipalities have criminalized giving food and water, and so that's the perspective that I'm coming from. That I do not want to be doing that. And so again, that additional language of how to have within how to have language that says interfering with the normal business, so that the example that Randall you're having is not within this protected.
But did you want C to cover your scenario at the border or not cover it?
When we talked about it initially, that's what my understanding was that it was that you could give or receive and be covered.
It's separate from homeless status. You could give or receive.
In the context of homeless status.
In the context of homeless status.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mariana, Lisa, and Tom.
So I come back to perceive. That's a very loaded word. And that would mean to me, in terms of public spaces, this is a public space, this building. We have a homeless person, at least one, who comes and goes and so on. So I'm interpreting this, if I approach that person, as actually has been done when this person first appeared, one particular person I'm thinking of, and there was an outreach of help offered because it was perceived the person was in need. Regardless of whether or not this was a homeless person, because that was not anything that was clear initially. So if I reach out to this person to offer them some sort of help, service, or what have you, under this law, I could be accused of being discriminatory. No. This happens to be a homeless person.
I know, but this says no person shall be.
Right.
No person shall be subject to.
This is in the context of a business, as I
I
understand
have
it.
to go to another committee to do an amendment. That's going to be on the floor today. Can I then circle back to you after that? I'm sorry.
Yes, in committee we are going to move on to another another topic at 10 o'clock. We have to, and then we at 10:30 we go on the floor. So yeah, we can check back. So we will continue our policy conversation here. So I think, thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I have to go to the other committee. Thank you.
And just as you're leaving, of course, classic, if we decide on status quo of public spaces and whatnot, these changes reflect that. If we choose to go with public accommodations, then the changes you have to make are going to be changing public spaces to public accommodations.
Yeah, and pretty easy to do, and I just cross-reference the definition of public accommodation and blah, blah, blah. Very easy to do. Take out the definition of public spaces, keep the definition of homeless status, keep that in. So
and then,
you could easily do that, not that difficult.
And then the proviso, we would get you the idea of what that proviso would be.
And it could add that language in also. So
okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
Let me know what you need. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa?
So I just wanted to respond to Deanna that I get the Mexican border example, and when you first offered that, I came back with you're in a restaurant, you're a paying patron, there is someone there who is not a paying patron, who's sitting there, and you bring in food from outside, you don't buy it at the restaurant, and you start handing it out to people. That would seem to me that it's something that should not be allowed at that restaurant. And if the restaurant owner asked you to stop doing it and to leave, but you proved that the person that you were helping was homeless, how is that person who was offering the food or water covered under this? That person probably wouldn't be. That person could be prosecuted for handing out food because they perceive the person to be homeless. So, and I know that you missed some discussions that we've had since then, but I think that's why we're still stuck on letter C.
And that's, I'm hearing that you and I are in agreement. Because,
I think so.
Because that I think the restaurant is well within its rights, and we need to make clear in letter C that we want to reiterate well within its rights to say you cannot come in here and give food from outside to other people because that interrupts my normal business. And so we're in agreement on that.
Yeah, so if you're buying food at that restaurant and giving it to somebody who's sitting next to you, that you consider to be that's great. But I don't think section C is doing this. I don't think section C is saying what you and I want to say.
And so then, do you agree with me that if we reiterate our intention of not interfering with the normal business, because in the example that you just said of I invite a stranger that I don't know to eat dinner with me, or I'm finished with my meal and there's still half a plate left, and I let somebody finish that for me, I'm giving away food, that is within an operation, a normal restaurant operation, and is giving food.
It might be. I don't agree with the giving away the leftover food part. And this is all coming down to it's too specific for me. There are too many ifs, ands, and buts, and I can't get into the weeds of this Bill of Rights part. It's just too much.
I've got a proposed solution. Agreeing with both of you, is that we go back to the original definitions of public places and public accommodations as defined in Title IX, and not try to redefine any of that. That we include language that addresses not interfering with the normal operation of a business, and perhaps adding one more proviso, or with the permission of. So obviously, if a restaurant says, "Hey, it's okay for you to come in and something,"
totally.
then fine.
Have at it.
Yeah,
that's like your thing.
Right.
Do it. Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe that would just clarify a lot of this, going back to the original definitions of public places, right, and public accommodations, and adding the two provisos.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we'd have to see it laid out,
Yes.
but nothing about that's
Yeah.
concerning.
So Tommy, just write up some of that.
Oh, good Lord.
Really? Yeah, it's really, no, right? Because you just, it's like it's like when my wife gives me a shopping list. The first 3 items I can remember. If it's 4, please write it
The
down.
last 10, you're out.
You know, because I'll forget the first thing on the list. I only have capacity for 3 things at once.
I probably already forgot.
I mean, I think all you need to do is do this as a bullet point so we can share this with Luke if this is the direction we end up going in.
To me, that bridges what we've been discussing, the way I should just say.
All right, before we take a break for the next conversation, Earhart, you had your hand up 6 or 7 times. Did you want to share thoughts on anything?
If you have time, yeah, appreciate it.
We have 4.5 minutes.
Should I do it from here, or do you need me to? Aramonka Affordable Housing Coalition. So I think you're getting to, from my perspective, a better place with Representative Walsh's suggestion. 2 things that I wanted to point out. One was you're focusing a lot on the restaurants and the malls and the provision of food and these sorts of things, but I just want to make sure that you understand that on page 2, in B1, there's a much broader conveyance of rights to use and move freely in public spaces, including sidewalks, et cetera, et cetera. And if you do create a separate definition from what's in Title IX, the public accommodations definition, if you include a more restrictive definition in the Bill of Rights, that isn't, you are potentially creating a conflict between the Public Accommodations Act and specifically this section, B1, which conveys the right to use and move freely in public spaces, including all those listed. And you're basically, you would be creating, I think, conflict and confusion in the minds of mall owners and business people about whether or not they could, maybe under one section of law, prevent someone who is homeless or perceived to be homeless from entering their establishment or entering their mall, and another section of law which says they need to be able to serve them like they would any other member of the public. So just, I know you're focusing on the other 2 places where public spaces are.
Well, no, I think the question to Luke was if we go with public accommodations as the definition, that would change here. That would change this one as well. That's my interpretation.
Yeah,
That's what you're asking for is to change any reference to a public space to an accommodation because it's a broader definition.
Yes.
And you're seeking continuity between 2 different sections.
I was speaking to if you kept the proposed definition for public spaces in the Bill of Rights section, as Luke had outlined earlier, then you would be creating a potential conflict with the Public Accommodations Act. And I just want to make sure that among, while you're focusing on the restaurants and malls and providing food or whatever, things that like normally any owner would say, please don't do this here, and the person would leave. With the great focus on that, I think what you're not looking maybe at as much is B1. And so if you did go with Luke's proposed public space definition, then I think you're creating a conflict under this section. So I think you're in a better place with what Representative Walsh was suggesting. The other thing I just want to make you aware of is on page 3, this is in section 6, top of page 3, lines 4 through 7. Luke had suggested striking the victims of domestic and sexual violence and stalking components. My recollection back to when we originally worked on drafting this a while back, this was something that was very important to domestic violence victims and their advocates. And there are actually, for instance, carve-outs in the federal homeless management information system specifically for the kinds of information that can be shared about and not shared about victims. And so calling this out was something that was important at the time. I haven't gone back and compared this to the bill that you all passed last year on domestic violence to see if maybe that's now covered, but just wanted to make the point that I think probably it would be a good thing to leave this language in. Okay. Those are my comments. Thank you.
So we will ask Luke to draft up, to do the full strike all on this bill. Am I hearing consensus that public accommodation is a sufficient definition with the 2 provisos that Tommy put in, the 2 additions? And that's what we will ask to see for the next time we take this up.
What about the inclusion of domestic?
I'm fine keeping it in. I seem to remember it's older language that was, but if...
Do we need to hear from domestic violence advocates or just put it back in?
I think we just keep it in. Okay. No.
What about referencing the law that was passed last year? Or looking at it to see if it already includes homeless individuals?
I don't believe it does. If my memory serves correctly, and Earhart's memory, I think, of using the homeless management information system, I think that clarifies the conversation we had on this 2 years ago. But we can certainly. I believe I saw Kara Casey in the building today, where we can send it. Or if you want to reach out to, if you can reach out to them, that would be fine.
So getting away from definitions on how we're going to lay those out and into just more of like the totality of the picture, are we going to talk to anybody from like the mayor's organizations or the EPA or anything like that to talk about how they see this from a point of engagement?
We've put this out. The League of Cities and Towns have testified on it. My concern is if they haven't heard about it already or haven't offered anything already, then do they have something to offer? I suppose, we clearly will have another session on this because we have to review the changes made. I think we're really close in terms of settling the issues now. Then it becomes just a question of whether there's support in the committee for the bill and the different changes. That said, if we don't have time, I don't know that we have a time scheduled today or tomorrow for this, but it's so we would go over into next week probably for final vote. If somebody wants to reach out and see, that's fine. Give people one more opportunity, but again, it's one of those. It's not finished here either.
Yeah, no.
If it passes here, then and people have more comments, then the Senate is more than willing to take them on too.
Yeah, I'm just curious because we just didn't, other than whatever that was, 15, 20 minutes with me with Karen Horn. Nobody really from the municipality side has come in yet, so I just wasn't sure what
I would think that if Karen Horn was aware of it, that she would have notified other people through VLCT, but I'm making an assumption of that case. But again, no one is. We reached out to Burlington earlier to see who was interested in talking, and
the chamber spoke.
The chamber spoke. We reached out to Police Association. We had at one point we thought we were going to have testimony from police officers or police chief.
That's kind of what I'm curious about. That we didn't see anybody from the enforcement. They didn't want to come in.
I I think there was a real split between what someone may want to testify on a personal experience, personal professional experience versus what they might have been, what their municipality may have wanted to possess. Just who knows?
Speculation.
I think the opportunities have been out there, and again, it's part of here we are in the middle of February. I think we've philosophized this bill upside down and backwards, and we really worked the language to try to get it right. So, or as right as we can get it.
is presented in 464 and 808. And it is coming to the point where I think we need to try to decide as a committee what direction we want to go on these issues. And so we've teamed these bills up together to intentionally allow us to have a conversation not only about policy and whether we think there's a reason why we need to make a change in, for instance, use of force policy, but also issues around training, training in cultural awareness, training in de-escalation, and of course issues around data collection so that we have the information at hand in order to understand what the experience of Vermonters in their interactions with law enforcement is about.
What's the bill?
464 or 808? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Thanks. Are you being our legislative counsel now?
He's trying, but I don't think he's so good.
Doesn't have the ponytail.
How do you do these? I'll work on it. I'll work on it.
Yeah, can you do a split screen, bring them both up side by side? You do side by side?
It's been a while. Do you really? Are you just being a wise guy?
I think he's being a wise guy. I don't think we need to look at the bill language right now. I think we need to have a discussion about what we've heard, what we think makes sense, and what we want to begin to move forward with in terms of getting language on the page. So this is just an opportunity to have some open discussion. Jim.
So we've had obviously a lot of testimony and a lot of different viewpoints, but the first part on the data collection, was it my understanding that we have this information, but it just doesn't go to this group? The E. That's already collected but not necessarily shared. Is that? Maybe I can call a friend in the room.
Lifeline.
You got a friend in the room?
Like a lifeline.
They pick on you so much, I'm not sure.
Who would you like to call?
I would like
Nobody in this room.
my friend from the state police.
Sure. Tell me your question again.
Okay, so I thought my understanding was that the E, the underlined part, was already noted somewhere on different reports, but not necessarily given to this group that's looking at all the data.
Okay. So that is not one of the mandatory bits of information that's captured at traffic stops in the traffic stop data currently, right? There are, I think, 5 or 6 required: age, gender, reason for stop. So all those things, whether a search was conducted, but use of force at a traffic stop is collected by our department in a separate way. It's not part of the data collection effort tracking racial demographics of traffic stops. We are collecting uses of force at all levels, whether it's a traffic stop or somewhere else. I cannot speak for other departments about their collection of uses of force.
Wouldn't that be pretty, I don't know, common sense standard that you, anytime you have a use of force, local police, sheriff, state police, that you would note that somehow?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess my question would be, how big a deal, and is there any harm to sharing this as part of this report, this collection?
You know, just off the cuff, I would say that it should be being collected. I don't know that this is the best place where it should be collected, but it should definitely be collected. In my personal opinion, every department should be collecting use of force data. whether it's on the ticket or else. I mean, the traffic stop is just one instance where force could be used.
Do you have any thoughts on data? Since we're on data right now.
Yes, I did meet with Representative Donahue, and we came up with some additional language in E that we were just looking at. We were concerned about the means by which the stop was achieved and whether a chase might have been involved for achieving the stop, and some other language around use of force, whether it resulted in bodily injury or deadly force. So there's some additional language we thought might be added to that section.
And this pertains to just roadside stop data, but I think we are understanding in the broader context of putting both of these bills on the table that some of the issues are not around a roadside stop, but around other interactions with law enforcement that we may want to collect data on. I think we would want to broaden the data collection to be other interactions and the use of force on that. Bob?
May I shoot a lifeline question also?
Sure.
If you're on foot or in your car or anywhere, if you do an attempt to evade, it comes out as a separate charge, right?
If you're on foot or in a car and you attempt to elude or you don't respond to lawful orders, is that a charge? Is that a charge?
Yeah, sort of is that. It's kind of a backdoor way of asking if that data is already kind of available in a lot of situations.
I mean, I would think the majority of the time if you attempt to elude, but there is some discretion there. It's not, we can't say for sure that every time there isn't a decision made to go another route. Like if you're attempting to elude and you're caught and you're DWI, maybe you're only charged with DWI. There is some discretion.
Other conversation about data collection.
We also spoke to including language around collecting data for a person acting in a manner that created reason to believe a mental health crisis was occurring. And that's specific language from other statute around mental health, from the Mental Health Council. But that kind of data needs to be specifically named. And finally, the thought was that this data report shall be reported annually to the legislature, in addition to the council.
I guess I have some concerns about trying to capture more data when the data that we have, that we're getting currently, we don't have any consistency in how we capture or report it. Aren't we just going to go through an exercise that really isn't going to do what we want it to do? I don't know who I'm asking this question to, just sort of throwing it out there. Because even a local
Because this isn't, we're talking local and everybody. And we don't really have a good, robust process in place even now for the data we're supposed to be capturing.
I think we heard that it's an evolving process, that the first year they tried to collect, they had some things written, handwritten on the back of envelopes sort of thing. So this is definitely an evolving process. And shining some light on it, and also putting into statute exactly what we want to be collecting is the opportunity that we have before us right here. Other discussion on data? Okay, well, I'm hearing a proposal that we work in some way to incorporate some of the issues around people who are in apparent mental health crisis. And so I think probably what we should do is actually get with Ledge Council and see if we can get some bill language on in front of the committee. Take a look at this.
I would have to see the language, but I'm inclined not to support that. I think that's way too broad, personally.
Let's see what it looks like. Anything else on data? Right, so we have training in de-escalation and cross-cultural awareness as two concepts that were put forward in the bill. Any committee discussion on that? Any thoughts that you have based on what we've heard for testimony thus far?
Just to clarify, what do we have for policy in this area today? Anything?
Well, I wish I had that off the top of my head.
I think there's a lot. For use of force, obviously.
I think we had some testimony that there is some training, and I forget how many hours of training off the top of my head.
I think they said 4 hours.
Small number.
They were looking to double it. One of them was looking to double it to 8. Instead of 4.
But I'm more specifically on policy before we get into the
So that's a separate issue.
Right.
Directing the creation of a policy around use of force is a different question than training in those.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a two-step process. You have a policy, and then you train to the policy. But I'm trying to understand, what do we have for policy in this area today? I'm going to assume we have policy surrounding use of force and some type of de-escalation. But I maybe the major can help me again.
And is it do different agencies have different policies as opposed to this legislature directing a unified policy on when it's okay?
That's a good point. Yeah.
Sorry, what I'm looking for is the breakdown in the training that's provided of the So for Vermont State Police recruits in the pre-basic phase, this is just BSP, 16 hours of less than lethal or non-lethal use of force training, 26 hours of firearms training, 2 hours of fair and impartial policing training. Basic training for all law enforcement in Vermont, 36 hours of firearms training, 46 hours of less than lethal use of force, 8 hours of communication and de-escalation, 4 hours of use of deadly force, 4 hours of capsicum spray, less than good use of force, 8 hours of working with people in mental health crisis, 4 hours of fair and impartial policing, 4 hours of community policing, 4 hours of responding to hate-motivated crimes. In the post-basic for all law enforcement, there's 16 hours of TASER certification, 2 hours of Team 2 mental health crisis and de-escalation training, 20 hours of firearms training, 28 hours of this part is just for state police, 28 hours of less lethal use of force training, 20 hours of firearms, and 2 hours of Team 2 mental health crisis. And then for VSP, 8 hours of fair and impartial policing. And then in service for VSP only, 4 hours non-lethal use of force training, 12 hours firearms training, and then ongoing, the average trooper per year attends, average 30 troopers per year attend an 8-hour updated class for two. And I can print this for you, and then you'll just have it in front of you.
That's actually not a bad idea.
Email it.
Okay. Yeah, that's,
Instead of
let's get
reading
that on the page.
Maybe that's a lot of non-use of force training. What sort of form does it take?
I'm sorry, say it again.
The non-use of force training, it's a lot of time. What sort of form does it take? Is it out in the backyard playing karate, or is it classroom instruction on?
So I can't recite it exactly. I think it's a combination of practicals, so control procedures, how to make high-risk car stops, how to use de-escalation tactics, how to go hands-on if you need to with using other than your firearm. So it's a combination of classroom and in the field.
Madam Chair, if I may just add something to that. That's part of what the move on now is to increase the basic training another 4 weeks. And that's part of that additional 4 weeks is to provide much more training in this and the use of force and de-escalation. And use of force, de-escalation are actual hands-on practical exercises where the police officer is actually thrown into a scenario where the major can correct me if I'm wrong in this, but thrown into a scenario and the officer is, or trooper in the case of the state police, is required to evaluate the situation, take the appropriate actions, and they're graded on that at the academy. And just for the record, the municipalities, most municipalities, unless you're very large, and I can only assume that happens to be very large, like maybe a BPD or something, don't receive as much training as the state police do in this, because they have a pre-basic, and I believe your post-basic is a little more intense, and they receive a little additional, they receive more training. So this additional, if I get off a little subject here, we're getting this additional 4 weeks would assist the municipal departments greatly in requiring more time. I just wanted to have some of that.
So while we're talking about training, is there anything that you inclined to specify something with respect to training.
Well, just to pick up on what JP just shared, I remember there was some reference to trainer approaches, and it didn't seem like there were many of them. So how might you increase that in a way to allow some of the smaller agencies to have more exposure to training? Is that thought?
I mean, I think the challenge that I've seen just in all of the discussion that we've had around all of these issues is that, there's probably a wide difference in the way that Vermont State Police handle some of these interactions versus some of the small municipal agencies. And yet we're being asked to consider law enforcement as a whole because we recognize that our community members who have interactions with our local law enforcement may be experiencing different things than what they experience when they are pulled over by a trooper on the highway.
Well, I mean, with respect to the training, I mean, I understand the policy part, and I'm fine with what's in the bill, but then the training component is supposed to be based on a policy that we don't know what it is now because they're going to have to draft it based on this bill. And I guess my question is there might be a cost to that, which would be unknown.
To all of our municipalities.
Right. I mean, should it be more that, the training council should come back to the General Assembly with a recommendation on training? I'm just, because, I mean, it's a difficult situation as they come up with this policy, a model policy, and then they're supposed to take training on that. But we don't know what the model policy is at this point. And I mean,
chicken and egg.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the policy issue. I mean,
I agree with that sentiment. I mean, 4 hours to put in the bill is 4 hours. I don't know what 4 hours gives you. Maybe it should be 2 hours. Maybe it should be 8 hours. And I think until we get a recommendation from, having a policy and then the recommendation of the folks that do the training of what's required to implement that policy, I think might be premature. Plus, there is budgetary concerns, and there's been a lot of discussion whether we go to 16 weeks to 20 weeks, and does this tip it to the 20 weeks, which has a huge budget. It may be good, and we may have to spend that money, but I would think we ought to know that.
And then it's a model policy, and do all agencies follow that policy is the question that I have.
well, you get a report back about that.
Right.
So we would have some idea of who's following it and who's not. I mean, I just worry about, okay, there is all this training already. I mean, it probably, and I don't know the answer to this, because this is not an area of expertise for me, that it could be tweaked to be consistent with whatever policy is come up with, and it may or may not require an additional 4 hours. I mean, I'd rather see a recommendation about training than just saying, okay, we need 4 more hours.
And if I might, I agree 100% with what Representative Gannon has said. If the term does training council, who has the ultimate responsibility for we're setting training requirements for all sworn police officers in the state of Vermont. If they come up with a policy, a specific policy, give us some actual hard data expectations of what the cost might be, the type of training you're going to receive and everything. And I have to say that, you know, having been a retired police officer, but all the years I spent, and most of them are on the road, 4 hours is not enough for what we're looking at here. So it's going to require additional training to do the job that our citizens are asking us to do. But if the council can give that recommendation, that would be wonderful, and it would certainly assist us in what we need to do here as a legislature, specifically this committee. So I agree with you 100% on that. And the director, I'm sure, would arrange that. The figures and everything would be close.
Does that make sense to committee members?
Just to add to that, talking with my local police force, which is small, sending their staff off for training creates a hardship on the force. So I think we should have the courtesy of knowing that and of letting them know how many hours it's going to be up front before we mandate this.
Oh, sorry. I got it.
So this has an amendment to 464. Who drafted that? Was that
Just trying to be transparent.
I can't remember. Can you work with the drafter to make that change?
Yes.
All right. So, other thoughts, questions, suggestions, concerns about these issues? Nobody's dying to. All right. So Hal, you will work on putting together some of the language for that proposal, and John will work with Bryn to adapt to the policy language. Anything else? All right. I promised you a quick break, and so let's take a 10-minute break and come back to talk about the State Ethics Commission.
I want to point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 364th edition to Energy Week with George Harvey and Tom Fennell. Tom Fennell is still not in. We're going to hopefully get together on Skype operation next week. And after that, I think hopefully, we're going to get our technology together. In the meantime, it is George Harvey without Tom Fennell and without the likeness of George Harvey, because we're having difficulty with AV stuff because I'm working from home with computers. The program is made up of bits of news that are up at the geoharvey.com website. That is geoharvey.com. If you go there and click on the calendar, you'll be able to refer to the day at which the news came out, or not came out, but appeared at the website. And so if you want to read one of these news items, you can click on the calendar for that day, and it will mean that you'd have 10 to 15 items to look through, probably 15, most days it's 15, to find what I'm reading to you about. We're starting on the 19th of March, which was a week ago today, and we start with a photograph of a fully electric house in California. The item here is from Clean Technica, and the title is "Electrifying Everything Will Reduce Contagion Spread in Epidemics." Oh, did I say? The reason why this is all happening is because of the COVID-19 virus. I've been looking at the figures on that, by the way, and it looks like it is something definitely to be concerned about. I'm not going to go into my take on that quite yet, but here we're dealing with the question of contagion and the spread of the contagion that is augmented by the fact that oil and gas have to be pumped, transported, refined, delivered, and sold. The title here is "Electrifying Everything Will Reduce Contagion Spread in Epidemics." I read that before, I'm sorry. And basically what it says is, if you've got, all of this requires, all of the use of fossil fuels requires human activity and contact between and among humans. This is largely out of sight. Just, you don't see it. You don't see people drilling the oil. But to enable your car to get to the grocery store or a sporting event or work, you have a bunch of human contact behind that. And that contrasts sharply with renewable electricity. And if you think about it, a wind turbine, for example, takes about 4 hours to service. A lot of that is because the person who's doing it has to climb a 30 or 35-story tall ladder inside the mast, by the way. And the servicing that goes on for the wind turbine is not atypically 4 hours, which means a person can service 2 wind turbines a day. And in a wind farm, it's very likely that a person servicing the turbines would not have any human contact at all. And the turbines are operated by computer. They put electricity on the grid. The electricity is fed into the grid, and it gets to your home. And if you've got an electric car, it powers your car, and you can drive to the supermarket, and all you have to worry about is the 687 people standing in line. So isn't that comforting? Anyway, our next item is also from Clean Technica, still from the 19th of March. I'm sorry, the next item is from Renew Economy. Renewable fuels could soon be cost competitive with petrol and gasoline. And what this says is liquid fuels produced with renewable energy could be cost competitive with petrol and gasoline within the next 2 years. This site, Renew Economy, by the way, is Australian, which is why they're talking about petrol. According to a new commentary published on the prospects of what is called direct air capture techniques that convert carbon dioxide into net zero emission fuels. And I have to tell you, I'm not 100% in favor of combustion in general, although I find it's fine if we're burning hydrogen, which just makes water, and there's nothing else in terms of pollution. This thing, because it's burning carbon dioxide, it still has the possibility of producing carbon monoxide, and depending upon the way that you're doing it, a bunch of other things. But what they're doing here, to explain it, is they're taking carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, direct air capture, and turning it into fuels, which would mean they might be turning this into methanol and burning the methanol as a fuel, or ethanol. There are a lot of different ways that this can be done. So I think we should probably go on. Our next picture is a picture of the Rutgers University Marine Field Station. This is in a publication called NJ Spotlight, New Jersey Spotlight, which is, of course, New Jersey is where Rutgers University is. And it says, coastal scientists prepare to retreat from field station threatened by rising seas. Scientists at a coastal research station that studies how rising sea levels are threatening shore communities and the environment are preparing to move their work inland to escape worsening flooding and erosion on an isolated New Jersey peninsula. The picture is actually showing the actual station that they are leaving. And if you notice, that picture has buildings that are up on pilings. These things are elevated fairly high above the water level, and they are unable to maintain that site because the seas are rising. And by the way, scientists can tell where the land is subsiding and where the sea is rising, and they know how to tell where, how much and so forth of each of these things is going on. I have read that they can measure the actual height of the sea from the center of the earth, the distance of the sea to the center of the earth by satellite, and they can get that to within less than a quarter of an inch. Actually, my recollection is less than an eighth of an inch, and they can tell if the land is rising or falling directly by satellite. And so if, for example, Cameron Parish in Louisiana is both subsiding and facing sea level rise, they can see how much of each there is. And that's their ability to measure the oceans is uniform across the entire world. So you can get an idea of how much ocean level rise there has been in various places. And because of currents, it is more in one place than another. And there are still a couple of places on Earth which happen currently to be slightly lower than they were 25 years ago or 20 years ago. But in general, the ocean level is, in fact, according to these measurements, rising, and the measurements are very precise. In this particular case, the buildings will probably be fine, but you can't get to them at high tide because the roads approaching them are underwater at high tide a lot of the time. And this is sunny day flooding, and is known from a whole bunch of different coastal communities like Miami. Every time the moon is full or new, they have flooding on the roads because the ocean level rises enough that the sewers back up and put salt water on the roads. Nasty way to destroy a car is to drive through salt water, but the effect is bad enough that at, for example, the tidal basin, which is a park-like area of Washington, D.C., I have read that basically what they have is flooding over the pedestrian walkways at every high tide. So this is a problem, and it's interesting. This particular research station was measuring the effects of ocean level rise, and they've had to leave it. Okay, we are at Friday, March 20th, and there's an article from Popular Science which says we can no longer rely on historical data to predict extreme weather. We've always been able to use historic weather patterns to predict extreme weather events, But new data published in Science Advances shows that in just 1 decade, the climate has shifted so drastically that historic weather is no longer a reliable predictor. And we've seen this actually. Hurricane Irene was weird. And you know, I used to tell people there's one rule of weather, and that is weather is always weird. I happen to believe that that's true, but that's about weather. It's not about climate. And what's happened here is that the climate has got unpredictable. So we have extreme weather coming in. The climate drives the weather. We have extreme weather coming in on a much more regular basis. So things that used to be way outside the bounds of possibility are now happening much more regularly. And we've seen this in, for example, Hurricane Harvey, which stalled over Texas for days. And, you know, that's just not normal weather. And Hurricane Irene, which came ashore as a storm, went through a bunch of states, arrived at Vermont, and decided that it was going to make its mischief here. And, you know, this is something that, and by the way, they had a terrible storm that did basically the same thing in a few years before that, where much of the areas of many of the areas of Alstead, New Hampshire, that were near a river there were wiped out, and there were piles of junked cars and all kinds of. I remember seeing a farmer's field which I had been seeing full of a crop. I think it was corn that was growing there. And after that storm, I went by, and it was a field of stones because all of the topsoil had been washed away. Basically what this is saying is we cannot look at the historic weather and say that's going to be the way it will probably be. You know, you can't say our coldest winter night is probably going to be in the area in the about 25 below zero, 20 below zero in Brattleboro, because it isn't. And you know, this last winter, I was looking at the temperature when I got up in the morning to do the blog, which I usually do at about 4 o'clock. And the coldest temperature I saw all winter was not as low as zero. And this is an urban island effect, but it means that instead of being in hardiness zone 5A, we are in hardiness zone perhaps 7A, which means that our lowest winter temperature on average might be as much as 20 degrees warmer than it was 20 years ago, 25 years ago, something like that. That is of concern because it means that things like the eggs of deer ticks are not killed by cold weather the way that they would be, and other ticks are in the area. When I was a kid, there were no ticks around here, and we've got several different kinds of ticks. Okay, we've got a picture here of a thing called an Archimoto deliverator. And every time I say that, I think of Arnold Schwarzenegger films, The Deliverator. This particular picture is of an electric 3-wheeled vehicle that is designed specifically for delivering goods, which could be, you know, UPS deliveries. I don't know, but it's certainly one of the article has pictures of the deliveries being done as pizzas. And this is from Clean Technica. And the headline on this is the Archimoto Deliverator could be the ultimate last mile delivery vehicle. Archimoto, which unveiled the prototype of the last mile delivery version of its electric fun utility vehicle last year, is back with a sleeker, more refined version of the Deliverator. Clean Technica spoke with Archimoto CEO Mark Frohnmeyer to get the inside scoop. This is basically an interview, and there's a lot of interesting information in it. But the reason I really wanted to put this up on the Energy Week show is because I thought it would be, people would find the picture, and there's a bunch of pictures with this article, a lot of them. And I thought people would find this and similar pictures interesting. This is a vehicle that would be, well, when you think about it, in a time of crisis, a person could be making deliveries with a cargo bike, and this would carry a lot more material goods to be delivered than a cargo bike. Our next item is from Clean Technica, and the title is Earth Just Past Second Hottest February on Record. The average global land and surface area surface temperature for February 2020 was 2.11 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1.17 degrees Celsius, above the 20th century average, and the second highest on record behind 2016, according to NOAA. February also had the highest monthly temperature departure without an El Nino. Okay. The record is for 2016, but it happens that Februaries are warmer when El Nino is going on. This particular month did not have an El Nino behind it. So if you want to think of non-El Nino years as normal or ordinary, you could say that this is the hottest February that was in normal El Nino conditions, El Nino La Nina conditions, the prevailing conditions most of the time. It's the hottest February ever. And that, from my point of view, sitting here in Brattleboro, Vermont, is pretty easy to imagine is true. Okay, the next item is coming up was on the blog on the Saturday, the March 21st, and it is accompanied by a picture of the U.S. Capitol building, and it comes from a website called Utility Dive. It's called Dive here because basically what they do is they have usually articles at this site have 3 bullet points that explain 3 different aspects of the article, and then they go into greater depth. The title is Unemployment Poised to Skyrocket, Creating Urgent Need to Spur Renewables. And this is according to, there's a colon here, Obama veteran of 2008 financial crisis. And I should read the synopsis first. Power sector leaders are pushing Congress to address hits to the industry in its stimulus package. A former Obama transition team member pointed out that clean energy buildouts could be the first to hire. Before Donald Trump became president, the 2 fastest growing job descriptions in the United States were solar installer and wind turbine technician. And those 2 descriptions have taken a hit under the Obama administration's approach to trying to promote and save coal and promote oil and gas, both of which they have been very specific, very clear about. That's what they want to do. They wanted to save coal, which, by the way, they have not done. And I'm sure that the number of coal jobs in the United States is significantly lower than it was when Donald Trump took office. But certainly the Dow Jones Coal Index has fallen somewhere around 85 to 90% since Donald Trump took office. And the oil and gas sector, they've been pushing oil and gas to keep our economy stimulated, and it unfortunately hasn't worked because it's produced a glut of oil and gas, which means that many oil and gas companies have been in trouble because they can't produce oil or gas at a cost that is high enough to cover be covered by the product that they're selling. They're losing money as they sell the product. The renewable energy industry, as a result of this, is a place where people could get jobs quickly because there's a demand for electricity, and there's a lot that could be done there. But the stimulus package that has been promoted does not really cover that. Okay. Our next item here is Clean Technica, and it is entitled U.S. Banks Continue to Fund Dirty Energy. A report from a collection of leading NGOs, non-governmental organizations, basically that means nonprofits, takes a deep dive into how the world banks are fueling the climate crisis. The 4 biggest fossil fuel financiers are, and this is worldwide, not just in the United States, JP Morgan Chase, an American bank, Wells Fargo, an American bank, Citi, an American bank, and Bank of America, which, as I recall, has not been bought out by the Chinese as yet. Together, they have put $800 billion into fossil fuels since the Paris Agreement. And I look at that and I think about the fact, as I said, the oil and gas, the Dow Jones coal index is down 85 to 90%, but the oil and gas index is down about 65%. It has been 60 to 65%. And this just looks like a bad investment beyond the damage that is being done by burning fossil fuels to, first of all, the climate, but over a longer period of time, people have known for many, many years that about the health issues associated with these industries. Our next item, let's see, we're still on Saturday, March 21st. Our next item is from Renews, and the title is COVID-19, 25 gigawatts of U.S. wind projects at risk. As much as 25 gigawatts of U.S. wind projects are being put to risk by COVID-19, according to analysis by the American Wind Energy Association. The AWEA said 35,000 jobs would be in jeopardy, as well as $43 billion in investments and payments to rural communities through taxes and leasing fees. I'm not sure what to make about this. Obviously, the American Wind Energy Association is promoting American wind energy. I think their figures are probably correct. I don't know how great the threat is compared to, I think the threat is very great, but compared to other industries, I have a feeling that this is going to be seen in Washington as just one more voice in a mob of voices. So, as I said, I'm not sure what to make of it. I don't know that anything is going to come of it. Come of the fact that they're complaining. We are up to Sunday, March 22nd, and here's an item from Nation of Change. The title is Coal Industry Group asks federal lawmakers to cut funding for Black Lung program, citing COVID-19. National Mining Association leaders called on the president and Congress to cut a tax used to support coal miners with black lung disease and to give other financial benefits to the coal mining industry as a COVID-19 pandemic response. Okay, I expected that the coal mining industry would go to Congress and say, we've got a problem with COVID-19, please give us lots and lots and lots of money. The idea that they would be asking to cut funding for black lung disease among coal miners strikes me as being just a little bit beyond the pale, at least. And the result of that is, well, I just don't know what to say about it, except that I don't think that I think there's something fundamentally wrong with this. The problem with the black lung disease, these guys who have black lung disease got that disease in the coal mines. They're not getting COVID. They didn't get COVID-19 in the coal mines. They got black lung disease. And yes, we need to have help for a lot of people with COVID-19 because of COVID-19, but taking that help away from people who are suffering from black lung disease strikes me as being really heartless and counterproductive, both economically counterproductive. And I take offense at this. And I realize that the American Wind Energy Association is asking for help. The coal mining industry is asking for help. They're both asking for help. But the American Wind Energy Association is not going to Congress and saying, we think you should cut help for people who have suffered in some particular way. You know, we shouldn't have to pay for, well, if they had produced damage, we shouldn't have to pay for damage that we produced. They aren't doing that. But I think it suffice it to say I take offense at the coal mining industry for doing this. We have a slide here of a peat bog in Belarus. This is a picture that was taken, that came from a UN news item, an item in a publication called UN News. And the title of it is World Water Day, Often Overlooked. Wind resources are an essential part of the solution for climate change. And I think this is really important. On World Water Day, the UN launched a flagship report that says reducing both the impacts and the drivers of climate change will require major shifts in the way we use and reuse the Earth's limited water resources. You know, people don't think about water as limited because you look at a globe and most of the world is covered with water. The thing is, that water is salt water, and as a matter of fact, it's getting polluted to the point where it is being threatened. But here, it's not just salt water, it's also fresh water. When I was a child, before the Clean Water Act was passed, the Ashwillet River across the, on the other side of the Connecticut River from Brattleboro and downstream a little ways is the Ashwillet River, which enters the Connecticut River at Hinsdale. And that river very often had soap suds on it because all of the laundromats between Hinsdale and Keene were dumping their outgoing what we would call gray water. It's just water with soap suds in it. But they were dumping enough of it into the Ashwillet River that the Ashwillet River was full of soap. And it also had in it at that time scraps of leather working factories and paper factories and so forth. And that got cleaned up, but it is threatened today. The picture here of a peat bog is interesting because it shows what things are valuable for and the fact that people would not necessarily see their value. Peat moss, this is sphagnum moss, grows very rapidly, as do a lot of water plants. They grow particularly rapidly if there's a lot of carbon dioxide available, because that's a building block in their cell walls. So they grab carbon dioxide out of the water. Well, water that doesn't have peat moss or something like it in there to take out the carbon dioxide gets full of carbon dioxide. And the reason for that is because the fossil fuels that we burn produce carbon dioxide that gets into the atmosphere, and the overwhelming majority of what's there is washed out by rain because carbon dioxide dissolves in water really, really easily. Carbon dioxide is the thing that gives seltzer water or soda pop its fizz. It dissolves really easily. It also comes out really easily. But a lot of it goes down into that water, and it is picked up by the sphagnum. And the sphagnum basically it produces a toxin that kills almost everything below it. It covers the water pretty densely, and you can actually use it to provide packing for a wound because of its antiseptic value, because of these toxins that are toxic not so much to human beings, but they're toxic to microbes. And the result of that is that things don't rot very fast on the bottom of a peat bog. In fact, for some purposes, they don't rot at all. They just carbonize, which means that the carbon-based molecules, carbon is not very powerful bonding element. And so its molecules tend to break apart fairly easily unless the other things in the molecules are very strong in bonding, like oxygen. So carbon dioxide doesn't break apart all that easily. But the cellulose and lignin and hemicellulose and so forth that might be found in plant material does not really break down very easily. And in I'm not sure what the peat moss has got for in terms of the specific quantities of carbon-based molecules, but they go to the bottom of the lake, they gather there, they eventually build up enough mass that the lake becomes shallower and shallower, and finally it becomes a bog that you could walk on, although it's not a good idea usually to do that. And eventually it becomes solid, and then it gets covered with ground, and then it gets pushed underground, and it turns to various grades of coal over time. It's where a lot of our coal came from. But the point is, this stuff is really good at taking carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere and putting it out of the way. This is what's called drawdown. And it happens, I have read, that peat bogs are better at this than tropical rainforests are. Okay, our next item is from Business Day, still Sunday, March 22nd. And the item here is has a title, Workers Are Paying the Price as Beijing's Last Coal Mine Closes. Gutted factories and crumbling homes that will soon be abandoned dot the scarred hills of Mentugu, home to Beijing's last coal mine. It is to close this year as the city battles choking smog. The miners and these mines have been provided energy for Beijing for 300 years, but the workers face an uncertain future. Most of the mines around Beijing have already closed because most of the use for the coal from those mines has gone away, as they have been using other sources of energy. But what's happening now is that the last of these mines is closing. It has several hundred workers. I read, and I don't remember the figure, it had thousands of workers at one time. The other mines around there had workers, and of course what's happened is they know that the mines will close, last mine will close, and people have crumbling homes because they're not willing to maintain them. They're going to have to move away because there won't be jobs. And this is what's going on. And a lot of the older workers have no idea what they're going to do because it's not like they've got occupations that they're prepared for. We'll just, they will find out, I guess. Okay, we are up to Monday, March 23rd. And we have a picture here of rural Pennsylvania. This is land that, for any viewers who don't know what Vermont looks like, well, it's kind of like this. Not exactly like this. Pennsylvania mountains, from my point of view, seem to be a little bit more highly organized than some of the areas in Vermont. You can see a ridge there. There are plenty of ridges along the Connecticut River. So don't get me wrong, this picture is a lot like Vermont, but there's something different about it. There's something different, and I'm not sure I can explain it, but this is a picture of rural Pennsylvania. And the article here comes from Yale Climate Connections. Citizen science project in rural Pennsylvania aims to change the climate conversation. A biology professor at Moravian College started the Eastern Pennsylvania Phenology Project, and notice that I said phenology, not phrenology. These are not measuring bumps on people's heads. Started the Phenology Project in 2010. Local residents submit data about climate indicators of seasonal change. The people involved are starting to see climate change for themselves. There has been resistance in this part of the world, and I'm talking about rural Pennsylvania, eastern Pennsylvania. There has been resistance to the idea of climate change influenced by local industries that have people in their employ, people who are, for example, coal miners in the Appalachians, in that area of eastern Pennsylvania, you have fracking going on. People are employed. I have to tell you that the people I've been aware of who have been in that area and come across and talk about fracking or say that it doesn't pay off for local residents the way they would like it to. But of course, that's what is called anecdotal evidence. That's something that somebody told me. In this particular case, however, the local residents who were described in the article are not particularly favorable to the idea of climate change, and some of them won't even say the words climate change. But what has happened is they've been enlisted to help keep notes, keep journals about when they see their first flowers in the spring, when they see the first robin show up, when they see leaves opening, and so forth. And they keep journals with that kind of seasonal information. And what they're finding is, in over a 10-year period, they have noticed for themselves that the climate is in fact changing. Excuse me. I have coughed daily for probably 40 years, so don't be terribly concerned if I cough. They are seeing the climate change daily for themselves, and there's, the author noted that there were people who would not say climate change, but they will say, "Is this what you've been talking about? Is this the seasonal change? That spring is coming earlier." Okay, and the next item, which was one that I was a little bit surprised at, but here it is. This is from the Dallas Morning News. Thousands of oil workers are getting laid off in the Permian Basin. One of the most painful busts in history of oil happened 6 years ago when a sharp price drop cost 200,000 roughnecks, almost half the workforce, their jobs. Now, COVID-19 and an oil price war between Russia and Saudi Arabia threaten to do that again. Okay, what has happened here is that the oil industry has been suffering for years because the amount of oil that we're putting out from shale oil, the amount of oil that we're putting out from fracking, the things that Donald Trump has been saying, this shows you that we're successful. We're able to export oil. Those amounts of oil have driven down the price. Now, the most immediate, the United States is the biggest oil exporter in the world, and it didn't replace Saudi Arabia in that title of being the biggest. It replaced Russia, which had replaced Saudi Arabia. And the Russians and the Saudis, of course, are leaders of OPEC. The Saudis have not joined OPEC, but they have become part of an organization which is referred to as OPEC Plus. It's OPEC plus Russia. And what has happened is their income from oil has been driven down by competition from the United States. Now, all of a sudden, it's driven down even more because with the COVID-19 virus, the people who had been traveling are not traveling. They're not driving their cars as much. They're not going on air trips. They're just not doing what they had been doing. And factories are closing down. And now entire economies have been closing down. In Italy, basically everybody's staying off the streets. We in Vermont have been told, stay home unless you've got something really important you've got to do. Well, really important in Vermont may be different from really important in Milan. But in Vermont, the governor said, well, you should go out and walk for exercise. But the certain kinds of stores that are not essential have closed. The hospital called me up and I had an appointment, and they said, could we put that off for a month? Somehow I feel that appointment is probably going to be off for more than a month. But nevertheless, the COVID-19 virus drove a decrease in demand for oil. And that decrease in demand drove down an already low price of oil. So the Saudis called a meeting of OPEC Plus. The Russians and the Saudis disagreed at that meeting. The Saudis said we should restrict our output so that we can keep the price of oil up. The Russians said we aren't going to do that. And so the Russians basically have just said, we're going to produce as much oil as we can. And the Saudis said, well, we don't want to lose market share to the Russians. And the result of that, and I'm sure that the people who are involved in this on both sides knew that this was going to be a result. They may not have actually had it in mind as a result. On the other hand, they might have. The biggest loser in the price war between Russia and Saudi Arabia isn't either Russia or Saudi Arabia, it's the United States, because American oil costs a lot to produce, Russian oil and Saudi oil do not. And so the Russians can sell oil at $30 a barrel for years, and the Saudis can sell oil at $30 a barrel for years. But if the Americans try to sell oil for $30 a barrel, fracking and shale oil operations are going to be going out of business. And they are now more than half of all the oil produced in the United States. Okay, our next item, still March 23rd, is from Renewables Now, and it is entitled BP, RWE, Others Plan Germany's First Green Hydrogen Network. Now, there's a picture here that is a picture of the network, sort of. The square, or rectangular, I should say, box in the kind of, in the west side of Germany, well, above the center, it's called northwestern Germany, is the area where this is happening. They're building, well, let me read the synopsis. A group of companies, including BP and RWE, agreed to develop Germany's first green hydrogen network to link producers with industrial customers. They propose a 130-kilometer grid in northwestern Germany to transport green hydrogen from a 100 megawatt electrolyzer. 120 kilometers is, I think, about 75 miles. And what's happening here is, in the picture you can see toward the center at the top are wind turbines. The wind turbines are putting electricity into a power station which has an electrolyzer at it. And what's happening here is any excess power that is, that the wind turbines produce is going to be used by that electrolyzer. Instead of telling the wind turbines that they can't produce power, we're going to use this to electrolyze water. You take 2 molecules of water and you electrolyze them, and they're going to produce 2 molecules of hydrogen plus 1 molecule of oxygen. You can release the oxygen into the atmosphere. It's not going to hurt anything, at least at the levels that we've got. The hydrogen is put into these pipes. And what happens here is the pipes go to various refineries and chemical factories and things like that to be used as a fuel, mostly as a fuel. It can be used for other purposes, and instead of natural gas. And those industrial sites will typically either burn the hydrogen or put it through a fuel cell apparatus to produce electricity or heat or whatever it is they need, or they may use it as I said, a chemical feedstock. And if they're using it as fuel, it's going to be replacing natural gas. This means that you can get something that, and when it burns, it produces water. It uses up the same amount of oxygen you released into the air when you made it. It will burn up exactly that same amount of oxygen to make water, which is where you got it from in the beginning. And the cycle on this is very short. This is a entirely renewable way of having combustion for whatever purpose you're going to do. Now, our next item is called Largest Ecosystems on the Planet Could Collapse in a Single Lifetime, Study Finds. This is from Clean Technica. It is on Tuesday, March 24th. Large ecosystems such as Amazon rainforest and Caribbean coral reefs could collapse within a lifetime, a study found. If these critical ecosystems collapse, they could spark a chain of events that could lead to widespread ecological failure. And what they're talking about is the possibility that the tropical rainforest in Brazil will be turned into savanna, which means that it would be grassland with trees in it that are not close enough together to be called a forest. This is the first study that I've seen that actually comes to that conclusion. There are other ones that sound, I would say, a little bit less frightening. But and so I'm not going to bank on this just yet, but it does tell you that we have a problem we need to address. We have a picture here of what is called a drunken forest. This particular one is on Alaskan peatland. A drunken forest is what you see when trees start leaning in different directions. And these trees are not leaning as badly as some drunken forests I've seen. The one that's leaning the most in the middle, some drunken forests, almost all the trees are leaning like that. But this is from Clean Technica. The title for this is Thawing Permafrost Gives Scientists the Chance to Study Long Dead Diseases. And then parenthetically, it says, prepare for the next pandemic. As the permafrost thaws, it could reveal the origins of many diseases such as scarlet fever or smallpox, helping scientists understand past outbreaks and cope with new ones. This could lead to life-saving discoveries. Now, the author or whoever put together the title, because a lot of times it's the editor who puts together the title, not the author. Although in Clean Technica, it's usually the author in my experience. Whoever prepared the title put our attention on the idea that maybe a disease that we've already seen but it has gone away could be brought back to life. And to a certain extent, this is true. There was a child who died in Siberia, and a number of people got sick because they got anthrax after an elk that had died and frozen, I think, centuries ago, thawed out, and they got anthrax from that dead elk. But other diseases, including smallpox and scarlet fever and things like that, might come back. I think the only one I would be terribly worried about would be smallpox, because it's the only one that's been rendered extinct. And yeah, it could conceivably come back, and we wouldn't be as prepared for it as we might want to be. But the article also focuses on the fact that this is happening, that the thawing is happening, means that they can get what were relatively freshly frozen samples of material from the bodies of people who died, for example, from the Spanish flu. And they can do scientific work on that, on those materials that is something that they would not be able to do because they haven't had the materials available. Okay, our next item is from the Oklahoman.com, and its title is Navigant Research Report Shows Offshore Wind is Expanding to New Markets as Technology Prices Decline and Renewable Energy Becomes More Attractive. Improved technology and rapidly declining costs have combined to move the offshore wind market forward, according to a report released by Navigant Research. It's interesting to me that the Oklahoman, which is published in Oklahoma, amazingly enough, is particularly interested, I should say, about offshore wind, because they have lots of onshore wind that they can have, and the offshore wind, there are not very many places in the United States that are farther from potential offshore wind sites than Oklahoma. But nevertheless, they are. Oklahoma is a state where they always had oil wells and things of that nature, and they have a lot of people employed in the wind industry, and there it is. But the point of this is the Navigant Systems has just produced another report which says, yes, the cost of offshore wind is dropping and it's becoming attractive for investment. Okay, we are up to Wednesday, March 25th, and we have a picture of Elon Musk at the unveiling of the Tesla Model Y. This particular report comes from Clean Technica again, and it's titled Musk Delivers on Promise of Providing Ventilators to Los Angeles. Elon Musk has made good on his promise to help get more medical ventilators to hospitals in California to treat patients with severe COVID-19 symptoms. The ventilators help people breathe when they cannot do it for themselves, and the machines are in short supply. Well, you know, this is something that's happened before in the automotive industry. In the Second World War, the automotive industry was told that it couldn't sell cars anymore because the industrial abilities of the industry were needed for the war effort. Guide Lamp Division of General Motors suddenly stopped making headlights, aside from a few to replace headlights that needed to be replaced. And they went into the business of manufacturing pistols. And they made a very junky pistol that was dropped out of planes with parachutes so that the resistance fighters in Europe would have something that they could shoot with. And they made 1 million of them. And they did that, they converted in very rapidly. Well, here, I don't know how long ago it was, about a week ago or 10 days ago. I don't think it was as long as 2 weeks. Elon Musk said, you know what, we've got this virus coming and we know that the ventilators are not, there are not enough ventilators in hospitals to deal with as many patients as we're likely to have. And so he started to convert production facilities into places where ventilators were being manufactured. And lo and behold, just a couple of weeks after he said that, and I'm sure that he spent time investigating this before he said anything about it. It was not just an off-the-cuff remark that he was making good on. Just, I think it was less than 2 weeks after he said that, he is already apparently delivering ventilators to hospitals in Los Angeles. And I don't know how you do that. And I have a sneaky hunch that he might have actually bought some ventilators and given them to the Los Angeles while he's putting things together. But nevertheless, he's converted to delivering ventilators to hospital facilities. And as I said that, I was about buying them and giving them. I'm being a little facetious. It's just incredibly fast changeover from manufacturing cars to making medical ventilators. The ventilators are needed to move air through the lungs of people who cannot breathe for themselves. And that's, they are life-saving devices for people who are severely ill. Okay, our next item is from Clean Technica, and it's titled, Panasonic is building a comprehensive energy management system for homeowners. Panasonic has developed a smart home energy system that appears to be unique. In one version, for example, energy from photovoltaic panels is not converted from the panels in native DC power to household AC power and then back again to be stored in batteries, which is what usually happens with battery backup systems that are tied to solar panels. The problem here is an old problem, and it's actually the reason why we're using AC power in this country. I know that there's going to be conspiracy reasons, theory reasons that are put forward, but a practical reason why we're using AC power is that you can convert power from high voltage to low voltage, from low voltage to high voltage fairly easily. There's not a lot of power loss in that process compared to what you would get if you tried doing it with DC. And in order to transmit power, electricity over a long distance, you want to have it at a very high voltage, because the drop of voltage in a given wire is going to be a specific amount relative to the length of the wire. And if you're at high voltage, that's going to be a very much smaller percentage of the total amount of electricity. These people are using 21st century technology, Panasonic is, to convert lower voltage DC current from whatever comes out of the solar panels to whatever is needed by the batteries. And they have a lot of other smart stuff going on there too. Okay, our last item coming up has a picture which is just a power grid and wind turbines. Not terribly interesting, but you know, there it is. We have some wind turbines along a road and power lines along the road. And this comes from Balkan Green Energy News. And when I'm saying Balkan, I'm not talking about a place called Balkan, Minnesota here. I believe this is actually in the Balkans. Maybe I'm wrong, but my impression is that like somebody's going to get me on the street and say, George, that is Balkan, Minnesota, or Balkan, Missouri, or wherever it is. But let me just read what this is because it doesn't really make any difference where it came from. Birol, B-I-R-O-L, by the way. COVID-19 shock shows renewables' importance for power balance. Fatih Birol, head of the International Energy Agency, and I want to point out this is the International Energy Agency, not the International Renewable Energy Agency. The International Energy Agency has not been terribly interested, or at least wasn't up until very recently, terribly interested in renewable energy. And of course, the International Renewable Energy blows its own horn, as they say. The lockdown, he said, Fatal said, or Birol said, the lockdowns due to coronavirus are stress tests for the power grids. In his view, the disruptions amid the COVID-19 pandemic point to the future role of renewables in power grid balancing. Now, in the last, it might not have been the last, I think it was the one before last, Energy Week show, Tom and I talked about grid balancing being done by wind turbines instead of natural gas plants. To make sense of this, you have to understand the old baseload power plants were built on the idea of efficiency of scale, and that's what they were. They were built on efficiency of scale, and those plants need to be big in order to be able to have railheads and docks and so forth. Their size makes it important that they have big boilers. Well, those big boilers take days to get up to temperature. They can't change their output. So what they did was they built these things to be base load plants. They cover the base load, which is the lowest load, the least load that you're going to have in terms of demand, because you have to match supply and demand. They have to match. Otherwise, you're going to burn something up or not have enough and have to shut things down. If you've got too much power, you're going to burn something up because you've got to match the two. So what they did was they built these baseload plants, and then they built peaking plants and other kinds of plants that come on as needed to and can come up to speed pretty quickly, maybe seconds, maybe minutes, but not hours, to match the demand as it gets heavy. And what they tested at CAISO, which is a California Independent System Operator, they tested the ability of wind turbines to meet that need for meeting the peak demand instead of using natural gas peaking plants. And they found that the wind turbines did just as well, and in fact, somewhat better. And Fatih Birol here is talking about the same kind of thing. Renewables are going to be able to balance the grids better than the old paradigm. And we're going to have to talk about that at some point to make that clear to people. But that is the end of the Energy Week show. I think that the editor of the show of the video is going to put up a final slide, which will say something about having a wonderful week. I put up something every day at the geoharvey.com blog that says a different wish for you to be well and happy. And I picked the one that I think is the most interesting of the week and put it up there. And I don't remember what it was, and I don't have it in front of me. But I hope you come back next time. I'm hoping that I talked to Tom yesterday, and we are hoping that we're going to be able to do this together in the next show. So have a good week. Come back next time, and I hope and have a lovely week. Bye.
We will call the meeting to order at 7:03. Sure. And I guess the first thing is to call for late additions to the agenda, which I have a few, and there's probably a few others. Things are happening fast, lots of stuff. A few of these things I'm going to kind of lump into number 8, which is just kind of an update on the COVID-19 situation, town operations, things like that. I think I'll kind of bucket yours into there too. Volunteer thing was one of them, and the internet access type discussion, if you want to comment on that, town internet access. So, the other was there are a few overweight permits that are come in. Want to discuss an appointment to the Jamaica Planning Commission, and also discuss the possibility of setting up an authorized member of our board to sign off on pay orders and things like that if we decide down the road that we're not holding meetings or things like that, so we can kind of keep rolling along. Did you have others, Paul? I know you had mentioned, but I think a few I covered.
You got the one for the from the fax from DLCT. You got that one. The draft. That's under your 8, right?
Yep.
Okay. And oh, I have one quick little letter we got today from West River Valley Thrives. So we get that later at the end.
Okay, anybody else? Nope, good. Hopefully we have a lot to talk about. Hopefully, though, we can stay on track and move along. Next item, to approve the minutes of the March 9th, our last meeting. Hopefully everybody had a chance to read it, or any comments? The only thing I did have one, I just wanted to, I think down underneath the transfer station, this is regarding you, Jessica, does say Wyndham Solid Waste Management Assistant, should say alternate.
Alternate.
Where's this again?
At the very last, second to last line on the town appointments on the first page of the minute.
Okay, should be alternate. Gotcha.
Anything else?
I move we accept the March 9th minutes with that correction.
Second.
Second by Paul. Any other additional comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Got 4 approvals. Any opposed? Thank you. And now next to approve the minutes, this is something that we missed at last week's meeting, but to approve the minutes from the town meeting. I didn't see anything on there. Anybody else?
I didn't really study them, to be honest with you.
Want to defer it to the next meeting? Or you want to take a minute now and read it?
Did anyone look at them?
I read through
I
them.
read them.
Yeah.
I mean,
Nothing jumped out. I'll make a motion to approve.
No, but Terry, did you read the numbers? That was the only thing that in the minutes.
But I gave her the numbers to put.
You gave her the numbers, got it. That would be my,
So I'm
thing I
thinking that she.
Right.
They're the same.
In which case,
Yep.
yeah, that was the only thing that I wasn't sure about.
well, I'll move that we accept the town meeting 2020 Jamaica, Vermont minutes.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. Okay, perfect. And as we always do, we will move the approval of the timesheets and the pay orders and things like that to the end of the meeting. There have come in, I guess I actually had that on the agenda. I thought I was going to add it, but it's already there. The approved, there are 6 overweight permits that have come in. They all have their they've all paid and all that good stuff. And we will move them to the road commissioner. Any
Just the names of them.
Oh, okay, we can read that for the record. There is A.S. Clark and Sons of Newfane, Plimpton Excavating of Wardsboro. We have Newton Construction of Middlesex, Vermont. We have A.R. Sandry Incorporated of somewhere close by. Greenfield, thank you. And Suburban Propane of Manchester, I'm going to assume. And one other, Miller Construction of Windsor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
It's all in case there's something, what company any of us have.
Okay. Yep.
I move to pass the overweight permits to the road commissioner.
All moves, I'll second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Good to go. Move those along. One item I did put on here, just so people know, and everybody, I mean, I don't know how quickly this gets posted online, for the people that are not here, the school district vote, I guess they're meeting tonight or tomorrow at their meeting, where they then will vote to postpone the vote. So other than that, I don't know anything, but I'm just threw it on there just to let everybody know that the vote is going to be postponed. Stay in touch with your school board, and we'll find out when. It's an important vote. Hopefully everybody gets out there when it does come up. And now the big item on the list, kind of updates on the COVID-19 and then office operations. That was kind of the first thing that came up, and then there's obviously a lot of things that have been tagged on there. I guess we kind of don't want it too big of a bucket, but we've got a nice bucket here to throw some stuff in to talk about. The first thing, Paul and I met last week with Terry and Sarah in the office and just addressed some top-level issues, concerns with people, a lot of people coming in and out of the office. So right now the office is operating with a closed door. All functions are going on inside, answering the phone, doing the computer work and that kind of stuff. But we then also drafted some alternatives if we need to go further. And I think tonight's discussion would be to formally approve these, but also talk about what these next steps are, if we can kind of forecast that a little bit. Right now, we're on step 1, I guess, and I'll just read this for the camera. Given the current spread of the COVID-19 virus throughout our region, the town of Jamaica is taking the following steps to protect the health of our personnel and the public. They will be implemented immediately and continue until cleared by the State Department of Health. The first step, which is what we've kind of implemented right now, is the office will remain open during normal business hours. However, walk-in service will be eliminated. Any business to be transacted that cannot be conducted by phone or email may be arranged with the town staff by calling the office and making an appointment. And from our feedback, that seems to be working fairly well. There's definitely been a reduction in just in general the amount of traffic anyways, but it's nice to be kind of distanced from people just coming in and out of the office and get our regular work done. And it's nice that somebody's there to answer the phone and kind of relieve maybe some people's anxieties about what's going on, answer questions and things like that. So step 2 would be that we would fully close the town office and transfer phones, computer applications and things like that to the treasurer's and the town clerk's homes. This would be if the state moved to go into a more of a lockdown type operations. We have moved our main software to the cloud, Nemrick, which handles our just about everything, probably.
Oh, nice.
So all of our pay orders, all of our accounting functions, things like that. I think land records are there too. So a lot of the different operations for both the treasurer and town clerk are moved to the cloud as of now, and you guys have worked that and tested it, and it's
Today
functional.
was the first day and it worked great.
So we're able to do that now, if that comes about.
The last sentence,
And then, actually, yeah, I didn't quite finish reading that. Should the occasion arise that something must be done from the office, the staff, they will come to the office as needed for the particular project or as they feel necessary. And that somewhat will be dictated by any mandates that come down to say what we can and cannot do.
Right.
But we obviously want to remain as functional as possible and, provide services to the town as needed. Any further comments or?
I think one of the things that we don't know the answer to is how long we're going to be in this position. And the longer we are, the harder it's going to be to have the place closed. So there may be a time, if it goes to that, to the end of the fiscal year or later on when they may need to go into the office to do some things, that's part of the plan. We build that in there. But it's going to be a while.
Yeah, I mean, despite some noise coming out of the White House, I think realistically it's going to be a while, because I think our governor, based on his most recent press conference, while he's not there yet, I wasn't quite sure where he was going, but it's, regardless of what the White House dictates, each of these governors are going to lay down the law as they see fit. I'm not sure there's going to be just kind of the types of activities that might make the town office, make it increase tension with the town office being closed would be commercial ones. I don't think there's going to be an increase in commercial activity, so I don't think we have to worry about that. If there was another, if for whatever reason we became involved as a town in activities around the virus and we needed access to the town offices, I would defer to Sarah and Terry on that, what that would be, or if there were another natural disaster, right? But other than that, with the access to all of the data through the cloud, I think it could probably subsist the way it is. I thought the document, as you've just described, is kind of, I don't know that we really need to do anything to it at this stage.
It's simple, which is nice.
Simple.
But it covers.
Yeah.
Right.
The only thing that it's not mentioned specifically, but it's got to do with how long this goes on, is I believe, Terry, correct me if I'm wrong, but do you not need access to the printer in your office to cut checks for the road crew?
Well, I just talked to the road crew into going to direct deposit.
Good.
And on a normal week, they were really the only 2 checks that I wrote.
Okay.
So I can do direct deposit from home if I have to, because
Good.
I just need to take it with me. And if any of you want your checks direct deposit, just give me the form. And there's one other person that works in the library that I got a check for, but I believe the library is closed right now, so I don't think that I will be paying her. But I do have a question about the librarian.
I think Greg said the library's closed, but she was still working in it.
The librarian is, I'm not sure.
Oh, regular librarian. They're thinking about,
The other one.
That's true, yeah.
And the other Greg, so I don't know.
No, the other Greg. Yeah. There's lots of Gregs. We have plenty to choose from.
And I do have a question about her pay, but I don't know
Does-
when that would come up. so.
Does Dan's pay go to the automatic or is it going to check?
Say that again?
Dan.
Dan is direct deposit.
This is direct deposit. So
Yeah, the 2 highway guys were the only ones that were the holdouts, and I basically told them they needed to
Make
do
sure
that.
they
And
get
they
paid.
did it today. I just did everything today, so.
Yeah, it alleviates some uncertainty.
That's for sure, because the banks, most of their lobbies are
Closed
closed
now,
now.
too.
And this, I said, you'll get it 12 hours after you would normally get your check, so it's.
Without having to go to the bank.
Right. We'll clear the floor.
And if I had to take the printer home for some reason, my printer that's near my desk is pretty compact,
Portable.
so I can just take it with me.
would you have any need for the, well, if you guys, let's go to paragraph 2. If the 2 went home and started working strictly out of the office, if for some reason we had to close the office down. There's one phone line. How do you envision dividing up that and the fax machine, fax line? How would you divide that up? Have you thought about that?
Well, the fax would answer itself, obviously, when it's a fax in there. And the only time that line rings is when our first line is busy. So if we're on the first line, it'll roll to the fax line. So if nobody is there to answer the first line, I believe if it's transferred to one of us, that second line wouldn't ring anyway. They would probably get a busy signal, and then they would just call back if we were on the phone. But truthfully, in the last few days, the phone has not been overly busy.
And I think if we did move to transfer one of the lines, we could always ask Consolidated what kind of functionalities out there as far as forwarding things and things like that.
I mean, we've forwarded lines in the past, like, I don't know what the situation was, but it was fairly recent. It might have been when the town garage phone was out. I had it transferred to the town office so that I could, you know, if somebody called the town garage, it would just ring in there.
Yeah, pretty straightforward stuff to move the phone.
Yeah.
We just have to come up with who's forwarding it and when does it ring and all that kind of stuff, I guess. Do we want to go through that right now to determine or deputize somebody to run the operation once we get there?
Are we going to have another meeting in 2 weeks here?
I think right now we're somewhat going through some items to not have to.
Okay, I didn't know if that's...
But it's a good question. I mean, it may get worse. I think we're all comfortable in here if everything's given the same, but there's one thing that came about that we'll add in for discussion. Maybe now's a good time to bring it up. Is the, signing off on the pay orders. We do have to do that as part of the open meeting law. We can't just say, come on into the office and everybody sign off on your own thing. But we, according to the statute here, and this is some information from VLCT, is that we're able to designate somebody to sign off on the pay orders. And so my thinking is that we'd want to do that, again, for Plan B. If we don't meet in 2 weeks, we'll have somebody authorized to sign off on the pay orders so that we're not forced to meet.
Before this, in the select board handbook, it says that the select board agrees, I mean, I don't know if this would ever come into play, or if it's even about what we're talking about. But the chair and the vice chair, if the select board says it's okay, like they decided on something, one or the other can sign.
Right.
I don't know if it applies to that or...
No, I think it's exactly that.
But the chair and the
you just
vice
have to
chair...
say who it is. It doesn't, I don't even think it has to be the chair or the vice chair.
Well,
that
there are
makes
things
sense.
in the if this wasn't going on.
Yeah. Oh, that even without this?
Yes.
I mean, you don't have to authorize it. Oh, okay.
I don't know if
maybe
that pertains to checks, but it said if the select board approves of whatever it is, that the chair or the vice chair can sign. Didn't say what, whatever needed to be.
Right. So when it's like the board of directors, if a board of directors authorizes a loan, right? Any authorized officer is allowed to sign. It's essentially the same construct. But I think in this case, what would be cleaner for us would be to say, Greg, if you're comfortable with it, we are acknowledging that as a board that, we're investing in you the authority to sign.
And I'm very comfortable with it, and I think that we should, I guess we do have to vote on it, so we can't say vote on it contingent to having another meeting, but we do have to say it. And if we have another meeting, we can always unvote it, so to speak. And I think that makes sense because in my thinking too, it's not going to immediately get better, and if we can have an option to not have a meeting, there may be other issues that we need to have the meeting, but if we can eliminate a couple, that's great.
Absolutely.
I think you should maybe we should follow that rule that it's maybe two signers. If you can't make it or you get sick or that the vice chair could do it.
Sure, absolutely, yeah. And Tom has actually expressed that since he's in town, he could be the person too. So not that I can't get here, but Tom has offered to be one of those people.
Right. Are you comfortable? Well, Andy is as well, and I'm in town, but Andy is vice chair. Do you want to
Yes,
alternate?
because it's in the manual already.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's in the handout that I gave you, there's actually a motion, tentative motion written in the second paragraph there. This is not to be a motion, just reading it says, a motion to give such authorization might be phrased as, I move that we appoint, for example, the chair and the vice chair of the legislative body members to approve and sign orders for payroll, for example.
Say that.
What's that?
I was just about to say that without this, but yeah, I'm happy to
no,
make
I'm
that
just saying
motion.
this.
Yeah, no, it's perfect.
It's exactly what we're talking about.
Right.
For till 1st of July or something.
Oh, this is from the FAQs, okay.
Yeah. I'm not this creative. And then any orders approved under this authority must state indefinitely the purpose for which they are drawn. The full legislative body must later be provided with a record of all the orders. So we just have to keep record of everything that we sign. Terry was talking earlier about sending the warrants to us all, and that if there was, if none of us had any questions or disapproval, then we could just send a note to you saying, yup.
Yeah, or just to voice concerns if something we look at.
And if there's a problem,
questions or
exactly.
whatever. Yeah.
Or if there was an invoice that you had a question about, then I could send that to you. And the other thing is that I have a Google account for my treasurer. I have a Gmail account. So I could set up the drive to put the invoices on, and then you could look at them all.
And if you would invite us all to it?
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Is that, it's legal, right?
Yeah, because all of this has to be transparent. So
Right.
putting it on Google is consistent with.
And there may, sounds like, the legislator is in continuous discussion of making these types of laws still fit the law, but be a little bit more less stringent in a situation like this. So this may become, not this, but in general, things may become
Hasn't
easier.
happened yet.
Yeah, I think
Tomorrow, I think, is scheduled.
last week it was last Wednesday,
Right.
and this week it's tomorrow.
Yeah, and I've
So
heard,
it's gonna be-
I've heard that there's grumbling,
Yeah.
so I
Kicking the
it would
ball
be
down.
great if it happens tomorrow, but it may not.
Yeah.
So are we all, do you want to make the formal, in the interest of moving along? or
Sure,
we're gonna-
I don't have any problem with that. Let's, do we like the idea of sending the warrants? That's independent of the motion, that's just the mechanics of how to affect it. So the motion would be to have the chair and vice chair.
And it would be both or either?
It's the chair and the vice chair as an alternate if the chair is not available.
Okay.
You want to just one, or I don't know if it needs to be two? What do you think?
What you just said.
I think it should have to be
Yeah.
or, not and.
Okay,
Or.
this doesn't put or in here, but
No.
we can put that in ourselves. All right, let's try this phrase. I move that we appoint the chair or the vice chair of the Jamaica Select Board to approve and sign orders for payroll or operating expenses for
Put it out there.
April, May, June.
We can always,
I would say until the,
3 months.
until the
Yeah.
board reverses it.
What's that?
Why don't we do it until the board reverses it?
well, they did say for a period of time.
It's
Suggested to say a
I'm
period of
just,
time.
yeah.
And we can always still reverse it.
Here's
Put it
the
a
thing,
date
don't
out
change
there.
it. There
and
may
then we
be
can
a
always-
And
provision.
I would do 12 months until we reverse it.
I still don't understand what you just said.
I understand that it says for a period of time here, and I
Yeah.
think under ordinary circumstances, you would do that, but in this circumstance, my advice would be, my recommendation would be, don't. Either do a very long period, unless we decide an earlier time. Just gives us maximum flexibility.
And my thought on that was when I read this the first time was there may be some buried in the bowels of the legislature that says in order for us to do this, there must be a discrete period of time.
There,
Perhaps.
I've done some research.
So say it's a year.
It's not gonna be an invalid.
Say it's a year and in 6
Right.
months if
If
we
we
come back.
say 12 months, it's not gonna be an invalid resolution of the board.
I feel more comfortable just saying it's July 1st and we can re-vote it again.
See how things are going.
Yeah.
July 1.
1st of July.
It may require us to convene though to re-vote
If we
it.
don't meet between now and the 1st of July.
Exactly,
we can
that's
both
why
problems together.
that's why I don't recommend it. but-
We can't say indefinitely.
No, but it's a longer period than 2 months.
No, I'm asking, I'm like, indefinitely
You
isn't
actually,
specific enough.
not really, because then you're in essence, you're changing the function of the board and the roles of some of the members of the board.
Okay.
So I think this is, to address, but I don't think July 1, I would just go out farther. I'd go 6 months, and then.
We can always turn it off.
Yes, and it's reasonable to say 6 months, just, it's, if you meet a reasonable demand standard based on the science and what's understood about what we're facing. So for the board to have said, for this length of time, and knowing at any time if it resolves and things are great this summer, we can always, shut it off.
Okay,
So you're saying 6 months, go to the 1st of September then?
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense. Do I hear a second to that revised? Do you have this wording, Terry? It's the standard wording that's.
I'll give you a copy of this, Terry.
That's in the
I think I
VLCT.
have a copy at the office.
Just before we do the resolution, so Terry's payroll and operating expenses is a big enough bucket in terms of the orders that are there any other, only because I'm new to this, so I don't know what other types of orders.
I was wondering what you call the other orders, but operating expenses is good.
Is good enough, okay.
That covers it?
You have a colorful claim of that.
I mean, there was some emergency, but it would still be operating expense, so.
When you look at what we end up signing all the time, it's basically how the expense of running the town, operating
Right.
expense. That's why I put them both in there.
Right, okay.
So,
you wanna
is the
read that?
motion
Motion.
lengthy to read back? I'll second it, but I don't,
Read it
Well, I
again.
have the wording here.
Okay.
So I'll put it in here. And then you can next time fix it.
So we can read it again, though.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
yeah, so I seconded it, so.
But you like
Reread the motion.
read what we've got.
I want to see what Terry
Just read-
wrote.
Read what Terry's gonna write.
Or Terry, do you want to read it for us?
Or I can.
Between the two of them, I'm gonna put this together, because I think I wrote something totally different than what was on the sheet, so.
It's right there in the middle of that second bullet.
So you moved that we appoint
The chair.
Chair and vice chair.
Or the vice chair.
Or the vice chair.
or the vice chair as an alternate if the chair is unavailable. I'm reading my stuff too. So,
Yeah.
to approve and sign the orders for payroll and the running expenses.
Through September.
But this is, okay, so
Through
through.
September 1.
All right, I had
For
expired.
the period of
but
6 months, or, okay.
Through September 1, 2020. And I don't think the rest of it is part of the.
No, I think that's good.
So-
Yep.
Now, do we want to say do we want to say in the minutes, because it does seem to be saying here, you want to be making clear why you're undertaking this, and this is, in response to steps the town is taking to address the COVID-19 pandemic. I think that's enough. I don't think we have to say any more than that, but we
Right.
do have to say why we're doing it.
Right. Well, it might clearly say to modify our town select board procedures in light of the COVID, because we're not actually attacking COVID with this, we're attacking our procedures.
Okay, right, yeah.
Yeah, we're on the
I'm
same
fine
page.
with that.
Perfect.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as we're stating what the reason is, yeah.
So what are you gonna say after this?
That this is.
This motion
this-
is in
in support
response.
of the modification of select board procedures in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. And see what it says in here about the legislative body must be later be provided with a record of all orders. Terry, if you just send us the warrants, that's basically a record of all orders.
Yes.
So by doing that, then we cover that provision of the law as well.
Now, when those get sent, who sees them? Just us?
Right.
Okay, but is that public,
Well, I'm gonna send them to everybody.
Right, but if someone wanted to see these, can they walk in the office and look at them? Okay.
Not going
But I
forward,
just,
though,
it
the
has
office is
nothing to
closed.
do with the motion really, but.
But
But
we
if-
could then
right.
share them.
So someone would have to
If
make a
someone-
request to
Right.
see them, and then Terry could give access.
Right.
But that's not really different than today, when you
No,
go,
that's correct.
someone wanted to see them,
No,
they go
I
to the
kind
office.
of
Yeah.
was saying that for the camera.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yep. So we're comfortable with that, or are you still?
I'm comfortable with that motion as it's being recorded by our secretary. Not quite sure how it's worded, but I'm all right with it.
Any further discussion? Sounds like, Perry, you've got it.
Yeah.
You read it back.
I
Yeah.
hope so, or you're gonna have to change it the next time. Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, I think that was one of the bigger items in that bucket. There was a few other things that I mean, more or less can just, I mean, we'll get into some stuff that Chris is he's got some detail on. But we've, I mean, these just make logical sense. I mean, at the transfer station, the operational hours are, continuing as normal. Dan's taken steps for his personal health. We have closed the swap shop though, partly due to a tight space, and also we don't need goods coming in or out of there that may be contaminated. There was the discussion of extending the dog license deadline to May 1st, which I think is pretty, I mean, I think that I've heard that's a logical extension.
Yes.
And I think as a board, we may need to vote on that just because that's part of it is a statute, it is a town statute.
I can tell you that just personally, I have a pet who needs his rabies shot, and I can't get one. So
And all the clinics are not.
They're not.
I missed the clinic. I was gonna bring him to the vet, like I usually do.
Yeah.
They're not,
Yeah.
they're only doing emergency.
Exactly.
So that too, we may end up
So-
extending a little bit. I mean, obviously, we
Unfortunately,
want
we
pets
don't
to have all their shots and all that good stuff. I mean,
Right.
there's obvious reasons why we do want to have all the licenses, the dog's license, but given the practical sense. do
Is
we
that
need to-
long enough, May, or?
I know, that's what I was just thinking. I don't know if my vet's gonna be open by May 1.
Is it a real, like, public health issue that dogs might get rabies in Jamaica? I'm not laughing because it's funny. It's just
Yeah, but that's
thrown
more of
in
an
on
issue
top
that they
of
can't get
it.
their shot versus they can't get their license.
Right.
So we
Right,
don't
but you
have a-
can't get a license if you don't have your,
Right, but we don't have control over the shots.
Right.
So
Right.
it doesn't matter what date we set for the deadline.
Well, what we have control over is we could waive the,
That, exactly,
Penalty.
waive the penalty.
Waive the
That's the issue.
Penalty, and you'd have a select board member with an unlicensed dog.
we'll waive that too.
Traces.
So
If it's too late.
I don't know, do we need to vote on that as a specific item?
I think we need to vote on the waiving of the
Yeah.
penalty because it involves funds, expenditures.
I'll make a motion to waive the penalties associated with the dog licensing deadline of April 1st. And I'll throw it out there as June 1st,
Sure.
until June 1st.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? One other one that was brought up to me as a possible fee situation was to waive the pay-as-you-throw fees. I don't know, I mean, I can see the reason from somebody who's able to afford that, but I don't know that we have the authority to do that because it is a state. I mean, it's this state law, so to speak, that instituting the pay-as-you-throw.
Someone asked for that to be waived? Is that?
That was brought up to
Oh,
me,
okay.
to say, here's something else that we may have people in town that are, unable to get a bag, unable to afford the bags, that they're out of work, those types of things. So acknowledging that that may be an issue, I said I'd bring it up. But I don't know for sure that we have the ability to waive that since it is mandatory.
Right, that's not a town of Jamaica edict, right? That's a
Pay as you throw is an ordinance in Jamaica.
Pay as you throw is ours.
Okay,
it
but
is?
isn't it state mandated though that we,
I remember it now.
because of the mandatory recycling, that,
How we do it is up to us.
Yeah, okay.
We chose
So
to
we
do
chose
the bags and the
Okay.
pay and throw.
Right,
That was something.
okay, so we do have the ability if we,
The question then is
No,
how do you secure or control what's going into the bins?
it opens up a whole lot of,
Oh, it does. If we say no more, if you don't need a yellow bag anymore, have flat outside.
Can I just say that,
Yes, all
Karen-
Vermont towns were required to pass an ordinance that requires waste haulers to bundle the cost of recycling and trash collection at 1 fee for residential customers.
But how you do that? We did it with the pay as you throw.
But
That
it
was just
doesn't-
one component.
but if we undo it, then we have to institute something else.
Something else, right, exactly.
Yeah.
So Karen sells the bags at D&K's and Rossingville Marketplace also.
Right.
So obviously they pay us for the bags, so I don't think they're gonna be giving away bags. But could we put something in where, I don't know, if somebody was really desperate for that they could either call us at the
Yes.
town office and we can, I mean, we were giving the school free bags up until they merged, now they pay for them, but I just think the stores are not gonna be able to do that, but we at the office could certainly say.
We can make an exception. Yeah.
And we just keep
Situation by
track.
situation.
But we need to set up some sort of an objective criteria so that you guys aren't saddled with picking one person over another without some written objective criteria.
Yeah, or you just say, if anybody asks, you can have, 5 bags or 3 bags, but that's your limit for a little while, I suppose, and then we wouldn't have to ask anybody any questions, or even 1 bag, I mean, then if they really had to come back. I don't wanna be the
Yeah, you don't wanna be
questioner,
the, you don't wanna be the
right.
person that
Yeah,
goes,
arbitrator.
the arbitrator, right, yeah.
Certainly, if we had the authority, if somebody said, I really can't afford the bags right now, and we can say, well, here's 3.
Do there still is an organization in town called Jamaica Cares, correct? That Joel's associated with? Does he still do that? I don't know either.
Not familiar with that.
It was kind of a loose net thing, I think, maybe structured, or he started to get off the ground prior to, maybe to help initiate the channeling of stuff through the Muzzy Fund, but I can't recall. But maybe there's an outside organization that could vet this a little bit, and they could come to us and say, hey, we've got 6 people that can't afford this, but I don't know who that is. I think we get into a little bit of a difficult situation trying to have the office manage that.
I would suggest we let this go
Table
for
it
a
for
couple of
further
weeks.
discussion.
Table it
Yeah.
and see how things work.
Yeah, okay.
Because it just puts them in a terrible position.
I don't think it can be done that. No, I mean, it has to be somebody else.
I'm also
Well,
curious
those
what
are
other
the only
towns are doing.
places that they can get bags, are the stores.
Right, but it has to be somebody through us or some
Yeah.
approval process, say, yeah, go see Terry and she'll give you a bag. Whatever.
I agree with leave it alone for now, and if someone has a problem getting rid of their garbage, that they call the office and one of the select board, or we could deal with it.
Yep.
On a
On
situation
an ad hoc
by
basis.
situation or ad hoc basis.
Yeah. There's gonna be a lot of these things, and that could be caught up in some of the volunteer level of things too, so. Okay, I threw it out there, somebody had asked. For now, we're suspending all events here at the town hall. There was discussion of public internet access. Chris can chime in. I know there's a broadband study that went out through Wyndham Regional from the state.
Yeah, we have not filled that out yet. Did you send it? You didn't send it in yet, did you?
I didn't send it in, but I think it also went out to a number of people in town, because I know Karen forwarded it to me, and I think maybe you had too.
This is the request from Wyndham County, or Wyndham Regional County, from the state that went through the county, WRC, to get an identified, everywhere in the state of Vermont, pockets of free Wi-Fi.
Yep. So that's why
You answered that.
That's why we're bringing it up. I don't think it was answered yet, but we're now addressing it.
What I'm saying is, on the internet tonight,
Yes.
we are listed. And we have listed the school, and we have a little black spot near the library, and then the town is listed as no Wi-Fi. So that was something that we were going to discuss.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I did. They sent, Sue West has sent an email to the broadband rep to say, follow up with the town clerks on the survey request that the WRC did. And I talked with Sarah, and she asked me to fill out the survey, so I did. And the library and the school's open. The library's posted their password on the door, so anybody can use the library. And I entered the town hall as there was a category about, are you thinking about making the password available? So I put the town hall under the thinking about it category.
Right, it is blacked out right now. I've got stuff to add to that too if you want.
Well, it's good getting back to this. According to the map that I read tonight, the part about possibilities next to the library and one for the town, next to the town icon said no. But let's get back to the library for a second. I was talking to Jen. Her concern was that anybody who stops to use that Wi-Fi location clogs up the road because there's no parking right there. It's just the road. And she said that you get far enough away to get out of the traffic pattern, and then you can't get the Wi-Fi. So her request, understand that, my understanding was this is supposed to be vetted through the select board tonight. And that, I didn't know that you had done it. I was surprised to see us on there.
But it's our jurisdiction. I mean, we
still
have
change
authority over our, I mean, this, I think Chris was just providing public information at that point. I mean, now we have now we need to discuss whether we open up one of our town networks to the public. And I've done a little bit of research on that too, just to know, I mean, I'm talking to Tom basically, because we talked about restricting the one at the town office because we're concerned about security on there. But this does have its own network here.
Right.
So we could talk about opening up the password for this building. Go ahead.
That was, today's request from Chris Campany was, if you've got more information, submit it. Right. So
yeah.
So if you
and I could even say, hey, somebody can pull in my front yard and use mine. I mean, that's how general this survey was.
Well, Jen's request to us,
and that makes sense,
was that we not advertise the one for the library outside of our immediate little family because of the safety issues on that very narrow stretch of road.
Yep, and that makes sense, and especially if we can provide alternatives, like here at the school. I mean, somebody can drive 100 yards away.
So the question then for us today is whether we want to put the password for the town hall across the entire state of Vermont.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many, if you look at that map, there's so many access points. I mean, there's quite a few, and I imagine more will be popping up. And this is a bigger issue. I mean, this has to do primarily with schools being out. I mean, I think those are going to be the people that are going to use it the most, and we want to support our kids and parents and whatever.
Well, the school works out good. First of all, they got a pretty good Wi-Fi, but they also have plenty of parking.
Yeah.
What would be the drawback to adding a town hall Wi-Fi to
the drawback for the town hall?
For this building.
Not the town office.
Town hall. I thought you were saying town hall, you were a little reluctant.
Well, this building, right. I personally don't see any.
I don't see
I don't think there's network restrictions because it's on its own hub versus the town office. It's independent.
It's not used much, so.
No.
It depends on how good the firewall is on your computers, whether people could hack in through the open Wi-Fi.
Yeah, and so that's one of our concerns at the office, but it wouldn't be here. It wouldn't be that concern here.
So if we offered the school and the town hall.
I think so.
That would be.
That email I was reading, I was reading into.
An intermediate possibility of giving the password to individual students who ask for it, if you know who their parents are and trust them.
That would not secure. You're talking about the town hall or town hall?
No, even for here, if somebody would call
Here,
in
doesn't matter.
and say, hey, I need access.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with the town hall.
No, me
It's the
neither.
town office that has me concerned.
I wouldn't give it at all for the town office, whether they ask or not, because we're providing this. That's my opinion.
Well, again, this
And we
is
have
a
the
town
school.
school at the other end of town.
Yeah.
Not a lot of parking right here, so the school's a better one, but also the school has a much more robust system down there. If some of you recall, we paid a lot of money to the school to get a very robust Wi-Fi for educational opportunities, so they probably have a much better connection.
What were you saying? You were going to say something?
They have a parking lot too.
Just about the email, if I got the same one, that, I was reading into it, is it like, also for like safety, like if someone needed to access the internet, or is it just the scholastic or information, or they're mapping out all the Wi-Fi hotspots, you know, just for the camera? That's what in Wyndham County?
Right.
It's statewide.
It's statewide.
Well,
But through
WRC's asking us how many we wanna, but I don't know, I may have read it into it a different way, that it wasn't just for that, it was for like if someone needed some help, like.
I agree.
Because of the virus, I don't know, I don't have it in front of me.
No, for any, so absolutely. So these two passwords would be available to anybody who is having difficulty getting access to either government-issued information, central government,
right.
or this municipality, or any other research with respect to the virus or any other safety issue. I think that the emphasis was just this, in this time,
Right.
where people don't have access to their schools or to their places of work, or even cafes where they might have previously had access to the internet. This is to substitute for that as best as possible. So I would
That's
agree,
kind of
for the
how
camera.
I read it. I just wondered if you guys and girls thought that's
Agreed.
part of
That
the
makes
email.
Agreed
The
wholeheartedly.
gist of it, or part of the gist.
Well, I'll make a motion that we share the password for the network here. I don't know the name of the network. I think it's just called Town Hall, or maybe Jamaica Town Hall. And I'll make that motion.
And the school, and the school.
And the school. Well, the school is kind of independent. I believe the school password, that's up to them to provide their password.
Did you say they put it on, oh,
The
that's,
school is already.
The school's already provided that.
An
So-
education agency.
the password goes right there on the map.
Right,
It shows it right on the map.
right.
Perfect.
So the school is already kind of taken care of, and I will make the motion that we offer the password for this network.
I second that motion.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None opposed? And password is Jamaica with a capital J and an exclamation point for the password for, I believe it's called Town Hall, or maybe it's called Jamaica Town Hall, but it'll pop up. Yeah, perfect.
Yes.
Who's gonna tell Chris Campbell?
Do you mind, or I could?
I'll do it if
Thank
you want.
Yeah. So Chris will forward that to.
And check,
To Chris.
Chris, just make sure I'm right on this, but check on the map, because it looked like they had the little two black squares for the ones that are potentially available, and that's what they have the library listed as, so I was surprised to see that. But maybe, but check it, and see,
This
just
thing?
the map, yeah, is that the current map?
Yeah, this is,
Yeah,
I think they probably would have said, any town, facility, school, or library is a potential. And that's what it's listed there as a
here
potential.
we are. And if you click
I
on
zoomed.
that, the box comes up and then you can scroll through the locations.
okay, this is not the same map I looked at today. The one I had today had 3 spots for Jamaica. This was one of them, but it also showed the school and us.
Maybe,
So maybe it's dated, maybe it's up.
Or,
a later date.
Well, it wasn't today, this is the 23rd.
well, it's probably
Today's the
updated
23rd.
time.
I don't know, I zoomed in on it, that might have made a difference. We'll talk later, yeah.
So again, the other thing that's under here, one more, at least one more. There's some discussion around town, and Chris, I jump into it regarding any coordination of volunteers, and kind of blessing that, so to speak, I guess. Obviously there's a lot of grassroots efforts for volunteer coordination all over the place, a lot of outside organizations that are doing this in Brattleboro and everywhere else. My thought is that we can kind of act as a dissemination of information point, but beyond, I don't know if we want to go beyond that. I mean, Jessica and I talked a little bit about any liability with the town. I mean, we could authorize somebody to go do something and it's still covered under our town employees / volunteers policy. But but I don't know, I mean, that conversation that I think the planning commission was discussed, coordinating some volunteer efforts, or asked if they could be assistants in that regard.
Volunteer for what?
Can I say something?
Well, in our neighborhood, the Amiot Longos have formed a little network to take care of everybody on Wyndham Hill, to check on them, make sure they're all right, or go for things if they're not. And I thought the planning commission thought there might be a need for volunteers at some intermediate level between the emergency responders and these neighborhood volunteer groups. And particularly if people start getting sick and quarantined and the small neighborhood groups, start falling apart, a town-wide group of volunteers might be really important. And so,
bringing food to shut-ins and all those type of things.
So, the idea is we're wondering if you want to task us to set something up or give us some guidance, or.
So can I ask a question in this regard? So I think volunteer efforts are a support to kind of what actions are being taken on a more official basis. So I know we had some back and forth about the LEMP, and I know that there's been some coordination in your role around activities. Could we hear kind of from you in terms of those things, and then the volunteer piece would fit into that? So for example, volunteers would understand what resources are available through the fire department, through emergency management, through EMS, and then what, you know what I'm saying? Is that, so I don't want to put the cart before the horse. Maybe we could hear
There's just one other entity, the How Are You Doing Today program or something the Sheriff's Department has implemented. I forgot to bring it. You get on this list if you're maybe elderly, maybe you're in a bad way, maybe you get sick, and they'll check on you every couple days or make some sort of contact either by phone or in person. I don't have that whole thing, but that came down to the town somehow. I read it.
I don't recall it either. Yeah. We could look into that.
That's part, for sure.
It's through the sheriff's department. They've been doing it for years.
Right.
And they will call you every day to make sure that you are okay.
But I have.
And you just have to get on the list.
On the computer, it gives me, on the email I got, you call me on the list. Terry just said. So that's happening. That will take care of, that's for Jamaica.
It's for
Wyndham.
I don't know, well,
in Wyndham County.
right.
Oh, it's Wyndham County?
Let me give you a little bit, on this volunteer thing, a little bit of the history in Jamaica. When we had Irene hit, we started getting a lot of volunteers. This is a great town. Everybody came to the wood to help us, incredible. But it got a little out of hand because it was hard to manage. And so Ed, Daughter UK, took over sort of the volunteer coordinator for a couple of reasons, because it was crazy in the command post and he had a little bit of space to do it. After that initial surge was over, we then run into difficulty about assigning people to do stuff that would cause liabilities for the town. Specifically, people were volunteering to clean houses and clean basements. The problem with that is because of the potential toxicity of what they were cleaning, we incurred a liability by sending people down to do that.
Someone sued the town? The town was sued?
Well, what we ended up doing was working with neighborhood associations, our neighborhood connections, and we then referred the volunteers to them. They then vetted and trained and assigned the volunteers around the whole region. But that's what we did, rather than take the risk of incurring liability of sending. There was a group of some kids from another part of the
All
state.
over the world, college kids that were supposed to clean
exactly
the Long Trail and the Appalachian Trail, which was closed down. There were a lot of them looking for something to do. That was just one group of volunteers.
Yeah.
There was a deluge of different
people came out of the woods. They went into the woods.
The Rubicon guys came in.
Yeah.
And it was just, we were real wary of not someone getting hurt.
Injury potential.
Like working for Jamaica.
And so that's kind of the history of our use of volunteers. And when you and I were, email we shared back and forth, my concern is along those lines. As I said, sadly, my now retired chair hat thinks about the potential liability of all this stuff. I don't know what Neighborhood Connections is doing right now. They've always had a pretty good history. I think this has been 8 or 9 years since a personnel turnover. But if a neighborhood does it, it doesn't have the town's authority to it, or imprimatur. I'm going to get carried away. If the town agency, such as the Planning Commission, were to coordinate this, then I believe the liability flows back to the town.
I'm new to this law, but the law seems pretty clear that if we're talking about a response to an infectious disease that would affect everybody in the state, if not the country, that is not a discretionary act. It is an act which is for the benefit of all people in Vermont. So for example, any work that was done to repair a waterway that flows through Jamaica but affects other individuals within the state, or to repair a road, that liability, the town would not lose its sovereign immunity. Similarly, what I understand in talking with other lawyers, any action that we're taking to protect the population of the state, and which would include, by the way, checking on individuals who are making sure that they are not leaving their home or don't need to leave their home, potentially spread the illness, supporting them on quarantine, this town would not lose its sovereign immunity, especially, and it would not be foiled by the fact that we have VLCT group insurance. Group insurance is there's case law on that it doesn't eliminate the fact that you have it. So I think if we could go back to, and I don't mean to be a broken record, but I'd love to hear, I thought we were going to hear kind of what actions are being taken by, on our EMT and the fire department, what have you. I know there have been activities. Let's see what that's yielding, and then we could go from there.
Well, if you're asking what the fire department does, it responds to emergency calls for fire or medical assistance. Whether it's somebody's house or somebody's car, or car wrecks, if we get a call for a medical emergency, we respond to that. Right now, we are responding cautiously, because obviously certain kinds of medical responses are overwhelming the system. And what we will do
is that happening in Jamaica now? It is overwhelming the system in Jamaica?
The system around the country. Okay. So hospital, EMT, most of our real serious medical, all of our medical calls get a response from rescuing. And so our current process with the limited staff we have is to respond as best we can to make sure that we're preserving life. And if somebody's seriously injured, we're going to put the appropriate suit and personal protection equipment on. But usually that's going to be Rescue Inc. that's going to come in and that. But that's a response to a call. We don't go unless we're dispatched by Keene Mutual Aid. So independent of a dispatch assignment, we don't respond.
Right, so you get and it's the fire department kind of is looking at things like protective equipment and that's being stockpiled, or
PPE. We had
is there access?
Where each individual was given his own set of PPE that he has with him or her to use as necessary for the response. So far, we've been lucky. We've only had a couple of responses that have been questionable, but most of what the fire department does not involve somebody calling in with a cough and a fever, for example.
Right.
We have other kinds of things we still have to be careful about. But as far as what we respond to 911, think of it as 911 calls.
Right, and so 911 calls could include, in the future, someone who's sick at home.
Exactly.
Right,
What they're doing with 911 right now, if you call 911, that call goes to PSAP, which is a public service state police. Can't remember the other. Anyway, they will then, the 911 will shift the call to the PSAPs. PSAP will then try to get some sense from the caller what he's looking for. And recently, in the last few weeks, for example, a lot more specificity is being requested about fever, travel out of state, travel out of the country, coughs, dry cough versus, there's a lot of things that they're asked. Then that information is passed to, in our case, the Key Mutual Aid, which is out of Southwestern Mutual Aid, out of Southwestern New Hampshire Mutual Aid, which is the dispatch agency for all of us around the area. They then would call us, tone us out is the phrase, and give us the information they have, and we would respond accordingly. So anything we do by procedure has to have basically a tone out from Key Mutual Aid.
Okay, and just in terms of prepare, like, anything that you want to share in terms of actions specifically, other than each person who responds to an emergency call having PPE, anything else, or that's kind of
well, we've
where
all gone
things
through
stand?
special training that we keep up to make sure that we have a good understanding of how valuable the PPE is, but also our EMT people, of which I am not one. I'm a fireman, not an EMT.
Okay.
But the EMS team has done special training relating specifically to COVID virus. Yeah. So the training's there. We provided the equipment. We do not have enough, but we have enough for emergency meeting right now for a short while. And then massive backup from rescuing. They do a very good job of backing up and showing up with the right PPE.
And that the backup is from
Rescuing.
Rescue Inc.
Yes, are you familiar with Rescuing? Let's chat later. We don't need to go on.
Yeah, no.
Go ahead, Andy.
Back to what Chris was asking. Has the select board received any instruction to do anything more than we usually do concerning the safety of the town? Or would we expect, has anyone got anything from to the town health officer, which is right now the select board, or the Jamaica Board of Health?
I have not. No, I think Chris was trying to
no,
be
but I'm just saying, I think that when if it ever comes down to the governor or the Vermont Department of Health giving us instruction on what to do as this thing evolves, as they, I suspect, test more, and everybody's been watching and reading, too much probably, but then I just don't want the select board or the planning commission to get out and doing things that we don't do.
Yeah.
Not to dismiss what Chris is asking, but I don't know how, as a select board, we would go about coordinating volunteers through the planning commission.
Well, I think maybe I'm misreading it, or I think there's three tiers here, kind of. One is what Chris has talked about, those really true neighborhood volunteers, and that's going to happen, and that we want to encourage that. The other is at the other end of what Paul's talking about, emergencies. I mean, serious 911s, whether it's COVID-19s or anything else, and to continue to do that. And I see maybe, and then I'll let Chris jump back in again, but I see we can not get involved on the day-to-day, you go do this, you go do that, but we can act as kind of an informational point, and maybe it's through one of us or through sharing with the office that if someone calls up, I've got a situation, you think, well, here's Neighborhood Connections phone numbers, here's UNICEF's phone number, I don't know what else, there's hundreds of organizations that are already doing this, and like you said, we don't need to reinvent the wheel we don't need to do them. We need to push it onto somebody else, and if anybody in town wants to volunteer for these organizations that are out there already, then we encourage.
But I think it ought to be clear that the volunteering for the organization, that's independent of
and we can just steer
the planning committee.
That's how I see we can help, how the town can help, as opposed to getting to that level. But go ahead.
A couple of things. The school has set up a program to feed the children by having lunches that be picked up in a tent out in front of the school every day. I talked with the school, and they said if that starts breaking down, they would more than welcome help from the town to get the lunches to the children. The second thing is, if there were to be a volunteer corps set up, in the town at this intermediate level. It would require some gophers to do the delivery of things and somebody to coordinate it. Now, the point about neighborhood connections is great, and maybe the best thing to do is raise volunteers for neighborhood connections to coordinate. So maybe what we ought to do is check with neighborhood connections and see if that's a workable plan.
From the question she's asking about the fire and emergency, I really like the fact that this town rallies around the situations and they get out and they do these little ad hoc committees. That saved our butt during Irene, absolutely. But this particular situation, if somebody's going to check on someone and they aren't prepared for the potential of running into the virus, we're causing a lot more grief than we're helping with. So those kinds of events and those kinds of volunteer, I don't even know how to say it, the little pockets of volunteers around the whole country, all around the country people are doing things for this. Anything that involves potential contact with another person can really provide us with a real nightmare to fix, because they don't know. And we're trained to not go, frankly, into something that we aren't that sure of. So in that sense, as much as I like the idea, instead of having one victim, we've got this victim and maybe 2 or 3 more at home when she goes home to fix dinner before she gets tested. So there's, really quickly, then I'll shut up. Years and years ago when I was stationed in Washington, D.C., we had an airplane that left National Airport. They got as far as a bridge and crashed, and people were scattered all over the lake. And the story that I remember, for whatever reason, was an off-duty EMT, I can help, dives into the lake to go rescue, into the river to go rescue people. We now have 2 victims who have hypothermia and possibly drowning, instead of the one that we started with. So I think of that, and I've always had that in my experience, because it was all over the national news, as it turned out. The idea is, one of the things we're very cautious about is not becoming victims to the extent that that takes me out of any ability to help the next victims. So part of what's going on with the training in the first responders around the entire country is, we used to say, first do no harm. First do no harm to yourself. Because if you get quarantined for 14 days, whether you get sick or not, that's 2 weeks. Our very small little department doesn't have you. So yes, we are trained to help. We're also trained to not get in more trouble than we're already in, to not cause any more trouble. So that's what I really think this is a really good idea, except, and that's the part where the old stuff kicks in. Sorry.
As a select board member, I don't know what you guys are getting, but I'm getting plenty of direction and information about what the state is doing and what other people, they think other entities should be doing. More than I can read sometimes from, the different entities, the Department of Health, the governor's office, there's the Corona website for the state of Vermont, and then when all the stuff is trickling down to us.
Right.
There's a lot to absorb, but it all says, keep your distance, stay home if you can. We all know this, but I think that if it comes down to where they want us to do more as a select board or a planning commission, we'll get that direction from up north, from the Department of Health.
This afternoon put out a call for non-profits and individuals to think outside the box and come up with innovative ideas. Also, the health department has put out guidance for home-based service delivery, which, well, it's not that extensive, but it addresses your point of don't become a vector for the virus. So, the only thing I can say is, if a whole lot more effective if the town of Jamaica put out a call for volunteers rather than Brian, Patrick, and Chris did. So that's why I brought it to your attention. Now, one more point. All this will be moot if the worst that happens is what's happened. Where we are now, where we're 6 feet apart from each other. If it gets as bad and lasts as long as some of the experts are saying it's going to, you know, we've really got to do something.
Well, I think if there's a lot of, like Andy said, there's a lot of information out there. I think we can help channel people's discovery of this information. If somebody, provided internet access, or if someone calls the office, I'll gladly take a phone call and I'm sure every one of us would if Sarah had a question that somebody called in. So if someone's looking for help, certainly let us know. I mean, and if the worst case scenario, it's not worst, but the best case scenario is we can point them at other entities in the area.
I believe.
And Paul there's 211. I mean, there's
just dial
211. If someone's in need, and I would certainly encourage these small little neighborhood help groups, or whatever you want to call it.
I believe that's what we're charged to do.
Right. I would say right now there's not those types of documents and those types of links are not on our website. So the LEMP is not on our website. It's not on the Wyndham Regional site, which gives a lot of information.
The state website, like Andy said, there's so much stuff coming out. You can go BLCT and there's 100.
We should.
Right, but we could distill it down into links and particular information that's unique to Jamaica that would be helpful to people. And I do think there's, unfortunately, there may be a time when we do need hands as a town. Hopefully not, God willing. We're a relatively small hamlet, and at least from the research that I've done so far, Paul, there's not a huge influx of second homeowners that are using their home. But as I get more information from caretakers, I'll give that to you. But it sounds like from what you've described, really what the fire department and emergency management does is respond to emergency calls. And that's it, which leaves a whole host of potential support that individuals in this town, particularly vulnerable members of our community, might need some support. So we don't all have to agree on everything. That's what a select board is for. I would say I'm a little bit closer to where the planning commission is thinking that we should be prepared to potentially have specific targeted goals of helping our, specific needs that arise and develop, and that we as a select board could support the planning commission in terms of calling for specific support or asking specific agencies, nonprofits to help, what have you. But that's just where I stand on that, and I don't see potential liability after my research as being a reason not to be open to those steps.
Maybe think of it simply as, like right now there are kids, they get the lunches and they need the food delivered to them. Let's expand that to kids, adults, elderly that get sick and now require quarantine. I would rather see food and medication delivered to their doorstep than them getting desperate and going out and creating a lot of vectors by going into a store or going somewhere. Just having that maybe in place, or at least organized or talked about, where an action can be taken to make sure they stay isolated.
We could resolve that the planning commission is going to be looking into this and coming back to the select board with proposals for specific volunteer efforts that we could then consider.
I think that's great. It's not in the scope of our duties as select board. We're to govern the town, to do the town business right now. I believe until we get other instructions from the state, like, could you do this, could you do that? Beside passing on information like we've already talked about 3 times, like the sheriff's department thing, the other websites, and I got no problem with that, but as far as stepping outside of our regular duties, I don't know if we should be doing that. I mean, we can talk about it, but I don't think we could execute anything like that.
Right. I don't see us all putting on a special hat and organizing efforts, but to understand what is being considered, I would want to know what's being considered, how it's being proposed to be effectuated. But again, we don't all have to agree.
Yeah.
If for whatever reason you guys choose to do that, before you do anything at all, I think that one of us, you or I or somebody, should get in touch with the town attorney, because it was under his guidance way back when, and I'd like to maintain the continuity to make sure we're all doing it the way that he worked out the first time. One of the reasons why we, as a fire department, have masks, gowns, and goggles, although we don't have enough, but one of the reasons we have what we have is because I don't remember which one it was, somebody who was down, one of the groups that was down cleaning basements, we had to abort that mission immediately because of the potential liability. And I just kept all the stuff because FEMA didn't want it back. So I've had it in my closet now for 8 years. And we're one of the few departments who actually had stuff to immediately to give our guys. So there's these little pieces of history that accumulate that make me concerned. But if for whatever reason it goes forward, let's get together and make an appeal to the town attorney to review his earlier guidance with the current situation.
Yeah, and I'd like to, I mean, we can easily ask the planning commission to come up with that looks like. Maybe, I mean, I apologize because I'm probably not seeing it fully either. I mean, obviously it's connecting people that have a need and somebody could fill that need. And it could be simple, could be a huge complicated thing. I don't think we want to go there, but if it's just as, you know, one example, like you just said, I mean, the school needs one more person to drive. I mean, it's not the select board telling them to go drive, it's them volunteering to drive, so we're just making these connections, so.
Agree.
And it boils down to raising volunteers. We sure don't want to get to town in a situation where they're liable for anything, but there's got to be a way to dance around that.
Yeah.
Or get people sick. And,
right.
That's outside of mine. I have no expertise in what's going on with any of this, with this virus, except for what they're instructing us to do. I'm an armchair scientist. That's what I was called the other day when I gave an opinion about something. So, I don't want to get sick. I don't want Jessica to get sick or anyone else. This is going to get worse before it gets better, and just parroting what I've been hearing. I mean, we're kind of somewhat helpless as far as, going, knocking on someone's door with a gas mask on or whatever. It's not funny. I'm laughing because I'm fearful about it, but, I believe that the governor and the health department will give us further instructions. They may tell us all to stay home.
Well, the instruction, you're exactly right, because I'm getting stuff daily from all 3 different agencies. Health department.
I get what you get.
Yeah, like I said,
because I took that course.
They still love you, that's why they want you back. But the thing, wash your hands, cough into your elbow, like that. Don't go out if you don't have to go out. Keep 6 feet from any physical contact. And stay home. I said that already. Stay home. They say it over and over again.
Especially if you're sick.
Right. I mean,
if you're sick,
we should say, I would never want to encourage a volunteer to breach law. Like that would not, if at some point we get more specific requirements issued by the governor, we're all going to have to comply with those unless there's an exception for someone who's in emergency management.
Yep.
So that's.
Okay, well, I think, I was going to say we can encourage, we'll encourage anybody to come up with solutions to, to these needs, finding solutions.
Besides the attorney, go and check with the health department, see what they would say about it.
Yeah.
I mean, they might.
Health Department, Vermont Emergency Management, give me a couple others. There's a number of websites, and if you go through them like I end up doing, they're all saying pretty much the same thing. Wash your hands every 20 minutes, apparently, or no, for 20 seconds, but try everything. Wash your hands a lot. Cough into your sleeve. Don't go out if you're sick, stay home. Don't go to work if you don't have to, and stay home again. But there's not a lot anybody can do about this because there's no vaccine and there's no anecdote. But there's plenty of websites available for real information that pretty much boils down to that. But all the other specific details are available on the Vermont Department of Health website, Vermont Emergency Management website, Town Health Officer's website. I'm trying to look at my email list. It's out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, super discussion. Any other comments? I'll gladly jump in. I mean, I think any one of us would. I mean, if you guys got ideas, we'll come back and forth. And if we need to go to the attorney, I mean, it should come through me. I mean, I can appoint somebody else, but I mean, right now it's not anybody just calling up the town attorney. So, but any of those issues, I'll make a point to call Neighborhood Connections just because I'm curious now too, and we can keep this discussion going. I mean, we want to help out. I mean, not trying to sound cold in any ways. I mean, any one of us are going to jump in here in a heartbeat, but we just need to be cautious, more for the health reasons than anything else.
And I go back to this, to Irene, this town jumped all over the place to help everybody else out. Incredible amount of volunteerism. Sadly, right now, some of that volunteerism would have been this guy jumping into the river to help the other guy who's got hypothermia. We don't want to make anybody else, and I'll tell you, as been doing this for a long time, it's hard to not help. When you see someone in distress, even if you're trained to not go there yet, it's hard to not help. So when we're asking people who haven't been trained to not go into it, the chances of that infection being spread is even higher. Call us.
Okay.
Just one little quick thing.
Okay.
When you're,
okay. Well, I've got one other thing regarding the new additions to. I passed around some information. John Suhikian, who's an interested person in joining the Planning Commission. He actually attended the Planning Commission last week. He was hoping to attend the meeting here tonight just to introduce himself. He's had a second home here in town for a number of years. He's a full-time resident now with his wife, and they're involved heavily at Stratton. They've been pass holders for a while. They also run the Vermont Challenge, and super engaged person. And I think the Planning Commission will appoint or recommend that he join, and I'd like to propose that we appoint him to the Planning Commission.
I'll second that motion.
You guys have any? I mean, I know both of you are supportive. So, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Perfect. Oh, any opposed? All in favor. So, John Suhikian, welcome to the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Now we have one more position to fill on that board. That was all I had for added things. I think, unless I missed something, there's.
This is one letter I got today. This is the letter we got from the Meg Gonzalez, the director of West River Thrives. It's West River Valley Thrives. It's just information, and I'm reading it quick. Just wanted to let everyone know that the Veggie Van Go, the logo here for you camera guys, the Veggie Van Go food program will be providing fresh produce at the Leland and Gray parking lot this Thursday from 12 to 1 p.m. It says, please help spread the word, and let's remember to practice social distancing during pickup. Word has been spread.
How did that come down to you?
Email. Just send to me.
As a past chair?
No, just Fraser Brew.
Okay.
I think we find, as you're going to find
Sarah
someday.
got that today too.
Huh? What's that?
Sarah got it.
Sarah got it too? Yeah. It may just be, everybody on W.
After a while, you're on so many.
I'm on so many different lists that I
I'm just curious.
Yeah. But anyway, that's all I had. That just came today, I think. Yeah.
Any other public comments? Thank you to the Planning Commission members. Thank you on a nice snowy night. Anybody else?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everyone. Meeting adjourned at 8:27.
Call to order at 6:29. First is approval of minutes. We have a reorganization meeting, which happened March 3rd after town meeting. Then there's the minutes from the March 10th special emergency management meeting. And then the minutes from our March 10th regular meeting. So I'll entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
You have to do them individually?
Do we have to do it individually? Do we have to do it individually for the minutes, or can we approve all of them at once?
Yeah, I probably should.
Okay. All right, so I'll entertain a motion to approve the reorganization meeting minutes from March 3rd.
So moved.
Second.
The only question I got is I read the minutes. I was the only one who got sworn in, and two others that had to.
I got sworn in.
Yeah, I know it, but it's not in, I didn't see it in there.
Well, that happened outside the meeting.
Yeah,
that happened before the meeting
yeah,
started.
I realize that, but.
I put Irv swear in because I knew that I had missed the first part of the meeting. So all the
Okay.
two others were sworn in. So that was.
Yeah, everybody got sworn in.
Yeah.
But yeah, that actually happened before
Yeah.
we convened the
I
meeting.
realize that, but they still have to be shown somewhere that they were sworn in.
Yeah, Anita has it, I'm sure.
Well, I got swore out, so.
Okay, any further discussion on that? All those in favor of approving the reorganization meeting minutes from March 3rd signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the meeting, special meeting minutes from March 10th, which was the emergency management meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the special meeting minutes from March 10th signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I opposed. Didn't know nothing about it.
All right, I'll vote in the affirmative. It was, we formed a quorum because Crystal was there representing the hospital.
Yeah, no, that's
Okay.
Hey, I wasn't there, so.
So I'll vote in the affirmative. Motion passes. And then I will entertain a motion to approve the regular meeting minutes from March 10th.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the meeting minutes from March 10th, the regular meeting, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Additions and deletions. I have one addition. We have a liquor license renewal request from Riverbend, so we'll take care of that in new business. And then I guess we can move on to the warrants.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 1, payroll in the amount of $9,772.44.
Have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying payroll warrant number 1 in the amount of $9,772.44 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 2, payroll tax in the amount of $4,320.92.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll tax warrant number 2 in the amount of $4,320.92 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 3 out of the general fund in the amount of $17,807.66.
What?
I have $6.66.
I have $17,807.66.
Sorry.
Okay. Typo.
It's supposed to be the 7, Harlan?
I had 6 because I was looking at these. I don't have that in front of me.
Okay.
But if that's what.
I was gonna say, I don't have that, anything here.
Would you like to take a look at it?
Yeah, I looked at it, probably assigned it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's probably just a transfer typo. Okay.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 3 in the amount of $17,807.66 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
This number 3 on this paper is 666,000.
Or we're looking at the minutes from March 10th, I think.
Oh, it's not the right one then.
No.
Oh, okay. I'll throw it away
That's the
then.
meeting minutes.
I thought that was funny.
Those are from the meeting on March 10th. So there should be a small piece of paper that has just some numbers on it that will say warrants.
There's 5 warrants on it.
Yeah, all right.
That would have come in
That's
with
all right,
the,
go for it.
Okay, did we vote on that?
I don't think so. I seconded it.
All those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 3 in the amount of $17,807.66 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 4 out of the highway fund in the amount of $9,014.42.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying highway warrant number 4 in the amount of $9,014.42 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,115.11.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying check warrant number 5 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,115.11 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Alrighty. Excuse me. Moving on to reports. Steve, you want to start?
Yes, last week V-Trans sent out the small structure grant applications for 2021, along with the certification of compliance for town road and bridge standards and network inventory, as well as the annual financial plan for town highways. Both of these have to be signed by the select board and submitted to V-Trans.
Okay. We agree with all of the
We do have
numbers,
the
and we
current
have
updated network inventory, yes, and road and bridge standards. And the financial page is based on the budget that was approved at town meeting.
Right.
You can see the breakdown in revenue and the breakdown in expenses.
Excellent. Okay, I would entertain a motion to sign the certificate of compliance for town road and bridge standards and network inventory.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of signing and forwarding the certificate of compliance for town road and bridge standards and network inventory signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I will pass this around. Today's the 24th.
Yes.
Okay. And then I will entertain a motion to approve, sign, and forward the annual financial plan for town highways.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor of signing and forwarding the annual financial plan for town highways signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So I will pass this around as well.
So after copies are made, either Carla can scan them and email them to Megan Brunk, or I could do that, however you would like.
It's up to you. You're gonna have to make copies anyway, so you might as well take care of that.
You have her email?
Yes.
Megan.brunk@vermont.gov.
Did you get any bridge reports back?
Not yet.
With the newest?
Not the newest ones, no.
Soon as it gets warm weather, I'll try to get the gravel and grit off of them. That'll be one of the things they'll give you on the first thing.
Yep. Back to the grant application. So I have filled out 2 grant applications for structures. One, of course, is Bridge 34, the Stone Arch Bridge. This one's pretty straightforward. I have Michael Weisner's report will accompany the grant application as well as photographs. So that's filled out along with some background from the Historical Society. And the second one is for Bridge 43, which we had the engineering study done last year. So my question for the board is, when Bridge 42 was completed, the way the invitation to bid was worded was that the contractor bidding on the bridge was responsible for demolition, was responsible for contracting with the company who was going to build the bridge, for all site work, for all traffic control, and for installation of the new bridge, which we all remember was A.S. Clark handled that.
Right.
Renaud Brothers built the bridge, and Clark took care of it. Do we want to handle Bridge 43 in that same format?
Yeah, but there was nothing in that at the time of it, what happened to the I-beams, and they just disappeared. The old I-beams that came out of that bridge.
I would like to see it handled in the similar fashion with regards to what Irvin's saying, that the salvage out of it belongs to the town of Townsend.
So we'll put that wording in the invitation to bid.
You know, they demolition it and they take care of that, but the salvage is the town's.
Does that have a state plate on it too?
That cure is what we were.
Yeah, that's
42 had one that we had to go back to the state, right?
I don't know that.
Okay.
I don't know that.
No, I don't think it said anything about it in it, and that was the, no.
Right, yeah.
No, I didn't say before, I don't know, that it just didn't get worded so that the salvage was the town's.
Well, I think what happened is as the board, we did not read it in ourselves
Close enough.
and
I think
come
you're
to
right.
that conclusion.
So now
But
that I'm clear.
that bridge, I hope they're gonna widen it more than one car wide.
Well, what would be nice is to see him not only widen it, but straighten it, so you don't come down and have to turn into it. You can kind of.
I can bring this
That bridge is fairly straight.
That one's fairly straight. Yeah.
That's that first iron bridge.
I've gone down it a few times, as you have.
But they could.
I'm puckered before when it's icy.
No, but I'm gonna say that it could be to the, well, as you're going up, take a couple trees and stuff out of the right hand, it would straighten it some. But then the next one you're gonna be, but that's gonna be on you because it's less than 20 foot long is that next little one down below. That'd be on the town.
Yeah.
Anything unless it's a 20 foot longer bridge, state don't get involved.
I didn't know that.
I thought that was 21.
Well, I'll tell you, you've got one right up here by Stan Bills's, where you go up East Hill Road.
Yeah.
Now, there's a 20 foot opening in it, and they turned it down, but I'd still say if there's a 20 foot opening,
It doesn't sit in.
that's a 20 foot bridge, because you're gonna be longer than that in order to hold a deck.
Okay, so thank you for the direction on that, and we will move forward putting that grant together.
Yeah.
Excellent.
But I say, I did notice, like, well, across the road from where that road goes up to that house there, they had a place where they'd park cars or something, and that could be a little work done, a few trees put out there, and in fact, the power company's got a stake there that they want to set a pole right on the end of that bridge. I wouldn't after we get the bridge done.
We have been keeping up with mud season, which hasn't been all that bad so far this year. And then we've had a few snow events. We had 2 last week, and of course we had last night and this morning. So winter's still holding on a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's all I have.
You're lucky. We're down Brattleboro there on Gibson Road, which goes from up by the country club and comes out over on Meadowbrook Road. That's still closed due to mud. Been in the paper
yeah.
for 2-3 weeks.
Yeah. Okay, is not a counter money week. So I have the report from the treasurer. In the sweep account is $750,602.73, and in the checking account is $30,000 even. Okay. So next up was, this is the correspondence that I gave everybody last week, the Economic and Infrastructures Development Grant Opportunity. I don't know if you guys got a chance to look through it. I went through the website. It's pretty short on details as to what the matches may be. And they also think they amended it so that the letter of interest is not required, but it couldn't hurt if we think this is something we might want to go after to draft a letter of interest and send it off to them.
Okay.
So if we want to do that, I would entertain a motion to that effect.
So moved.
Okay. All those in favor of sending a letter of interest to the Economic and Infrastructure Development Grant Opportunity, which is being done by the Northern Border Regional Commission, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Steve, do you have a template for that kind of thing? For letter of interest? Or anything that we've used in the past that you have?
No, I do not.
Okay. I'll find one on VLCT.
There might be a template too on their website. I will double check, but I also might have something.
Okay, great. Yeah, if you could, I'm just gonna put this in this makeshift folder for Carla's stuff. We have no members of the public. Old business, so we have many appointments to make. I'm gonna just read through the whole list, and then in discussion, we can decide if there's anything that you guys wanna talk about, just so we don't have to read it more than once. So for Social Services Screening Committee, we would appoint Kathy Grieve, Meredith Kenyon, and Chris Groats-Cook. Rescue Inc. would be Kathleen Heggie. 911 Coordinator is Helen Holt. Fence Viewer, Christina Wright. I assume that got cleared. Inspector of Wood and Timber, Rob Wright. Inspector of Shingles, Rob Wright. Animal Control will remain with the constables. The Pound Keeper will be the Select Board. Recreation Committee is Christina Wright. Valley Cares Board is Crystal Mansfield. And the Wyndham County Sheriff's Liaison will be the constables. So I would entertain a motion to make those aforementioned appointments.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of appointing said representatives signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carl, if we could update the appointments list to reflect those, that'd be great. There was one other part of so we had gotten a letter before town meeting from the Social Services Committee, which will remain the same as it was. And they wanted to put together a little more cohesive procedure for people applying, setting deadlines, asking for mission statements, and some explanation of what they do. So they would like to, I guess what we need to do is, I guess we have to change the procedures for Townsend Social Services Committee requests. And they would like the following stipulations: that all requests be submitted by the last business day of October to allow time to vet them. All requests are to include information regarding agency's mission. All requests are to include information regarding how Townsend residents benefit from the agency's services. And requests that are submitted after the proposed deadline or without the proposed requirements would be reviewed at the discretion of the Social Services Committee. So I would entertain a motion to create that plan going forward.
Second.
All those in favor of adopting the Social Services Committee procedures for requests signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Sorry. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. They had also said that they would like to send out a letter to recipients from the past 2 years, just notifying them of the
New requirements.
New requirements.
Yep.
Okay. Great. I will pass that along to them. Okay. Don't cover the agenda. I like having all this room. Okay. Moving on, we have the form from the listers from the last meeting. That is the form 4155. Steve, you had a question on the Kirkpatrick property.
Yes.
I spoke to Mike Bills. He assured me that the statute of limitations has closed and they are not aware of any pending actions for that. So in his mind, it's done and this is good to go. So I would entertain a motion to sign form 4155, the certificate of no appeal or suit pending for the grant list.
So,
Second.
Well, I just want to, I mean, is it definitely a positive?
Well, I talked to Mike. He assured me that it was. Carla did some research and reached out to the LCT. I don't know if you ever heard back
I
from
did
them.
not hear back from the LCT yet.
Okay,
I would
so
hold off until.
all right. Okay, so we will table that until we hear from VLCT. I always want to call them VLCTV. Okay. We have a request from Community Hope and Action to use the Commons for Family Fun Day for Townsend, July 18th, 2020, which is I think it's a Saturday.
Saturday.
Yep. And they are, we have the contract, which is no, we'll have to get it signed, but we have their application. They are requesting that we waive the fee. So I would entertain a motion to.
What did we do last year? Do we remember?
I think we waived the fee last year. Actually, I'm positive we waived the fee last year.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
All right, all those in favor of allowing the Community Hope and Action to use the Commons on July 18th, 2020 for Family Fun Day for Townsend, with the fee waived, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carl, if you can let them know. And then we will need a copy of their insurance rider. Okay. So next up we have application for a second-class license for Riverbend Farm Market. It's a renewal. So I would entertain a motion to approve the liquor license renewal application for Riverbend Market.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, hearing none.
That's just beer and wine, right?
Yeah. Okay.
I was gonna say they had, why I said that, because the liquor license, they lost it once.
Oh, they need to get it back, because nobody can sell liquor here now.
Well, yeah, no, they can sell beer and stuff now, they got it back, but they don't have liquor.
No. Well, liquor's a state store anyway.
But I still had to have a license to say to do it.
Yep. So all those in favor of approving the 2020 liquor license renewal for Riverbend Farm Market signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So we all need to sign this.
On the left.
On the left.
Sorry, was it Class A license? A Class A? Or,
Second class.
Second class, sorry.
Alright. Okay. Last two items on the agenda are related. The first one is vtalert.gov is a website where you can put in to receive text or email alerts regarding, well, you can choose however you want to do it, whether it's weather, but particularly useful for the COVID-19 outbreak. And then for COVID-19, I have a statement from Sherwood Lake, who's our emergency management coordinator. It's fairly long, so I'm not going to read the whole thing, but we will attach it to the minutes. He and I are in pretty constant contact. I know he's in touch with the hospital and the fire department, as well as all the state agencies. So we are getting regular updates and the latest best practices. And then I also had a similar letter from Glenn Beatty from the fire department, talking about what they are doing to prepare and cope for whatever eventuality might come by. So we can put that also in the minutes. And for government agencies and private nonprofits, FEMA money is now able to be applied for. So if you are a private nonprofit, or Steve, this would apply to you if you guys get asked to run supplies, also apply to the fire department. Just anything that you do that's related to this outbreak, document time and materials, so that we can submit that later on. And they're reimbursing, I think it's 75%, they said. And the last thing is there is a change to the open meeting law that came out this morning, I think. So we can do now our meetings completely remotely without a designated place to have them. What we do have to offer, we would do it, I think, is either a video conference or a conference call or some combination of both. We do have to allow access to the public to join in the meeting, and then minutes as normal. There was some discussion about making them have to be recorded, but I didn't see anything in the final draft that mentioned that. So something to think about. If we do decide to go that way, we will ask Rick to post something on the website, and we'll post a warning to that effect before the next meeting, if it comes to that.
In the past, well, like when Kent was on the board, he'd be plowed in December, and we'd have the meeting here, but he would be by phone.
Yeah, and you could always do that. What's different now is that in that case, you always had to do it at a place where the public could attend.
Yeah.
Now it allows the public to attend electronically, but there is no requirement to have a physical place for them.
And we do the same thing with solid waste. We have a call-in number that somebody can can't make it to the meeting, but they can be heard. And they hear the meeting.
Yeah. So I mean, I just recently set up a Zoom account for my own self, so we can use that. Hopefully, it won't go on for too long. Right now, as it stands, I think we have enough separation. I feel fairly comfortable with this setup, but if things change, I'll get in touch with everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody.
I'm going to turn to that first, and I'm going to turn it over to Representative Donahue first to walk us through some issues around some language that has to do with mental health. And Commissioner Wilson. And then after that, I think we should see, I think my sense is we should probably be able to move fairly swiftly through some of this. And then we'll transition without a break to some further conversation. We had some briefing last night, or yesterday, briefly, about healthcare affordability issues. And if we need a break in there to do anything else, we'll do that. Then we will have a break and we'll shift gears to a different topic. Yeah.
Hey, great. We talked about, I mean, there are 3 specific areas, pieces of language. The one we're starting with, I don't think anybody actually has seen actual language, although we've talked about the concept. When DMH presented on the 10-year vision plan, the commissioner said there was one legislative ask in terms of follow-up, not that there isn't a lot of follow-up that the department's doing, but in terms of legislation. And that was the recognition that DMH and the vision can say all sorts of things, but if the whole health system isn't involved and buying in, then we're not going to achieve integration, because it's integration in with a lot of other stuff. So this is the language that would establish that council, which has a lot of membership, because it's really about getting all those other parts of the system on board. So we can walk through the language. I would actually suggest that we first go to the purposes of what the group does, because that will help make it more clear why there's all of the representation that there is. And I know there was one person who reacted, one of the members of the Techno Council, who said, well, our one reaction is it's too heavily on the medical system people and not enough mental health representatives. And I said, well, actually, that's the whole point of this. The mental health folks came up with a plan, and now this is about carrying it forth by engaging the rest of the mental health system. You're able to scroll, or David? Oh, we're already scrolled up.
I pulled up to that section, Anne.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so if folks look at the, where it begins after the list, powers and duties, and this is really the core. This is why this council is being established. So it's addressing integration. At the very beginning, it talked about our statutory requirement for integration and the vision plan, but these are the very specific things that would be the council's responsibility. First, identifying
I'm sorry, and I have no idea where we are.
Oh, I'm sorry,
No,
because
that's
I'm looking
okay.
here. So it's on the one that says on the top,
powers and duties. Okay, I got it. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Is it what's up here?
I can't see that far.
So at powers and duties, the council shall address the integration of mental health in the healthcare system, including, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6 duties. Okay. So the first one is to identify obstacles. In other words, in all of the parts of the system that each of these people represent, where are there obstacles to achieving the goals that have been set out, both in legislation previously and through the vision plan? Second, helping to ensure implementation of those existing laws that require integration within the members' expertise in the council. So different groups representing different parts of the system. If we scroll up a little, we can see 3. And establishing commitments from all of those non-state entities to adopt the practices and implementation tools for integration. Again, that's referencing back to the beginning where we talked about the vision plan and the legislative mandate. Fourth, the council can propose legislation if our current statute is inadequate to achieve it or creates barriers. And then fifth, the routine language on any other duties it deems necessary. It will then report back in, oops, I got to scroll here, in 2023. So this is a 2-year council to work on this, so report back with recommendations, including whether there's any recommended legislative actions and whether they need to be extended. The assumption is it's 2 years. It's not an ongoing forever group, but it's 2 years to identify and put together how we're going to achieve this. So now if we go back to the start, we can look through the membership. I have sent out contact to everyone who's been asked to be a member, basically saying, if you don't think you belong on this council, speak up. Nobody has said they think they don't belong. I've gotten a number of people saying yes, but nobody has said, oh no, take me off. I don't want to be involved in that. So, but we can look through. A through F are all commissioners within the state system, beginning mostly with AHS. But you'll see each of those departments in AHS have relevance to integration toward our goal of an integrated system. Corrections has a division in how it delivers healthcare systems and so forth. And the F, then the Commissioner of Financial Regulation, is pretty self-evident why they're important to be a part. We then have both the Green Mountain Care Board and the Secretary of Education. And after that, it begins more the community-wide stakeholders, which includes the Medical Society, the Hospitals Association, Vermont Care Partners, which are the designated agencies, the Vermont Association of Mental Health and Addiction Recovery. That's somebody we haven't actually, I don't know if some of the new members have met, Peter Espen, yeah, who is the executive director of that group. The bi-state primary care, important aspect of primary care delivery, representative from the University of Vermont Medical School. And that's really important. This was some of what the what think tank made recommendations about when we're talking about sort of the unconscious bias of the system, if you will, that right in medical school that needs to begin to be addressed, and we need that commitment from medical school. One Care, the healthcare advocate, the mental health care advocate, representation from the insurance industry. And just to clarify, council is getting pretty large. Often there isn't a group that represents all of the private insurers. They each speak for themselves. But it didn't really seem rational in terms of expanding the council to have both Blue Cross Blue Shield and MVP representative. I spoke with them about that issue, and MVP said they were completely okay and understood that only the largest insurer, which for Vermont is Blue Cross Blue Shield, represent that perspective. So you can be assured that's not going to create a problem, that it's just one which, in the language of art or whatever, what that's saying is Blue Cross Blue Shield. Then in terms of direct stakeholders, to keep that voice at the table, two people who have received services, one of them being somebody who delivers peer services, so that's the peer workforce representation. And then family members, there are two also there, because one is family of people who receive services, but the other is a family member who has a child who receives services. So that's the list. I think there's been some cross discussions around trying to make it inclusive. And that's really the core of the bill. There is language at the end that is the routine, the Department of Mental Health chairs, the Department of Health co-chairs. I mentioned the reports. There are directives around meetings, and that is meeting at least bi-monthly. Ceases to exist July 30th, 2023. We routinely have councils exist beyond when their final report is, because we may need them to come in and tell us what's in their report and so forth. Reimbursement is under our statute, which basically means people who are not getting paid by their job position for their activities are eligible for a stipend. So, if we could now have our witness comment and maybe answer questions.
Yes, of course. Well, thank you. Good morning. For the record, Sarah Squirrel, Commissioner of the Department of Mental Health. I want to thank Vice Chair Donahue for her leadership on this in terms of thinking about the council. From my perspective, as this committee is aware, the Department of Mental Health really leaned into our charge in terms of articulating a 10-year plan for a future of integration of mental health within the broader healthcare system that I think will benefit generations of Vermonters to come. One of our very specific asks of the legislature was to form this council. We have several other action areas that we are able to implement within our existing authority and resources that we, of course, are working on. But when we think about, as I said before, the 10-year plan wasn't the end, it was just the beginning. And we really want to create conditions for change. I really feel that what we have articulated as a state system, as systems partners, really has the opportunity to be transformational. When we think about implementation, as someone who's been steeped in implementation science, we really need a council, a table that is set with high-level leaders across mental health and our healthcare system if we really want to move things forward and actually operationalize some of the incredible opportunities that we have around integration. So the Department of Mental Health fully supports the representation that's been articulated here. I think from a facilitation standpoint, we're always trying to manage inclusivity and representation with a body that is manageable and that we can really move work forward in a reasonable way. I feel very confident that given the scope of the council as it's currently been presented, that we can be very effective. It is proposed to be chaired by the Commissioner of Mental Health, working in collaboration with the Department of Health. I think that's the right way to approach it because really we can really continue our leadership on the 10-year plan and our vision for integration. I think that the council itself can hold the vision of integration under the tent of the council, which is, I think, significant as we look to move this forward. It also creates an accountability structure that we need. It provides structure so that we can create decision-making. As the Vice Chair noted, we have some significant areas that are actually already statutorily in law, but maybe not being fully implemented. So we need the right folks around the table to help us do that. A good example of that is payment parity in terms of equal rates of payment for the same services when provided by mental health professionals as compared to physical health professionals to ensure that folks can access those services equitably. I also think there is an opportunity as we look to implement the 10-year plan that the council creates an accountability infrastructure to oversee that implementation as we move forward. So those are my high-level comments. Again, the department supports what's been presented, and we're looking forward to this as the next step to advance our statewide work around integration.
Great. Can we, if we could just scroll back to the very beginning, because one question that had already come back is, you know, are we starting over on trying to identify what does it mean to integrate? And I think the introductory language helps make clear that this is about ensuring that everybody participates in the principles that are already in statute and as envisioned by the plan that's been developed. So this is not to start reworking a plan. This is to involve everyone else in making it happen.
That's a great point. We have put a lot of time and energy over the past year in terms of articulating what our end state is, what those short-term, mid-term, and long-term strategies are. The council is a vehicle to advance that work, not to start over.
So any questions?
You have a lot of commissioners here, and then I see or designate. Do you expect all your commissioners to participate in the membership of this board, or do you expect that it perhaps will be passed off to somebody at a lower grade?
I think it will depend. I think there are commissioners, some we shared, having talked to some of the other commissioners, that really want a seat at the table. For some commissioners that I think oversee large departments, sometimes it's actually beneficial to delegate to someone whose particular purview might be a little closer to the provision of mental health services and integrating that broader in the healthcare system. Department for Children and Families is an example of that. It's so big, it could be more beneficial to have someone who is more directly overseeing that specific area.
I think another good example is the Department of Corrections.
Yes.
They have a medical director. That person probably would be better suited than the commission's the corrections commissioner.
If I could say, just as a general observation, this is the type of language that is almost always used when trying to involve, this is not unique to this council, whenever trying to involve a department or an agency, it names the commissioner or secretary or designee so that they have the authority then to find the right person to represent them on any. So that this is not unique language. This is kind of boilerplate language to facilitate the right person being at the table.
That's correct.
Right?
Yeah, could you scroll back up to the top?
Sure.
I was reading the first paragraph where it says the purpose of it helping to ensure that all sectors of the healthcare system actively participate in the state's principal. Are you saying there are people that don't participate that should right now?
I am saying that we are moving towards articulating a vision for integration, and in order to achieve that, I think there is a lot of commitment to the vision as it currently stands. The next step is to take that make that more actionable. I think our healthcare partners, which was clearly operationalized in the think tank, really came to the table, and now we need to take it that one step further.
How long has this been a concern?
30 years.
Or longer. I'll speak to that. I think what and I credit Representative Donahue and this committee for really, and the speaker, quite honestly, in saying, in moving responsibility for mental health from the Human Services Committee to this committee, the Healthcare Committee, as a structural statement that mental health is a part of healthcare. Historically, mental health has often been siloed off to the side, both because of sometimes issues of stigma and sometimes issues of disparate funding, different kinds of funding, like, well, we have healthcare here, and maybe we'll do something with mental health. And I think there's a recognition that mental health is an essential component of health and healthcare. And so I think in many ways, this is a reflection of an historic reintegration of the acknowledgement of mental health as an essential element of health care.
And this is a recognition that we're not there yet.
Yeah, and
that there's more work to be done.
So, if you could scroll down to the bottom then, there's a date somewhere there that I saw.
2 years.
January 15, 2023. And you probably will still be here. Would you make sure that there's a follow-up on this?
I sure expect will.
So that it can be proven that group amounted to something.
If I'm not still a member of the legislature, I will be here as a mental health advocate.
Well, you can maybe speak from the governor's office if you want. But, thank you.
Yes, no, thank you.
I have a question. It's admirable that it is so inclusive. It's very inclusive. Is it too big, though, and unwieldy?
It's a great question, and as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we're always trying to balance inclusion and representation with actually facilitating a working group. I think that actually our facilitation of the think tank was a good demonstration of our capacity to take a large group, such as 25 or more key stakeholders, to really have good, solid facilitation. I think the Department of Mental Health has a deep bench of talent when it comes to facilitating large groups, and we will be the primary kind of administrative support. So I think my answer is the group big? Yes. Can we manage it and be a productive entity? Absolutely.
Lucy?
I have a couple things. I guess to Brian Smith's point, it's something I think I've been thinking about a lot as far as creating groups and asking for reports. And I guess just a proposal to the committee that I think it might be a good idea if we hold ourselves to the standard that any time we ask for a report or create a group, at least one member of the committee verbally commits, whether they're reelected or here or not, to follow through to the very end. And this is something I've been thinking about, where I would not ask for another report or group unless I personally was committed that I would stick with it through the end and make something come of it. And it's just a thought to float to the committee. And then my other piece, could you go to the duties? Yeah, I really appreciated the intro part about making sure that it's, the idea is not to come up with a new plan. The idea is to implement the plan that extreme work has gone into coming up with. And the only one here I wonder about is number 1. If identifying obstacles to the full integration of mental health, it seems like a lot of what the vision group was doing was identifying those obstacles. So I wonder if there would be a way to word that something more close to identifying obstacles to the full integration of, and then specifically list the statute and specifically list the 10-year vision. And so it's clear that the idea is not to start at square one with a new discussion of what do we need in our mental health care system, but talk with these stakeholders about, we know what we need and what are the obstacles to all of us getting there. I don't know, just to float that out.
Yeah, I mean, that could work. I think because of the overarching purpose at the beginning, I think that's assumed here, but it also, if it was limited to kind of only identifying obstacles to achieving the vision plan, it might close off some really important pieces of not changing what the vision is, but what the obstacles to achieving it might be. There might be ones that the think tank didn't, because it didn't have this broad inclusion, might not have thought about or been aware of. So it's about achieving the plan and the statutory obligations, which were only put in statute, I think, about 4 years ago in terms of those principles. Identifying obstacles probably wants to stay broad enough for obstacles to achieving those things that might not have been listed in the think tank plan.
What about putting both, like, full integration of mental health into a holistic health care system as outlined by, and then list the statute where it says, where it talks about integrate as outlined by the statute and the 10-year vision?
I think that'd be fine. I think that's duplicative of the purpose part, because this is sort of just filling out the details of what was already stated as the purpose of the council in the beginning.
Yeah, the only thing I might add to that is that we did very strategically use appreciative inquiry as a strategy to move this work forward when we look at systems change. Not only do we want to identify obstacles and barriers, we also want to be lifting up the current assets that we have and build on those. That actually creates motivation for the kind of transformational change that we're looking for. So my only other thought reflectively on this was to capture that somehow, that we do have existing assets in the system that we can also build upon, in addition to identifying, the barriers as well.
So can we talk for a minute about the process of moving this forward? There was discussion about having it in our miscellaneous healthcare bill, which we're talking about moving, which we will move by tomorrow. Because it talks about per diems, initially one thought was that perhaps that would pull it pull the whole bill into the appropriations committee, because anytime there's per diems, something has to go to appropriations and then they have to vote the bill out. It doesn't go directly to the floor. I did note that and I'm not sure that this gets around it, but that the per diems are actually coming out of the mental health budget, so they're not additional per diems that have to be authorized by the appropriations committee. And in noting that, it seemed to me that maybe it wouldn't be pulled into appropriations. But I think I would like to take a straw poll on the general construct or language. and then be able to consult with appropriations, because frankly, I don't want the whole miscellaneous healthcare bill to linger in appropriations. If in fact this becomes a part of it, then we might find another vehicle or even have it be freestanding, so that if it was required to go to appropriations, this alone would go there rather than all of our other elements.
So rather than a bill number to vote, or, where it fits in, we can.
And then we'll talk, I'll discuss that further with the committee in terms of the actual vehicle for moving this forward, because I think there's some strategic issues that we should think about in terms of what it might mean to have it go into appropriations as part of a larger bill that otherwise would not be going there. So, does that seem agreeable to folks? So with that, then
Just take a straw poll.
So I think, are people prepared to just, in general, take a straw poll on the language? Lucy?
Should it be interpreted as a straw poll on generally we like the direction, or a straw poll on
the language.
exact language without any change?
Crossover smart.
At this point, we need to be moving pieces.
So was there interest in expanding it to talk about the asset? I mean, is now the time to have the final language?
Yes.
So should we talk about if there should be a piece about, in the identifying challenges, also identifying the
well,
assets of the
anything that
system
you wish
as it
to
is?
talk about, this is the time, because you're making a suggestion.
Yeah.
What is that?
Well, I mean, it sounded like the commissioner just suggested. Do you want to say?
Okay,
I don't think she was suggesting language. I think she was just talking about.
Well, let's ask if she was suggesting that.
Let the commissioner.
I think that, I don't know that it requires a language change. I think that it can be inherent, kind of linking back to Vision 2030, which is referenced in the beginning. We have a lot of information about appreciative inquiry in our approach in order to engage the council to feel motivated towards change. We will be facilitating looking at obstacles and assets. So I don't think it's necessarily needing to be included in the language.
That seems satisfactory.
Yes.
Okay, other questions?
We're not talking about a lot of money with this bill.
There's only a maximum of 4 people who would actually be eligible
Most
to
of
ask
the
for
people
a
will
stipend.
be already working under salaried positions.
So I don't see why appropriations would have an issue with it.
Well, they probably wouldn't ultimately, but technically, anytime there are per diems, it has to go there, and they don't deal with this until they've completed the budget. Because they have to look at the entirety of the budget. They set aside a pot of money for per diems, and if it exceeds, and if the request for study committees of per diems exceeds that, then they will pare it back. And so it slows something down from moving through our process. Right.
Is your concern the money coming out of mental health appropriations or health appropriations? Is that the concern?
No.
No.
Then I'm missing what this straw vote is going to be about.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me try to clarify. I was trying to just move us forward and explain that we were initially talking about maybe having this be part of a larger miscellaneous healthcare bill, or alternatively having it stand alone. We could make the decision right now to just have it stand alone as a bill. We could take it to the floor as a bill, and then that would, if it goes to appropriations, so be it. If it doesn't, then our miscellaneous healthcare bill won't have this as part of it.
If it's a standalone bill, there's not a lot of money involved in it, is there?
No.
It doesn't seem to be.
No. Very small amount. So. Maybe that makes sense, just to take one thing off your agenda of people you need to talk to. We could just go ahead and say.
So then the process would be asking Jen to craft this as a committee bill. It's not in that form right now, but we would ask her to put it in the form of a committee bill from the House Healthcare Committee, which we can do, and have this be a standalone bill. Does that seem like that? Maybe that's the most straightforward way to do it. At which point, then, I would suggest this, that we ask her to bring that back to us as a committee bill, and we will vote on that sometime later today, rather than take any more time now. And that way we'll have it in the form of a bill that we will then have a formal vote.
Sure.
Okay.
Is that the best way? There's no, if we do that, this is not going to fail, is that correct?
Well, I still will communicate with,
Yeah.
with appropriations, but it avoids the possibility of complicating the House Healthcare Committee,
I mean,
the miscellaneous committee.
To respond, would it be fair to say that it doesn't in any way increase the likelihood that this fails relative to including it? And I think that was your question.
Yes.
No, it actually increases the likelihood of something else we're doing, not getting encumbered in health in appropriations for a period of time. Okay, well, let's leave that there then. But
Okay.
be prepared for us to put that to a committee vote later today, assuming Jen gets a chance to craft it into a committee vote. Okay.
So this next piece is not new language you haven't seen, except that it's pared way back. Because in talking with the Appropriations Committee, this is the part which is a little technical. In fact, in many ways, although it's based on key philosophy about integration, the same topic, it's a technical change in the budget process, which is at its core saying, we should not be siloing our budgets and splitting up where in the budget mental health shows up. Beginning, the first step being about inpatient mental health care. If you recall, when the budgets were introduced to us earlier this year, even in budget adjustments, saying, well, we have this increase in rate for the retreat because of their financial situation. Part of that showed up in the DIVA budget, part of it showed up in the DMH budget. So this is really just about having them be in the DIVA budget together. The original language we looked through had this long piece about why this was important. It was language that was important to me, but we got unofficial feedback from the
Becoming important to more people.
But we got unofficial feedback from the Appropriations Committee that they did not have an interest in lengthy language about all the whys and the values and so forth, and they just wanted to get to the kind of the bottom line. So that's really the fundamental change from the language from before. It does still retain the core purpose language, which is pointing out that the budget's an essential structural component about integrated care, and that separating budgets is an obstacle to that reform principle of ensuring equal access. This time we have the actual quote, so that's the section that was referred to on the Integration Council just before. This is a principle that we've adopted already, ensuring equal access to appropriate mental health care in a manner equivalent to other aspects of health care. So that's A. B is just the directive. Shall integrate the public funding, in other words Medicaid, for inpatient mental health care with the funding for other health care services within the DIVA budget. Oversight and utilization review and how the care is managed is the more policy end. That's the Department of Mental Health's role, so it's noting that that will maintain according to which department is legally overseeing that. On the request of those departments, the date for it actually to occur will be basically to be achieved in fiscal year 2023, which means proposed for the 2022 budget. In other words, not this year, but the year after. And based on that, there is the new section, Section B, which says, because we're giving you an extra year, next year you do have to come back with that kind of layout showing us exactly where the money is in each budget, so that it makes it clearer for that next step the year after to actually do it. And it outlines the existing categories of where this money gets currently split up. in inpatient care. So as we scroll down, you see 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are the different categories of inpatient psychiatric care, and the different categories of which some are in DIVA's budget and some are in DMH. And folks who are in the CRT, Community Rehabilitation and Treatment Programs, as that line right before the 1, 2, 3, 4 points out, they can be in any one of those 4 subcategories, therefore determining whether they're in the DMH or the DIVA budget. So we're saying, fill us in next year on where all those pieces are following, and then the subsequent year they will all be moved into DIVA. This has absolutely no impact. This language and this directive has absolutely no impact on the budget itself or the amount of money. That's subject to the normal budget process. What it does is move it in terms of which budget it appears in to put it in the budget with the rest of our healthcare budget. So that's the overview of the now much briefer language, and if the commissioner would like to testify. And my understanding is that the commissioner of DIVA has spoken with you, and you are representing both departments as testimony on the record about this.
Yes, the Agency of Human Services as a whole has reviewed this, and we are aligned with the recommendations as proposed in the bill language. And just to echo the Vice Chair's points, that this really does provide the structural components of creating conditions that will support the integration of mental health within the broader healthcare system. Many other states have actually transitioned to integrated financing models where managed care plans manage all the physical and mental health programs for Medicaid enrollees. So this is aligned with, I think, national practices and where other states are moving. Again, a goal of this is to enhance shared data, incentives, tools to deliver integrated services. The area that I think we just want to be careful about and thoughtful about is that the potential of this integration of the fiscal part of it is really hinged on our ability to ensure that clinical integration is also happening when we think about care coordination. So it's important that for those with complex health and social needs, that the outcome of this is that their care is better coordinated and we have better outcomes. So I just don't want to lose sight of, that is the ultimate goal of what we're trying to achieve. So broadly, the Agency of Human Services supports this as it's currently written. The timeline feels appropriate from our perspective. And I just want to note a few other points related to the custodial and legal role of the Department of Mental Health. So there are some differences between the Department of Mental Health and DIVA. It's important that we recognize that DMH is not an administrator of health insurance like DIVA. We are responsible for prioritizing and managing the care of specific populations. As a custodial commissioner, I feel an enormous responsibility to the individuals who are under the care and custody of the Commissioner of Mental Health. So we want to make sure that as we move towards integrated financing, and this is, I think, reflected in this bill, that for those who are under the care and custody of the Commissioner, particularly for those who are level 1, my care management team manages the care coordination of those individuals from the time that they are in the emergency department, admitted to inpatient, and then transitioning to lower levels of care. So when we think about that integration of the fiscal components and the clinical and programming components, I just really want to ensure that the Department of Mental Health is still overseeing that care coordination. That feels essential from my perspective. When we look at the current budgets between DMH and DIVA, as the Vice Chair noted, that what currently sits in the DMH budget that is separate from or carved out from the DIVA budget is level 1. So that level 1 is inclusive of the Vermont Psychiatric Care Hospital, our level 1 contracts with Rutland Regional Medical Center, and the Brattleboro Retreat. So you'll note at the very end of this, there is noted language related to that our budget presentation that the Vice Chair was noting shall also include any implementation recommendations to achieve that integrated funding. I do think there are some pieces that we'll have to work out behind the scenes because there's current statutory language at the Department of Mental Health related to level 1 and reasonable actual costs. So if those funds shift over to DEVA, then would those contracts for level 1 need to be facilitated by DEVA versus the Department of Mental Health? And there are some pieces that we will have to coordinate around there. Not insurmountable, but certainly some things that we want to think about because those level 1 contracts are essential to us actually creating some accountability so that those Rutland and Bratt Retreat actually accept those individuals. So that's a little bit of an accountability and a leverage point for the Department of Mental Health.
That I should reflect when the commissioner pointed those pieces to me, and that was where, in helping to craft this, I agreed that providing that extra year instead of saying this shall happen for next year's budget made sense.
Yes. The other thing that I would note is that VPCH is also currently all within the Department of Mental Health's budget. The Bratt Psychiatric Care Hospital is run by the Department of Mental Health. They're by my people, they're the staff. So if that entire budget moves to DEVA, that will just be another point that we'll have to navigate in terms of the budget for the hospital will actually sit in a different department than the department that's running the hospital itself. So again, that's why I requested the additional time because we need to respectively figure out how that will work and how we operationalize that and maintain the great outcomes and quality that we're currently achieving at the Bratt Psychiatric Care Hospital. So those, I think that's the summary of my points for the committee related to this proposed language.
On the surface, I mean, this is, the integration seems simple, it's a short bill, but is this going to, behind the scenes, add more bureaucracy or trying to coordinate or, you're talking about we'll work these things out behind the scenes, but in the end, is there going to be another layer that we're not seeing, sort of like the unintended consequences of bureaucracy?
I think that there are certainly going to be some coordination pieces that we will have to work out behind the scenes. They do not feel insurmountable from my perspective, and I think the bigger gain that we're going to make in terms of the fiscal integration of the funding outweighs some of the inconvenience of having to work out some of these things behind the scene. I think managing the BPCH budget is probably my bigger concern and what that means from an operational standpoint. We already have an MOU with DEVA in terms of their kind of delegating Medicaid authority related to level 1 CRT that we oversee. We work very closely together and have a lot of collaboration. So I'm confident that we'll be able to move that forward. And then if we have some time to work with our fiscal offices about the details of the BPCH budget, I don't think that we're going to get overly bogged down in bureaucracy. If those are clear. And I think the language actually supports that because there's clarity of roles that's already articulated in the language.
Well, I was going to say, I didn't understand this yesterday, and I think I have a clearer picture now of what we're talking about, and what you just said makes me feel a little bit better that you're comfortable that the benefits of making this switch will outweigh whatever additional work there is.
Lucy? Was there any discussion of making the switch except for the VPCH and keeping that in DMH for logistical ease?
That is not currently the recommendation, and I think if we truly want to get a picture of inpatient services without VPCH as part of that integration, we miss a big part of it. So there have been no discussions as of right now in terms of carving out VPCH from the intent of this language.
So the ultimate goal is about having the big picture of the services all in one place from a budget perspective.
That's correct.
And that doesn't work between the two. It doesn't work to have that big picture when it's split between the two departments.
It makes it more challenging to have that big picture, and it's not aligned with our vision of integration.
I have a couple of questions. delicate questions, and I don't mean to criticize you or your department like that. But I read somewhere where there was an incident with your department and I guess the corrections department in which an ill patient, whether that patient should go to a hospital emergency room setting versus going to prison corrections department. And I think your department took the stand that that individual should go to a prison setting. And then the corrections department had an issue. They felt that there was a budgetary issue, and that's why that individual was being sent to the corrections department, a prison. Would this bill correct that situation? And do you know what I'm referring to?
We have a lot of situations where the bright line between criminal justice system, criminogenic behavior, and mental health is blurred, and it's confusing. And this is, I think, one of the opportunities we have right now when we think about a true forensic system of care that we're grappling with. So I don't think that this in particular addresses that particular issue. What I can assure you is that the Department of Mental Health as a healthcare provider is managing individuals who might be involved in the criminal justice system to meet their acute mental health needs within an acute care system that is all Medicaid funded. If we are able to treat an individual and their mental illness, it is the requirement that we have to transition them to lower levels of care. That's philosophically and fundamentally what Vermont, a fundamental value of Vermont. Federally, that's what we have to do to meet those mandates. Those decisions are not made for budgetary decisions. Those are clinical decisions that are made to ensure that people are receiving the right care at the right time in the right place. And for some individuals, they might also have criminogenic behaviors and public safety risk that we also have to manage, and so we have to work responsibly with our criminal justice partners. The other piece I would just add is that sometimes because we are a healthcare provider, we have to abide by protected health information. So what you hear publicly or in the media might not actually reflect kind of the true state of the situation. And that's just something the Department of Mental Health has to manage on a daily basis.
Thank you.
And I was going to say, well, just to finish this piece, there is a bill coming over from the Senate that will be asking the House to look a little bit more into that issue of criminal justice, forensic, mental health, which is separate from this issue of when there is mental health hospitalization, does it go into the DIVA or the DMH budget? So the Department of Corrections aspect is not in this bill. That issue is going to be coming to us.
Thank you, Ann. And then one other question. If we already have an MOU, or if you already have an MOU, why do we need a bill?
Because the MOU allows us, it's really just delegating Medicaid authority. So it doesn't address the integration of the funding within the DIVA budget, which is what we're trying to accomplish.
Other questions? So this is language that we only need a vote, not as a bill, but on sending it to ask appropriations to include it in the budget bill, because this is a budget alignment issue, not a, obviously it has policy behind it, but it's not an independent bill.
Again, just to explain that the budget always includes both numbers and appropriations, but there's also budget language that reflects about how to move things around, or in this case, integrate differently. So, and the appropriations committee has asked all committees if we have language for the budget to have that prepared for them by tomorrow. So they are anticipating the possibility of this as language.
Yes, the person in charge of that, actually, I had told them, well, it's on our agenda Thursday. She said, good, I want it Thursday. So
are people, are your questions answered? Are we prepared to, I would do it as a straw poll, really, to move it to the budget language? Yes, Anne Marie?
I do have. At the end, when they say including any subdivision between the person served by the community rehab and treatment program, they list those. There's no really report, and I know we hate reports, but report back on, yeah, we have these problems worked out, or there's unintended consequences, or we need more time, or is there someone that's going to ride herd on this and bring it back to
So the
committee?
language B that you see here, the department's fiscal year 2022 budget presentation, which will be our way of articulating the integrated budgets, even though we're not there yet operationally, also includes implementation recommendations. So part of our budget report back to, assuming this committee, will also include implementation recommendations related to some of the areas that the Department of Mental Health has some, coordination concerns that we need to work out. So that's what that language is intended to do.
Okay.
Any other questions? Then I would suggest that we take this language, take a straw poll on recommending that this language be moved into, or be given to the Appropriations Committee as budget language. All those in favor, show of hands. Let the record show that all members present. And Brian, are you on the line still? Do you wish to join us in this?
I am on the line still. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
I am here.
Okay, well, we will, I think at this point we have a clear, all members present, and we will, that's sufficient to move the language to the Appropriations Committee, and we will do that. And we'll have you can weigh in as you wish along the way, because it will be in the final budget as well. Okay, thank you. Now, there.
One last piece which we've discussed before, so I'm hoping this is sort of a, we're already there on it, but this last piece is the technical language to achieve the Brattleboro Retreats budget being under the Green Mountain Care Board in the same way all other hospital budgets are. This had been proposed last year. The retreat had concerns about being fully included, so we sort of created a special language review light, if you will. And in light of some of the budget issues that came up this year, some folks like me thought maybe we need to have it fully under the Green Mountain Care Board's review process. So what this language does is it strikes the special carve-out language that we created last year, and then the line after that is just the definitional. The existing definitional talks about hospitals meaning a general hospital, and general hospital excludes psychiatric hospitals. So by striking the word general, it means any licensed hospital. But clearly the one budget that doesn't come under the Green Mountain Care Board is the state-run hospital, VPCH. Their budget is controlled by the legislature and wouldn't be controlled by the Green Mountain Care Board, so it requires adding the language that we're not including hospitals that are run by the state. So this is the way that achieves the purpose of saying the Brattleboro Retreats budget does come under the Green Mountain Care Board. And we did have on the record previously testimony from the chair of the Green Mountain Care Board and the director saying they're fine with this. This does not add a burden on them that requires additional staff requests. Sometimes we ask them to do things, resources of any kind. Sometimes we ask them to do things and they say, look, you're asking us to do something more, we would need more resources to be able to do it. And they told us on the record that's not the case with this. They can handle this with their existing resources.
Questions?
Are we going to hear from the Brattleboro retreat?
We have, they testified earlier on the record in support of this. When they were here. Anyone lose Steve?
Oh, okay, that's, yes, I forgot that,
Oh, no,
yes.
earlier.
When he was here talking about the retreat.
We asked specifically
Yeah.
when he was here about the retreat early on in the session, and we raised this issue and said it was likely we would be wanting to do this as a recommendation, and he indicated no problem.
I guess maybe I'll go back on the record and look at it. It strikes me as interesting because last year when we brought it up, there seemed to be lots of problems from the retreat's perspective.
And things shifted.
No, I know. It's just I'm curious as to what has been done to resolve the problems that the retreat had last year with it.
I'd be happy to chat.
And I think the issues were not one of difficulty. I think the issues were one of transparency. And last year what we agreed to was that the Secretary of Human Services would have access to Brattleboro Retreat's records sufficiently to know that they were confident in getting the kinds of support increases and rate increases. And at the time it was Secretary Gobet. So we agreed to back off from asking to have it go through the Green Mountain Care Board as a hospital budget review. And then I think in light of the, frankly, the emergent situation which we were addressing in the very first days of the session, where the Brattleboro Retreat was here with Mike Smith from the Aegis and Human Services. It was in that context, before they had resolved things, that we also raised the question of having the Brattleboro Retreat given the significant amount of their budget, which is in fact state funds now, be part of the hospital budget review, and that he indicated that was not an issue at this time.
Other questions? This, again, this is not a freestanding bill. This is a recommendation that Approach is already anticipating that we might be proposing.
Well, let me just say out loud, it doesn't seem like that seems satisfactory. I can tell when there's a consensus in the room, when there isn't. So if that's not satisfactory, I want to hear what we need to do to.
There seems some uncertainty on faces.
Yeah, right. Does the committee wish to hear from the Brattleboro Retreat directly about this? In which case we will try our best to arrange that.
I remember them saying, and sort of being very
Okay,
much.
well, I just wanted to check because this is not an issue.
I had.
What's that?
I think it was one of the questions I had when they were here.
But Lauren, my response is, quite frankly, it really doesn't matter to me if they are in favor of it, that we have a situation on our hands and they need to be part of the process. So I'm for this thing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just feel like there's clearly dynamics that I'm missing, especially, I mean, I guess that's where I feel is I maybe need to understand more of the dynamics, and said earlier that we could have a conversation, so I guess in my mind it just kind of feels like maybe that needs to happen before I would feel ready to.
I will say it. I will say it on the record. It's not very distant from what Lori's saying. I think last year they felt able to argue that they were a private hospital, and that I mean their fundamental argument, which I believe to really be an issue of not wanting to be as fully transparent as is required of other hospitals. That's my opinion. Their argument was, because they're so significantly funded by Medicaid, and the Green Mountain Care Board review, the bottom line of the review is the Green Mountain Care Board has the authority to say you can't increase your rates. It's a by more than X%, and the other hospitals are able to do cost shifting inside their budgets that allow for if they're required to reduce private payment, they their amount of Medicaid is less in terms of all of that functional pieces of the budget. And so the retreat was saying last year, well, we don't think we should be part of that because they can't, we have so much of our budget that's state controlled because of Medicaid. And I think this year the retreat recognized that, quite frankly, from a political perspective, recognized that they weren't in a position to say, we're not comfortable with being required to be evaluated as closely as other hospitals' budgets are. And so they were not objecting anymore. And the Green Mountain Care Board clearly will have to look at their budget, understanding the percent that's Medicaid in terms of how it reviews it.
Do we have a sense of how much it will cost the retreat to undergo the budget review process?
No. I mean, we haven't asked that. They did last year, based on the new language, have to start providing a good deal of the information that is required of hospitals for budget review. But
it just seems like an interesting time to be asking them to do something that's going to put more costs on them when we already know that.
Well, I would take the position that it's also a very interesting time, and it's an interesting time when they, in fact, are turning to the state for additional $1.5 million, when we're already giving them millions of dollars, when their entire budget is practically now state funded. That it's the time when they should be, even at some additional cost, they should be fully transparent and they should be not treated differently. Just again, it's interesting in terms of what we were talking about earlier, the integration of mental health and the healthcare system. They are a siloed mental health inpatient facility, or not well.
They do other stuff, but
they're not strictly inpatient. But I think that I don't think that we should be making them an exception, or based on the fact that their primary and exclusive work is around mental health and substance use disorders, and I think they should be treated the same as other hospitals.
Just to answer that a little bit, at least in my experience at Gifford, the work that goes into presenting the Green Mountain Care Board is sort of presenting the financials you already have. I mean, they do have some format things they want. I would say the bigger issue might be if then the Green Mountain Care Board comes back and says, well, we want a sustainability plan like they're trying to put on other hospitals now, which might involve a little more cost. But they would do it for a reason, and they only do it when the hospitals are financially struggling, and we want to see how it's going to move forward.
That's exactly why we want
That's why we do it. They should spend whatever time it takes.
I'm sure Secretary Smith would agree with this.
I would think so. Okay. So I'm going to ask that we put it to a straw vote to move it to the language in the budget as well. Those, by show of hands, those in favor.
Sorry. Is abstaining a possibility on a straw vote?
No. Oh, on the straw vote, yes. Yes, that's fine. This is a straw vote, yeah. On an actual roll call vote, you can't abstain. So those in favor of moving it to the budget by show of hands? Those opposed? Those abstaining? Okay, that's great. So we'll move it to the budget. Thank you. Okay, so I'm now going to, things are shifting as we're sitting and talking. Yes, Sarah. And we'll let you shift. We'll let you shift.
I really appreciate it.
Great. Well, thank you for making yourself feel like we really appreciate it. While we were working, I was also being communicated with by the Speaker's office, and there is a chairs meeting that's being called for 10:30. And I'm being asked, the chairs are being asked to meet with the Speaker at 10:30. One of the issues that we are being asked to talk about, so I'm going to ask us that I'm going to ask this committee to help me weigh in on a question. And then we will figure out how to get back to affordability, which is on our agenda, which just have to be flexible. Let me make sure I have the. So, I think one of the agenda items from the meeting is to, the language that's been debated is please come prepared to share your top 2 or 3 ideas for emergency support for Vermonters in this evolving crisis. And I think that's appropriate. And rather than just putting my brain to work, I thought even though we only have 10 or 15 minutes, I would like to engage the committee in helping to think about that. And just as to what recommendations I might take to the chair's meeting and the speaker's last 10:30. Just so you can do maybe the length. I miss. Wait, Frank? Sure. And I misread it when I first, because there's also been a request, a different kind of request. But this is a request for please come prepared to share your top 2 or 3 ideas for emergency support for Vermonters in this evolving crisis. Now, I would ask that we, part of, given we're the healthcare committee, that might help kind of frame what we're thinking about. But I would like to open it up for a general discussion, and that will help me just bring some thoughts forward to the speaker's office. So what I'm going to suggest is that we each get a turn to be heard, and if someone doesn't wish to speak, that's fine, but I'd like to make sure each of us gets at least a chance to kind of share what things come to mind initially. So,
is this the idea of financial assistance?
It could be. It could be.
Whatever your thoughts.
It could be financial assistance. It's basically what are the things that we need to be thinking about as a legislature or as because we hold unique responsibilities in terms of what actions might we need to take to support Vermonters in the COVID-19 evolving situation.
Hello?
Yes, Brian.
I've been thinking a lot about this since I'm self-quarantining right now. Can I say something?
Sure, and I'm just going to suggest, since I'm supposed to be there at 10:30, and I realize this is short notice, but that's why I've been, to be honest, I've been a little antsy in trying to move us along this morning. So apologies for that, but I would like to hear from you, but I want to make sure we have time to hear from everyone else as well.
Yeah, I'm not going to say a lot. What I'm going to say is that I'm going to send to the committee a few documents for us to review and think about. One is, I don't know who it came from. I think it's the ACLU, but it's a long list of things, suggestions of what government should be doing right now to take care of people. And another thing is going to be a list of demands from the Burlington Tenants Union, which is like an organization of tenants who are concerned about how it's going to affect them. These are mostly people living paycheck to paycheck. I'm not going to read all of it because it'll take up too much space right now, but I'm going to share it with the group, and perhaps we can talk about these things a little bit more in detail later. But it covers everything you can think of, from health care, supplies, financial assistance, how are people going to eat, et cetera.
Okay, is that a document you can forward, Brian?
I'll send it right now.
Okay, great. Is there anything else you want to add at this point?
I don't take up too much space in the conversation. I just wanted to throw that out there as a starter. I think other people will probably say a lot of the details of what I'm referring to. So.
Okay, thank you. Mari?
Hi, Brian. This is Mari. Financial concerns is what I am hearing about most, and people being able to quarantine and not, they not have to worry about mortgages, and whether that means finding a way to encourage lien holders to allow mortgage holidays for a month. The paid sick leave, paid family and medical leave. It would have been great if we had a strong program. That's a kind of a moot point, but if there's anything that can be done on the short term to help people with their incomes while they're quarantining.
Okay. Let's just keep going around and hear from people.
Just to follow up on that, as an employer, what I'm hearing from employees is, will you pay us if we are sick, if we're sick? And I'm sure that there's also, will you pay us if you tell us not to work, if we're
quarantined and we can't work from home.
And that larger businesses are making that commitment. Larger national businesses are making that commitment. They have the resources. A smaller business might not. What can the state do to help?
if you've got this COVID-19 virus is obviously quite relevant. If someone's going to be homesick, I think there should be some sort of compensation for someone that has COVID-19, not someone that's sick and trying to cash in on it. You know, people get sick every year and they stay home and they lose a little bit of income. But if this virus is involved and the doctor says you have COVID-19, I think there should be some sort of compensation for that if they have to stay home because of this virus.
Yeah, I think pretty much echoing what's been said is my top concern. I just want to add to the conversation. I know I've raised as like a younger member of the legislature a lot kind of the biases that this position puts us in as far as recognizing that people come to this position from all financial backgrounds, but that we as a legislature likely are biased towards people who could afford to pay for 2 weeks of ourselves needed. And I think it concerns me a lot because I talk to my constituents and I hope that we stay in touch with the fact that we as a legislature may not be representative of our constituents as far as what it would mean to take. I mean, I just talked to a constituent yesterday who runs a child care center in my town, and she said, like, I should close, I think. Like, the responsible thing to do would be to close, and I, like, cannot make it 2 more weeks if I close, so I'm staying open.
I think the whole idea of large gatherings is something that people talk about. I mean, we've got basketball players and basketball games and all this stuff. But then you have the legislature, which doesn't seem to be following the large groups. They were keeping outsiders out, and that's a step. But still, when you look at the demographics of the people when you're sitting on the floor, those are the ones that are checking all the boxes, like over 60, pre-existing conditions. And I think we are not leading by example. However, I also realize that money is going to be a big deal going forward on budgets and keeping government running it, and I don't have an answer to that. But I think that's something that needs to go into the conversation of, and I'm sure it is, but we don't know anything about it, so that's it. And the other thing is that we are carriers. We are leaving a central point and going to all points of the state and then coming back again. So it's something.
Okay, well, I don't know the nature of the meeting that I'm having, but I can tell you that is seriously being thought about and contemplated, what it means for us to be here and balancing the need for government to function, and that we in fact have a role, and how we meet that.
And one last thing, paid family leave, I don't know how we can reconstitute that for another vote.
That wasn't going to be in effect immediately.
Yeah, but you can't just roll that out.
You just can't do that.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't want to speak for what can be done in an emergency
I also think about that.
And I agree with some of the stuff that's been said. I think the one thing that I've been thinking about and getting a bug in my ear from my home representative who's on the board of Capstone is just food.
Yes.
And making sure that, I mean, we have a lot of people that, especially kids, that get lunch at school, and that's really the best meal they're getting. And whether we need to consider some sort of centralized food production at a school or at a community center or something that could be distributed out to people that are quarantined. I mean, anytime you're moving things around, you're exposing people, but and especially like Meals on Wheels and some of those things we need to think about.
I just wonder, what's the feds doing to help our state? Are they going to provide the state's money to help keep individuals home when they're sick with this virus? It's a difficult time economically. I mean, this could be a very difficult time for our state economically as well as the nation economically. And we're seeing it in the stock market currently, but it has other ripples throughout our state and local economies. And I just worry about the money issue.
Yeah, my top of my mind has been the issue of employment income and quarantine, and I think framing it in terms of healthcare, I can't imagine people not thinking, I don't even want to be tested, because if I'm told I have to self-quarantine, I can't feed my family. And I think even of my, my hairdresser who has the hair salon in her home, and if she says, oh, I have to self-quarantine for some reason, she can't have any customers coming in. Maybe she shouldn't be, but then she has zero income.
Maybe no customers will be coming in.
Or no customers will be coming in. And the issue becomes, of course, the money. I don't know if the workers' comp system is a tool that can be used. I don't know what the tools are, but that's, I think, my healthcare preeminent concern.
Oh, can I mention one other thing?
Sure.
Besides the economic issue, the medical issue. Do we have the equipment to treat, a major pandemic, particularly when it comes to respirators? How many respirators, does the average hospital have? I'm sure UVM has a great number of them, but that concerns me.
Yeah.
I'm just going to add, I agree with all of it. I'm particularly concerned about food, not just for children, but seniors and those in need. And also, I think the state needs to be helping municipalities in coming up with plans to physically check on seniors and those in need. A little bit to get to Ann's point of, are there people in their home who are sick who are not coming to be tested because they're scared of what the cost is going to be? And just making sure they're okay.
If we get the test, are there enough tests? It's like there are, there aren't, there,
Oh, I think we don't know. I think we don't know at this point. I want to just mention a couple things. One is that medications, access to essential medications for people who, in fact, if they're being asked to self-quarantine, or if in fact there's social distancing to the degree that different things have happened in different settings as this is advanced, and the barriers to, I was approached by someone who said, my child needs insulin, my family member needs insulin. I can't afford to put out what the copay is for a month's supply of what's being required. To get an advanced supply of medication, even though I'm being told, try to get advanced supply so that you're not, you don't have to worry about that. But he said, we literally don't have the funds to do that. And in light of some of what we're talking about, and I don't know what the answer to this is, but quite honestly, I think the mental health pressures are going to be there, or they are already elevated for the entire population. And for people, for everyone, there's a significantly heightened level of anxiety and fear. And, you can name it, and just cascade through the issues. And I think we need to at least recognize that, and recognize that the pressures on all of our formal systems, but our informal systems are going to be highly pressured as well. So,
just add on to that point. And our healthcare workers. I mean, that's my biggest concern is that this does take off. We have a limited supply, and how are we going to protect them, keep them safe, keep them working to help the people that are sick?
Please.
Devin Green from Vermont Association of Housing.
And I need to go to an emergency
I just want to do a quick public service announcement along those lines of protecting hospital resources is call your primary care provider, get advice from your primary care provider. Do not physically go to the emergency room unless you're short of breath. Don't go to the emergency room if you've had,
I'm going to bring that up to my constituents already.
Good. I'm glad you're doing it because you are the leaders in your community. So send that message.
So we're taking our break. Come back at 4:00, see if our chair's back.
Yep.
What time?
And we will hold off.
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock?
Have you heard that?
Yes, Brad.
I'll call back at 11. Thank you. Hello.
So I'm going to just give you some report back from the meeting I was just a part of. We met, the Speaker's office was an emergency meeting of the chairs, and the intent was both to hear what, as we did some go around, what were some of the top ideas to how to respond for Vermonters in this emergency situation. We did that, and I reported back on most of the ideas that we talked about here, and then, as did others, not every committee had taken time to look at it as a committee, but the Speaker then asked each committee to take some specific responsibility over the next several days, and I wanted to share within the framework of trying to see if there were immediate policy changes or financial changes that should be put on the agenda, literally on the agenda on the floor of the House today or tomorrow, and immediate short-term changes. And we were asked specifically to look at the issues of the impact on home health, on folks, healthcare workers who are going into settings to sustain folks, to look at the issues of mental health and whether there are any financial or policy or financial changes that need to be facilitated to allow what needs to happen over the next immediate period of time. And I also raised the issue of pharmacy and access, and I think issues of access to essential medications or supplies that are sufficient. And I think quite apart from that, but in addition, is hospital situation, hospital preparedness. I'm going to, and that we need to balance trying to find a way to try to engage the key stakeholders on those issues with our committees, that this is, as the Speaker said, this is no time to form a task force to figure this out. This is a time to see if there are immediate actions that people are putting on the table that then we can in turn have drafted. The Speaker's office will take charge of what the vehicle is if there's a decision that something needs to happen. I think I need to step back and look at what we have left on our agenda, because every committee also is facing crossover. There's some suggestion that maybe crossover will be moved, but in the meantime, crossover has not been moved. And we're going to try to find a balance between looking at prioritizing what it is we're trying to move forward and with looking at these issues. Now, I'm just frankly trying to think out loud right now about how best to proceed. I think what we might do is, I think we have a specific proposal in front of us that I think is prepared to, that is a longer term. This is not a short term immediate issue, but is a longer term piece, but I think one which we might be able to go through quickly. And so why don't we do that? In the meantime, I would like, looking around the room, but also thinking that some of the key players, both around home health issues, mental health issues, and pharmacy issues in terms of carriers and obviously pharmacy. So what I'm going to ask is that if you're in the room and you are engaged in that specific, in any of those three specific areas, or in hospital preparedness, that you be thinking about, are there immediate policy changes that you believe should happen and could happen in the in the immediate term, and or financial changes that would be necessary in order to support Vermonters, that the legislature has the ability to take steps in the next 48 hours. I'm asking you to be thinking about that, and for us to be reaching out to other stakeholders who are similarly situated. But I think in the meantime, we'll find a time either later proposals are. So I know that some folks who are engaged in these issues are in the room and some are not, but that's, if you, to the degree you who are can communicate with your stakeholder colleagues who would be a key stakeholder on that, if you would ask them, this is a request from the House Healthcare Committee to help us think about those immediate policy changes or financial changes, financial issues that could be addressed by the legislature in the next 48 hours. That would be essential in anticipating the needs of Vermonters. Is that, I mean, I know that doesn't answer a lot of questions, but I think that's the framework that I'm asking us to think. I would ask us as committee members to be thinking in those terms, but I also want to reach out and engage the stakeholder community as well. But I think we have something in front of us which I think we could take a look at, which is a longer term, because we also have a longer term responsibility, so we're going to try to balance all these issues.
Nothing. Okay.
So I think we have brought some people together around at least one of the proposals longer term. It is definitely longer term, but nevertheless could potentially have be quite important around prescription drug issues. And Gloria, are you prepared to help us walk through this? And
Christina, would you mind that? Yeah. And then Jeff's here.
Yep. Okay.
So we talked about this, and then there was a small group that kind of met separately and talked through how we can make this happen. So we have some language that I will walk through, or Christine, if you want to walk through it.
Whatever you prefer.
Okay. Why don't you walk through it since you drafted it, and then we'll answer questions, and then Jeff's here to respond as well.
So Christina McLaughlin, Green Mountain Care Board. I can't take full credit for drafting it, but it was a group effort at the board. So in front of you is some, and it is posted online, some proposed language. This proposed language for the board to develop a prescription drug technical advisory group to do exactly what it says, have some transparency around prescription drugs. So just to read through it, the Green Mountain Care Board shall establish a prescription drug technical advisory group pursuant to 18 VSA section 9374 and 2 to provide input and recommendations to the topics described in subsection B to the board. Through January 15th, 2022, the board shall appoint interested stakeholders with applicable subject matter expertise as appropriate. Part B, the prescription drug technical advisory group may provide recommendations to the board on one or more of the following topics. 1, models that enhance the board's ability to analyze, monitor, or report the pricing of prescription drug products, or the relationship between prescription drug pricing and consumer prescription drug costs, the effectiveness of prescription drug initiatives on prescription drug costs, or 3, other mechanisms for increasing prescription drug price transparency at one or more levels of prescription drug supply chain. The Green Mountain Care Board shall provide a report to the General Assembly on or before January 15th, 2022, based on the recommendations from this advisory group, and we suggested that the effective date is effective upon passage.
So I have a question. Why the 2022 date?
So at the board and working with Jeff, Jeff Hochberg, we agreed that either we ask for money so we can contract out some of this work, or we can not ask for money and have a little more time to work on this. And we felt the no money ask was a safer bet.
Okay. Questions?
I don't see, I mean, we're analyzing, we're monitoring. I don't see where we're actually taking any action to decrease the cost of pharmaceuticals in Vermont.
So that is somewhat of the intent of this. It is to bring in all these experts and others to develop a model or options for the board to review and analyze prescription drug costs and see what the best mode of action is. I think
I mean, with this Friday deadline and just with, this is pretty broad language, and we wanted it to be broad so that we had some more power to develop.
But again, I just don't see the action in this at all, other than monitoring and.
So I guess if I were to be completely honest, if we were to take action, the path would have maybe a lot of resistance. So I know there is this struggle to want to have action, and maybe Jeff can speak more to this as well, because he is in this work.
I want to see prescription drugs at a lower cost. I want to see insulin products at a lower cost, and I just don't see that this bill cuts it.
Can I chime in on a friend, Christina, because I know you know this, but you probably don't have it at the top of your mind. Susan Barrett, Executive Director of Green Mountain Care Board. We, and also this committee, has worked closely with NASHP, National Academy of State Health Policy. They're a nonpartisan group that brings together states to work on issues such as, they have a task force on prescription drug price transparency and reduction in prices of cost control for prescription drugs, and I was an initial member of that task force. So they are working right now on some additional programs that are not ready for prime time, and so we can't share the specifics with you, that we believe we would like to work on with them and could fit into this language, and and the intent of the work that they're doing is going exactly where you're going in terms of getting to the root of the matter. So I don't know if there's language we could add, like to work with NASHP on additional I don't know what else I can say.
We will work with NASHP either way. We are, and we have been, and the time is just off. Yeah. I believe Trish Riley said that within the next month. Yes, the next month or two, it will be up and proposed, and as long as everything goes well, again, we just can't, it cannot be shared at this time.
And if I can just add one thing regarding national membranes. We worked with them on the drug importation for those who weren't here at the time. So there is a working relationship that's established with them, which is good. Are you good? I know you're not good, but are you going to ask questions?
Well, I guess I would just also say, if we had something that we could put on the table to take direct action on at this point in time, would we put it on the table? I don't think we have that. I know the Senate has looked at issues around insulin and capping insulin co-pays or some element of that. That will be coming over from the Senate. That's why we did not take that specific issue up in this committee. But there are and I don't think we're prepared at this point. There's the bill in front of us that would task the Green Mountain Care Board with actually setting caps on prices and controls on prescription drug prices. I don't think we have the ability to move that. That bill that would not move anywhere at this point in time. It would simply grind into endless testimony. But I think the intent is to try to give the Green Mountain Care Board some additional ability to dig into prescription drug pricing issues in particular and position them to work with us with more specific targeted proposals that hopefully will emerge in the medium term, if not the near term.
Exactly.
I would just say, if I have your assurances that you're going to do something, that we're going to have some sort of action, hopefully, then I will support this bill.
I think it's a frustration that we don't have some, and the issues are complex about what we can do at the state level and what can be done at the federal level. We're kind of caught in the midst of a lot of this.
NASHP likes to continuously remind us that a lot of these proposals that they have is met with resistance, and that takes time and money sometimes. So we were trying to, I think everyone agrees that we need to do more. It's just we need to find out what's the best path to do more.
David and then Lucy.
Brian was-
Oh, I'm sorry, Brian.
I've been listening to this. Advisory groups, suggestion groups, we're going to look into this, we're going to think about it, we're going to talk about it, and we're going to discuss it by January 15th, 2022. That's sitting in a room pedaling a bicycle and pedaling and pedaling, pedaling, getting absolutely nowhere. In a year or 2 years from now, you're still sitting in the same living room pedaling a bicycle. And right now, in the Green Mountain Care Board has had plenty of time to do something about this, about prescription drugs, and nothing's been done. And that's all we do in here is talk about it and listen to people talk about it. Why doesn't somebody actually do something?
So our regulatory role is given to us by the legislature. So what we work on is in statute, and with our limited staff, that's what we can do. And there were various bills proposed that would have given us that more authority, but like Chair Lippert just mentioned there.
And I would say, I mean, and I've only been in this committee for a couple of years, but every year we have tried to take steps, and it is frustrating and it is slow.
Steps particularly
around prescription drugs, I'm sorry, yes. And it's frustrating and it's slow, and in some regards we have our hands tied between, as Bill said, what we can do versus what the feds have to do. I hear your frustration. I'm there too. I mean, prescription drugs is one of the reasons we have high healthcare costs. So I think this is a good step in the right direction. I wish it was more too, but I think it's what we can do.
I could remind this committee that there are other reports that the state, I mean, the board has a report relating to prescription drug costs. There's many transparency reports that are for transparency. So this is really to see what action we can take and just kind of evaluate, just like everyone has mentioned, what the state's power can
And can I be blunt and just say that if we had a proposal on the table here for the Green Mountain Care Board to take specific action, we would be hearing why would the Green Mountain Care Board, why should they be taking specific action? Why should we allow them to take action? So I mean, and I'm not directing that at either of you, but just generally, this is the dilemma we are in the midst of, and this is trying to give them some additional ability to work with the appropriate people to develop the capacity for us then to identify and debate, frankly, specific actions. If we were talking about having the Green Mountain Care Board actually put price controls on prescription drugs, which is embedded in one of the bills, we would be needing to take some very extensive testimony. And if we come to that, if we ever come to that, that would be a significant step beyond which we have not given them any type of authority. So it's a frustration for all of us at a time when we know that prescription drugs, and I'll just say that for myself, we passed the first bill on price transparency in the country around prescription drugs. We were the first state to pass a bill around importation, allowing to work with the federal government about the potential of Canadian imported drugs from Canada. And my point of view is we need to keep just taking step after step and not stop. But we are not going to, but there's not a single thing that is available to us to do at the moment that I'm aware of.
Except make noise.
Well, and this is part of that. Yeah. I agree. And I think, frankly, to be quite honest, and I'll just be really blunt about it, for us to make noise on a bipartisan, tripartisan basis, and that's what we have done successfully up to this point. When we have moved the bills on price transparency in the face of objections from the pharma and the pharmaceutical industry, when we did Canadian drug importation, this committee collectively on a tripartisan at the time basis said we need to make noise and we need to make it clear that there's action that needs to be taken. And so I'm hoping that we can continue to do that even in the face of knowing that this is not sufficient.
I would like to see more follow-up rather than wait to 2022 on. I know Town of Derby is still waiting for their Y2K generators. That's 20 years ago. The state promised the Town of Derby generators when we're going to turn into Y2K. Still waiting for them. I hope we don't have to wait that long for something like this to happen. that might be a little bit of an over-exaggeration, but
Can we add
it
a
was
line about
Y2K.
giving Derby their generators?
I think so. I think we should do that. And where are the Derby generators?
Yes.
I
I'm not
can
mad at
add
you.
here, we're happy to check in with this committee on our progress towards this. I think Christina did an excellent job describing the conundrum we're in, that we have other duties we're performing, and we are very, to your point about the task force and the technical advisory group, we have a very successful technical advisory group, the primary care advisory group, that actually, I believe, brought to light a lot of the workforce issues that you're dealing with now. So I think that this is a promising avenue. And I don't know if you want to put in a check-in, we're happy to do that next year as a progress on our a check-in on our progress. That's easy enough.
And if
I
we
think
are,
that would be absolutely appropriate, because that's what our expectation is, that this is not something we're going to sit back and wait until 2022 for.
If we are being honest too, this has no cost attached, but it will take a lot of staff time, and after the session ends, we are quite busy. So we are happy to do a January check-in if that's what January
There
2021.
would be a January check-in, January 2021 check-in with the House Healthcare Committees and the appropriate.
That helps remind us to.
Yes, absolutely. It does.
As much that, as Lucy said before, we ask for stuff and then we run out of time.
And we're a very transparent board, so we will most likely have a committee page on this. We will post meeting information. We will make this as transparent as possible.
Okay. Given the context in which we're doing all of this, I'm going to suggest that, thank you, unless there are other specific questions for Christina. There are. Okay.
I just was. You also did.
Go ahead.
I just was wondering what in this is outside of the board's current powers versus what new authority does this grant the board?
So this really doesn't. We came to this realizing we can use our existing authority to create a technical advisory group, and since there were all these other bills that were this bigger ask, we took into consideration all the other bills and came up with this that we felt, we can't make everyone happy, but we felt with working with Jeff Hochberg and internally that this is what we can do with our current staff, our current timeline, and so this isn't giving us anything new per se, but this is, to put in language that we will come back and report in 2021 and 2022.
I have two questions, and they may not be best directed at you, so you can say so if you want. I'm not clear on what, in number 2, what a prescription drug initiative would mean.
So the effectiveness of prescription drug initiatives, I guess when we propose recommendations as to how to control prescription drug costs or be more transparent or whatever it may be, how effective those initiatives may be.
Okay. So, and if everyone understands that that's what that means, the language just seemed a little vague, prescription drug initiative, but if it's clear to the board, then good. And then I'm also not clear myself on, in number 1, the difference between pricing and costs. So we're using both of those terms to mean not the same thing?
So I guess pricing is pricing, which can mean various things, but cost to, say, the consumers,
the ultimate cost to the consumer. So when we say the relationship in the end of part 1, relationship between prescription drug pricing and consumer prescription drug costs, that's retail or list pricing. Is that what we mean by the first?
List pricing, but then the cost. There's so many.
I can help. So there's quite a few different costs, and Jeff could probably take a minute and walk through it when he comes up. That happened through the supply chain, and then what does the customer and the patient end up paying there's a lot. I mean, when we drafted our last bill, it was very like wholesale acquisition costs versus some other costs. So we'll let Jeff comment to that. So hold that question too.
Okay.
Anything else for the Green Mountain Care Board? Sorry.
Yeah, I have one more question. I don't know whether whether this bill should cover this, whether it's an issue that you would look at. But it has to do with the coronavirus. I don't know what type of pharmaceuticals or meds that will be required to attack this virus. But will the Green Mountain Care Board also be looking at, say, price gouging that I'm sure will probably come up eventually?
I'm sure. I mean, that's why we kept this language pretty broad. We can look at everything and anything.
So this would be covered and would be reported, I guess.
Yeah.
And I think that's an important point. I think, you know, in this kind of emergent situation, we would particularly need to be aware of protecting Vermonters from being exploited. Thank you, Christina.
Thank you.
Jeff, would you like to comment?
Absolutely.
So, Jeff Hochberg, Vermont retail druggist and pharmacy owner in the state. First, I think I need a tissue to cry because I think the comments that I just heard from the committee about wanting to do more to tackle this, it's been my almost career endeavor here for the last 10 years of advocating to this committee and others about the need for transparency, the need to make change. And what I've come to learn, you know, maybe apart from maybe Susan and maybe Mike, who've probably been at this a little bit longer than I have, the point I'd like to make is that, you know, I could come here and I can give you a bill. I could give you NCOIL's recommended language for reforming PBM that's going to have downward effect on patient copays today, but then turn around a year from now and may have lasting impacts on premiums. And I can say that I'm being underpaid on these drugs, I'm being overpaid on these drugs. The hospitals are having, you know, excess access issues to these meds, the 340B pricing, the insulin pricing. There's so many factors that go into this that the one thing that I've learned over the years is that what we need more than anything is true, reliable data to move forward effectively. And that's what this bill does. And that's why we fully support this bill. And it is, I think it's a milestone to really put it in statute, to actively drive a cost containment data acquisition program that is going to perpetuate throughout our lifetimes. And that's what's key. Because we could institute something today, we may not see any savings tomorrow. And we want to be able to make sound decisions going forward because we've tried things in the past and they just haven't panned out. Well, why? And we hear from different stakeholders. You hear from me that, you know, this is what's going on in pharmacy. You'll hear from the insurers, this is what's going on in the insurance world. So there's a lot to it. And, you know, I'm very thankful that this committee is concerned and wants to act today. But I think this is going to be this appropriate step to move forward effectively and given the time crunch to move forward this year, to have something that actually goes across and without drawing in just everyone from the woodworks. So that said, we fully support this bill, and I'd like to thank the Green Mountain Care Board for their work on coming up with this. And I'm always available to come here and testify more to the comings and goings of pharmacy matters. And I'll just start by saying, too, that one, I don't have any hand sanitizer available for you. So I can't sell anymore. It's not available to me.
I thought you wanted some right now.
I have my own stockpile at home. Thank you, though. To the board's or to the committee's chairman, your comments earlier about what some of the things we need to think about now in the immediate. I have actually thought a lot about this. We've been in active discussion both within our store group, with other stores. I've been in conversation recently with the national committees. There's a lot of discussion going on about what is going on currently. And there are going to be access issues. There already are access issues. I think one thing that I would like to stress to this committee that I would, thinking outside of the box, some things that I would like to see are maybe an emergency access request. Okay, you asked the question about what are the treatments for coronavirus. Viruses are a heck of a lot of treatment. Unless you have a drug that's developed specific to target a specific virus, there's little you can do other than really protect against treat symptoms, and you can treat secondary infections. What we're seeing and what we're being told at the pharmacy level now is to try to gain access to inhalers, to steroids, to antibiotics, and all of those are already under allocation from all the wholesalers. So the wholesalers are already limiting how much is available to the local pharmacies and to the hospital entities. So the drug supply chain has been disrupted, and a lot of it has to do with China, because 80% of the raw ingredients used to manufacture all drugs in the United States come from India and China. So there will be a slowdown that will be perpetuated beyond this quarter. It will continue on at least through quarter two before we see a true reform of it. Also, the drugs that are being investigated by the big manufacturers, by Gilead, by AbbVie, you see these in the headlines. These drugs are all very expensive drugs. They're usually limited distribution drugs, and they're usually restricted network drugs. One thing that I think would be helpful is that maybe an emergency measure to require that these drugs be available to every access point possible within our system. So every retail community pharmacy should be able to access these products as appropriate and go through so that we can distribute to the general public as quickly as possible.
So let me ask you specifically about that, because we are looking for immediate recommendations, but that sounds to me like that's probably a federal recommendation rather than a state recommendation. Would that be fair to say, or am I misunderstanding?
No, because a lot of it is dictated by the insurance market.
It's dictated by?
The insurance market, even under the exchange plan. So where certain drugs are acquired by patients is dictated to a level within the insurance market, and that would need to be uplifted in addition to any federal stoppages that may exist in the platform. But there is, without question, a hard insurance market, narrow marketing of certain drug classes.
You're talking about prior authorization and...
Prior authorizations, certain medications, which they like to call specialty medications, have limited restricted networks. They may not be limited distribution drugs. I have full access to some of these drugs, but yet I can't dispense them to patients because I'm not in network to dispense them. So something like that may be of consideration, increasing access. One thing that I hear constantly in the news about is this massive move, which we're seeing today, about liquidation and move to capitalization for individuals and companies. So perhaps maybe a moratorium on deductibles, so that constituents are only paying copays or even bottom-tier copays in the interim here, so that their own financial resources are not depleted amidst any potential fallout that may come, so that they can prepare effectively. They can buy other consumables as necessary, water, whatever, just toilet paper, which is hard to get to. And I think the third thing that I would suggest for consideration would be something to protect the healthcare industry. Pharmacies, hospitals, physicians' offices, in order for those to work, all require significant infrastructure of staff. In the event of a massive outbreak, if our staff goes down, we cannot continue to service our population. What I think would be, and this is just an idea that popped into my head, is some assistance with small businesses to furlough positions so that we could self-isolate in staff members to keep rotating in without any certainly, so that they can be compensated for this lack of actual work hours. But we could rotate people in so that in the event that there is an outbreak, they're somewhat segregated and can effectively manage with minimal staff so that we can continue to service throughout the outbreak. I think it kind I'm explaining that correctly. I don't know. It's just an idea that popped in my head.
I'm not sure I fully follow.
Let me try this again.
But I'm going to suggest that I'm not going to try and
Okay.
come up, but I'm going to ask you to think about it and try to articulate something further for us at a later time.
So, those are, I think, my comments.
I'm good. Yeah, thank you.
Mark?
About the bill, see if I can find this. So I'm concerned that the language about the interested stakeholders, the board shall appoint interested stakeholders with applicable subject matter expertise is appropriate. Do you think that's clear enough and strong enough to make sure that it's not, the stakeholders are not lopsided, it's not one-sided?
No, I think that's sufficient enough. I think one of the things you run into is if it gets, I think the board, I have full confidence in the board to do that. I'm not concerned about that.
Right.
You think that January 15, 2021 would be a better date than January 15, 2022? Just your opinion.
My opinion would be, yeah, of course it does. I mean, the more information that comes, I mean, it may not be the full report. I think an updated report. I do not think that a solid report that's going to give answers, meaningful answers for strong, comprehensive action is going to be ready before 2022. It's just unrealistic.
But it's a year.
I've spent too long trying to convince people about how pharmacy even works. I'm still doing Pharmacy 101. I think Brian Murphy and I think Susan Kowski are still doing Pharmacy 101 discussions here with various committees. It's a very complicated industry. So I think it's unreasonable for a full report to be issued by 2022 with some kind of update periodically or whatever.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to ask that we're going to come back to this once we ask for there to be an addition of check-in with this committee in 2021, and we'll come back to that in terms of having the language in front of the group. So I'm going to need to step back and think about how to touch base with all of you and how best to proceed. We have some new challenges on our plate as well as our ongoing work, and so I'm just going to ask you to be flexible and stay connected with Dennis and with our emails that will give you an alert. We may choose to be back in here this afternoon, and in the meantime, we're going to be reaching out to the appropriate stakeholders to get further input, in terms of immediate steps that we can take to support Vermonters around issues of home health, mental health, pharmacy, etc. And while at the same time trying to move some of our agenda forward.
Yeah, I was just going to request of members, because we couldn't get to the affordability piece this morning, that to the extent you can get the time to read the language and ask questions offline in anticipation of us being able to discuss it at some point, hopefully. But to the extent that can expedite everybody's understanding, and you're able to do that, that'd be great.
I think in the interest of everyone's well-being, let's stop for lunch.